Goldie and the Billionaire Bear, a clean billionaire fairy tale romance. Once Upon a Billionaire, Book 1. Written by Catelyn Meadows, narrated by Jennifer Jill Araya. Chapter 1. Goldie pounded her fist against the steering wheel in a moment of desperation. Sunlight glared beneath the line of her visor. She flipped it back into its place and raised her hand, attempting to block out some of the orange blinding her, all while keeping the rest of her attention for some sign on the side of the road that might give her an inkling of where she was. "Stupid GPS," she grumbled to the Maps app blaring on her phone. It usually was so trusty, so reliable. Good old Siri telling her where to turn and when. Heaven knew she needed it. Squiggly lines on a map may as well have been a completely different language for all the good they did her. She could never keep her directions straight. There she'd been, on the freeway between Montana and Idaho, when Siri told her to take some random exit. So what did she do? She'd followed it. It had made no sense at the time. Why in the world would Siri tell her to turn off when she knew she was headed in the right direction? "I should have followed my gut," she went on, glowering at lines and lines of pine trees stacked on either side of the road. The road curved again, and her hands turned the wheel to keep from veering off the asphalt. She couldn't keep this up. She had to try to find her way back to the freeway again. Goldie pulled off onto the generous shoulder and checked for bars on her cell phone, but service was MIA out here, and her phone's internet was being completely stubborn. Despair began to settle in. It wouldn't be much longer before the sun's orange rays sank completely behind the trees, leaving her in darkness. With no cell service, no map, and the line on her gas tank sinking cruelly closer to the little E, she was more lost than she could ever remember being. She could just hear her mother now. While her dad had always been helpful and encouraging, Goldie's mom had always found her incompetency with directions irksome. If someone could tell her to turn left at the bank and stop at the house straight across from the elementary school, she was good to go. But north and south? What were they, other than the title of one of her favorite movies with a great kiss at the end? Goldie sighed and sank her head against the steering wheel. This was why she never went anywhere. This was why she stayed at home in Baldwin, Wisconsin, a rinky-tink little town where she'd known every landmark from the time she could spell the names. Until the letter arrived. The letter from a woman claiming to be her mother's sister. Goldie couldn't deny the lure of that letter. Her mom had no siblings, or so Goldie had always thought. Then who was this woman inviting her to meet her halfway across the country? She would have disregarded the letter completely if her mom hadn't acted so plumb guilty about the thing when Goldie had asked her about it. "You are absolutely forbidden from going," her mom had snarled on the phone. Like Goldie was still a teenager under her roof, instead of a grown woman living on her own across town. Her mom's defensive, angry reaction, and blatant lack of denial about her sister, had the opposite effect she'd clearly meant. It had sparked curiosity in Goldie. Her mom had a sister she'd hidden from her for her entire life? What was that all about? "So, like a fool, I've followed some crazy wild goose chase," Goldie growled. In frustration, she stepped out of the car and into the chilled air. It was so much colder on these winding mountain roads. Why had she ever gotten off the freeway? Goldie whirled around and rested against the side of her Toyota truck. It was perfect for a girl needing to get back and forth from the grocery store and her job. A job she'd taken a 2-week break from for this. 2 weeks. She was not off to a great start. The stars twinkled breathlessly above her. She couldn't deny how enchanting it was. But she didn't want enchanting. She wanted the peace of mind kind of relief that came with seeing the freeway, dang it. She scraped her hands through her hair and tromped a few feet away, needing to move, to think, to breathe. That was when she saw it. Tucked beyond the road, bathed in the last remaining slices of light, was a quaint log cabin. Hope began to swell inside of her. If someone was there, they could tell her which way to go. They could help her get off this tangled forest road and back where she belonged. Maybe they even had some super sleuth outdoorsy way to contact someone for help. Goldie didn't dare drive as far as there. Knowing her luck, she'd lose sight of the cabin the instant she tried moving her truck. Instead, she retrieved her bag, lobbed it over her shoulder, and began the trudge through the brush. Despite the chill and the fading light, the air smelled amazing. Fresh pine and clean dirt, reminding her of home. Twigs cracked beneath her feet. She did her best to keep her eyes on the cabin ahead of her, using her cell as a flashlight in the darker places where the latticed trees above provided a little too much cover. "Phew," she said, as she approached the cabin's door. It was a single-level structure, Lincoln logs blown life-size, with a slanted roof and an awning over the door. Not the kind of getaway most families would use, more like a rustic, romantic escape, tucked away like a secret. She bit her lip and knocked. There was no answer. Goldie sighed and stared at the last dregs of amber light sinking behind the horizon. Fade, fade, fade. She had the weirdest urge to reach her hand toward the light like a dying heroine in a movie. Like that would do any good. Within moments, she was surrounded by darkness. "Well, that's just great," she mumbled. Leave it to her to not only get lost on the road, but then leave that road and get lost in the woods to boot. Chirruping noises came from the trees, accompanied by the occasional scuffle of some kind of critter that could undoubtedly see her, even if she couldn't see it. She knocked again, pounding her fist on the door. "Hello? Anyone in there?" The dead cabin windows stared at her in reply. Goldie plopped down her bag on the wooden planks serving as a porch. She trumped to the window and peered inside. Through a small crack in the curtain, she saw more blackness. Perfect. Just perfect. Little Miss No Luck stuck out here in the woods in the dark. She checked her cell again, but there was exactly the same zero service there'd been the last time she tried. Even if she did have service, her aunt had only given her an address and an email. No number. "I can't stand around here all night," she mused, feeling the very depths of hopelessness. As far as she could tell, she had two options. She could attempt to make it back to her truck, but that could only make things worse than they already were if she got lost again. Or she could rough it out here in the cold air. Slinking against the porch with her arms folded, she was too afraid to sleep for fear of who knew what lived out here. She hadn't heard a wolf howl yet, thank you very much, Pocahontas. But she didn't want to discount the fact that there could be very silent, very hungry wolves stalking her right this second. There was only one thing for it. Great. Using the dwindling battery life on her phone, she shined a light toward the door once more. She reached for the handle. It didn't budge. Fighting away despair, she reached again, clicking down the latch, jiggling it, ramming her shoulder in for good measure. The shoulder was the trick. The door swung open. Chapter 2. The farther Adrian drove, following turns through Montana's mountainous terrain, the deeper his dread grew. His family's cabin was the last place he wanted to be. Bad memories, conversations, experiences he'd suppressed for years were perking their annoying heads at the sight of every new tree. To anyone else, he was sure the view was spectacular, but to Adrian it was only arguments and disappointments that had caused him to leave in the first place. Adrian slowed down at the next bend. He didn't need any kind of direction to tell him he was getting closer. Even though it had been years since he'd been to the cabin, the way there was instinctive. It surprised him after all this time, but the truth was he could probably find it in his sleep. The road widened momentarily, allowing space for a small white Toyota pulled off to the side. It was abandoned from the look of things, unless someone was having some car trouble. Adrian slowed, pulling to a stop beside it, and glanced around. No owner stood nearby. No hood gaped open or other sign of need. In fact, there wasn't anyone in sight. Probably just a sightseer, he decided. Or maybe some hikers. This particular route was popular with off-roaders and even mountain bikers, too. It was completely possible they'd hauled their bikes from the truck bed and were out enjoying the scenery. Shrugging it off, Adrian pulled forward and followed the hidden curve in the trees, so often missed by passers-by. The road turned from pavement to dirt, and he settled in for the bumpy jaunt that would lead to his least favorite place in the whole world. The Hummer he'd rented took to the road better than he expected. An SUV wasn't typically the kind of car he drove, but he liked its military style, its abundant storage and comfortable seating so much he was thinking of buying one to add to his collection once he got back to Chicago. Lofty and solemn, the cabin came into view through a break in the trees. The exposed logs were stacked perfectly, stained golden and glowing in the morning sun. Something hitched in his chest, but he did his best to disregard it. He was here to find his dad's lockbox. That was it. Then he was heading back down as quickly as the speed limit and mountain switchbacks allowed. Not only was the fundraiser creeping ever closer that evening, a fundraiser his mother insisted he secure a date for, but his flight home was scheduled the next morning. He needed to find that lockbox. Adrian parked the cobalt blue Hummer, killed the ignition, and stepped out. The morning forest air was crisp, fresh with the hint of pine and the promise of seclusion. At least there was that. He craned his neck and received a satisfying creak. His leg muscles thanked him for letting them straighten after being bent for the last hour. The cabin greeted him, an unexpected guest, offering its porch and staring without judgment. Adrian stood for several moments, staring back. That was different. He didn't remember it being quite so welcoming. Maybe it was because his father was gone now. After all, it wasn't really the cabin's fault for the bad memories. It had just been his father's laser-like way of asking uncomfortable questions, backing him into proverbial corners, while slathering on his paternal disappointment. Dad had never seemed to grasp the real point behind family vacations. Who needed a getaway to enjoy time together? He'd seen them as another opportunity to lambaste Adrian about all the ways he'd disappointed him. This, at least, was no vacation. Adrian was here only to search. He hoped that the lockbox was stashed in one of the cupboards or cabinets, and then he would be on his way, back to the life to which he belonged. Birds serenaded him high up in the treetops. Wildflowers waved and danced in the cool breeze. Twigs and brush crackled beneath his feet as he made his way to the door. He reached for the handle and paused. There was a strand of green ribbon stuck in the jam. How had that gotten there? His senses went into instant high alert. His brothers and Mom were all waiting at the ranch. Who else would be here? Had someone broken in? He knew how perfectly kempt his father had ordered things here, what with even hiring an agency willing to travel this far out for the weekly upkeep. Would he find it trashed inside? Wishing he had some kind of weapon on his person, Adrian pried the door open and braced himself for the worst. The cabin appeared as it always did. The kitchen, with its updated and polished granite countertops and oak cabinets, greeted him. The living area was to the right, with its plaid couches, shelves staged as though in preparation for the family to drop by at any time, and a vacant fireplace stocked with logs on the brick hearth. After a moment of indecision, he opted for leaving the door open. Dusty footprints trailed from the door, leading to the nearest armchair where a purple duffel bag sat like a lump. Someone was definitely here. "Hello?" Adrian called out, and made his way down the familiar archway separating the living area from the bedrooms at the back. He peered into the room his parents had usually taken, but the large bed appeared made up and untouched. The room where his brothers had slept was also empty, the bunk beds vacant and seamlessly made. Steeling his chest, Adrian pushed toward the remaining room, the one he'd always claimed. Like the other beds had been, this queen size was perfectly made, as though its occupant had just stepped out for the day. But unlike the others, this bed, his bed, held a single occupant. A sleeping woman whose golden blonde hair was draping from the mattress's edge. Her face was striking. Long lashes dusted her high cheekbones. Her lips were parted slightly, and a single hand rested on her collarbone, while the other held what looked like a coat over her. She'd slept in her shoes. Adrian was dumbfounded. Who in the world was this? If he didn't know any better, he might have thought Jordan had brought her, but she was no teenager, and both of his brothers had stayed at the ranch at his own request. He peered around for some hint, as though the answer would jump out of the curved, exposed logs making up the interior walls and bite him. There had only been the one duffel bag. Only the woman. Suspicion crept through him. Not many people knew about this cabin. How did she? Did she somehow know about his father's missing lockbox? He crossed his arms over his chest. The woman inhaled, releasing an alluring moan before rolling to her side. Adrian debated between watching her sleep, which was becoming too big of a distraction, and waking her up to find out who she was. He decided to go with the last option and cleared his throat. Excuse me? He nearly marched over, but she didn't need the fright of waking to find a man looming over her. He wasn't some psycho. He opted for returning to the doorway. Miss? He tried again. Her arms stretched above her head. The coat serving as a makeshift blanket slipped, and she blearily blinked sleep out of her eyes. Her voice was sweet and sleepy. She sat up, arching her back like a cat to stretch her hands to her feet, when realization struck her like a plank over the head. This time her blink wasn't a hazy one. It was startled. Her brow furrowed. Her body froze. She took in the plaid curtains blocking the windows, the wooden shelves staged with books, the empty fireplace. And then her gaze slowly climbed from Adrian's designer shoes and up to his face. She was pretty, with wide, shocked eyes, a heart-shaped face, and a mouth hanging open in embarrassment. The temperature in the room went up a few clicks, but he did his best to keep his face expressionless. "Oh my gosh," she said, scrambling to her feet and clamping both hands on her tangled hair, which, he had to admit, made her all the more appealing. There was something about seeing a woman unkempt like that, in a perfect kind of way. It made her seem more real and less like a walking magazine image. She hugged her coat to her chest. A green ribbon hung from the zipper. The scrap on the door must have caught on her way into the cabin the night before. "Are you okay?" he asked. She inhaled, still staring around the room. "Yes, I'm so sorry to have imposed. I got lost last night and had no cell service." She patted her pockets in a quiet search before unearthing a phone from her coat in apparent relief. "That white Toyota?" "Is mine. Yes, I'm so sorry. I didn't know what else to do. I saw your cabin just as the sun was setting and thought maybe someone here could help me. But then it got dark and no one was here and I'm sorry. I was only going to stay until morning, I swear." Adrian considered the situation. Logically, letting it slide made no sense. This woman had broken into and slept in his family's cabin. If this were any other instance, he'd be tempted to call the police. But either she was an extremely good actress, or her embarrassment and remorse at getting lost the previous night was genuine. This woman was no burglar. "It's okay," he said. She tucked her hair behind her ear, hugged her coat to her chest, and stared uncomfortably at the rug. Adrian cleared his throat. "I saw your truck out there.
I wondered if you were having some car trouble.
More like navigational trouble. Adrian dipped his fingers in his pocket.
Is there anything I can do to help? Give you directions?
I was trying to make my way to Two Pines. His hometown?
You're about an hour out,
he said. Her eyes widened. An hour? So much for GPS. After an exhale and a glance around the room, she lifted her phone. You wouldn't happen to have a portable charger with you, would you?
Sadly, no. But if you'll allow me a minute or two here, you can follow me when I make my way back into town.
Her face relaxed into overwhelmed surprise. You'd do that? Her enthusiasm was so innocent, it drew a smile from him.
Of course, he said. I'll be headed that direction anyway.
His family didn't live directly in Two Pines, but he had to drive through town to make it back to the ranch. Might as well give her a hand. If she wondered why he'd driven all this way to stay only a minute or two, she didn't say as much. He never would have made such a trip if he hadn't thought the lockbox would be here. After their dad's death, the Bear brothers had been approached by their father's attorney to relay the contents of the family trust. While his brothers had been gifted resources and ownership of their dad's rather substantial properties, Adrian's inheritance had been a single line: the lockbox. When they'd inspected his dad's vault, there was no lockbox. The bank said he'd removed it sometime before, which now left Adrian with the question, where was it? More importantly, what did it contain? Chapter 3. Adrian wasn't sure how to search for the lockbox without this woman noticing. Then again, what did it matter if she knew why he was here? Once he got her to town, he'd probably never see her again.
He
gestured behind him. Right, she said, cottoning on to his meaning. I'll find the bathroom if that's okay. Is there a bathroom?
Down the hall, he said, though I can't guarantee you'll have hot water.
She trailed off in the direction he pointed, and he took advantage of her absence to begin his search. He ducked to peer beneath the bed. Then he rifled through the dresser drawers and among the blankets in the closet. No lockbox. Adrian made his way through the other 2 bedrooms, sweeping through any area he thought the box might have been tucked away in, including the linen closet. Aside from towels, sheets, and a handful of board games, it wasn't there either. He marched out into the sunny kitchen and began ransacking cabinets. The lockbox wasn't likely to be stashed away in there with the bowls and plates, but it didn't hurt to check. One cupboard offered a box of instant oatmeal and several granola bars. Evidence it hadn't been that long since Chase and Kimmy, his brother and sister-in-law, had brought the kids here. Footsteps creaked on the wood behind him, but the woman's growling stomach was louder. Adrian glanced back. She'd managed to comb through and tame her long, golden locks. Most of the women he associated with in the business realm of things had chic, modern styles to their hair, keeping it shoulder length or shorter. This woman allowed hers to hang freely, to cascade down her back. He found himself mesmerized by it, the way he might feel unexpectedly stumbling upon a hidden waterfall.
You hungry?
He asked. She crossed her arms over her stomach. It's nothing. I'm fine. He narrowed his eyes. Stuck on the side of the road late last night, she probably hadn't had anything to eat since whatever dinner she might have had.
Here.
He retrieved a bowl from the cupboard, rinsed it with soap, and dried it before passing it to her. He also turned to retrieve the strawberry-flavored oatmeal and offered it.
It's not much, but it will tide you over until we get back to town. You can use the microwave to heat up your water if you want.
He gestured to the amenity on the counter. His dad had taken great pains to ensure the cabin was furnished with electricity and indoor plumbing. Might as well use it. The woman paused before giving in. She filled the bowl with water, placed it in the microwave, and 60 or so seconds later retrieved it and emptied a few packets to be stirred in. You must come up here a lot if you leave food here, she said.
That was probably my brother's. He brings his family here. I haven't been here in years.
She swirled the bowl's contents with a spoon and settled onto the nearest chair at the dining table. Then whatever you're looking for has been missing for a while, I take it. Adrian stiffened. He'd hoped she wouldn't pry. He wasn't ready to talk about his late father with anyone, beautiful stranger or no.
Something like that.
She took a bite of the oatmeal. My name is Goldie, by the way. Goldie Bybanks. Adrian paused in his search of the cupboards, crossed to her and offered his hand.
Adrian Bear.
She slid her smaller hand into his. A rush coursed through him at the touch of her soft skin. She was attractive, there was no denying it. For a moment, he considered asking her to the fundraiser that evening. Anyone would be better than Danica Foster, the woman his mom wanted him to take. Goldie ate in silence as Adrian finished searching the cabinets and shelves, along with the closet space where blankets, fishing poles, ropes, knives, a roll of garbage bags, a first aid kit, fire starters, and other necessities were kept stocked. There was still no sign of a small gray lockbox. What are you looking for? Goldie stood at the sink, rinsing her dish. That hadn't taken her long. She must really have been hungry.
Something my father left for me.
Adrian hoped it was enough of an answer. He preferred not to leave any openings for continual questions. Oh, she said, making her way to the living room off from the kitchen. Adrian joined her, ready to tackle the cabinets there. This was the last space in the cabin. If that lockbox wasn't in here, it wasn't anywhere. You said you haven't been here in years? If I had a place like this... She lifted her bag from the chair and settled herself into it. It was Adrian's chair, really. The place that had been designated for him so long ago. The place he'd sat when his dad had told him in front of everyone, including Chase's new wife, that it was time he settled down and stopped pursuing dreams. That had been his last time here. His last visit home. Now I think you're the one who's lost, she said. Adrian shook himself out of his stupor of thoughts. He was kneeling in front of the cabinet to the left of the fireplace, not remembering how he'd gotten there. She crouched beside him, examining the oak door as though she discerned something there he didn't. Then she opened it and peered at the books inside. Buried treasure? No, one of the last remaining original copies of Grimm's fairy tales. Ooh, I've got it. Maybe it's your secret stash of lottery tickets. He leaned back on his heels.
What are you doing?
She gripped the edge of the cabinet and shrugged. Trying to guess what you're searching for. Am I close? Adrian couldn't hold back his amusement.
About as close as Jupiter.
Her lips stretched into a smile, displaying perfect teeth.
Your guesses sounded much more interesting than what it actually is.
Glad to hear it. He knew she was curious, but he was relieved she didn't press him. This woman, striking as she was, knew nothing about him, and he knew nothing about her. She was probably just trying to make conversation. He had to admit, part of him wanted to tell her, though he couldn't understand why. Since his father's death, he'd kept things pretty close to the chest, even with his family. Why did he feel like spilling the beans to this stranger? He decided to play it off.
You got me. It's lottery tickets,
he deflected, glancing around and doing his best to ram away his frustration. If it wasn't at the ranch and it wasn't here, where was the blasted thing? Ah, I knew it. Her tone said she didn't, however, and he liked her playful way of brushing it off. Goldie tucked a long strand of hair behind her ear. Her gaze swept across the space as though she was ready to leave. Good. So was he. Adrian gave the place a final once-over.
That'll do it, I think. Ready to go?
As ready as I'll ever be. Bag in hand, she made her way out onto the porch.
What were you doing all the way out here if you're headed to Two Pines?
He asked, closing the door. This time he double-checked the locks to make sure things were secure. It had probably been one of Chase's girls who'd left the door unlocked, though he couldn't say that had been a bad thing necessarily. Goldie had been in need. At least she'd been able to find somewhere safe for the night. It was also fortunate his father had kept the place furnished the way he'd always insisted on. "I've been on a road trip of sorts," she said. The gravel path was too narrow for them to walk side by side. Adrian paused, indicating for her to take the path first. He couldn't help watching her golden hair sway with each of her lilting steps.
That's right,
Adrian said.
You had Wisconsin plates. You moving out here or something?
She lowered her head. "I came out to see my aunt." Adrian's brows rose.
You guys must be close if you came all the way out here to see her.
"I guess." Abruptly, she ended the topic. Her haphazard tone gave him the impression he wasn't the only one keeping things close to the chest. Fair enough. Once he got her back to town, that would be that.
This is me.
Adrian gestured to the blue Hummer with its masculine grille and square frame, as though they were in a parking lot full of other options.
You see your truck from here?
Goldie nodded, glancing in its direction across the trees. Her white Toyota was right where she'd left it, stalwart and loyal. The distance was farther than she'd thought. Had she really trekked that far in the dark? She wasn't sure how to move. A pulsing, grasping hesitation between them gaped, as though neither was sure how to break the awkward silence. She certainly wasn't. With the way his dark hair, jawline dusted with a day's growth, inquisitive hazel eyes and full lips weakened her knees, she was ready to get lost all over again. The morning had been completely off-putting. Then again, this entire trip had been the same way. She had yet to settle into a place where she felt comfortable since she'd left home, though she had to admit, talking to Adrian had soothed her somewhat. He seemed nice, and had gone along with her questions. He'd even offered her breakfast of sorts. "I see it," she said.
I'll meet you there in a few minutes.
He slid on a pair of sunglasses that accented his features and gave him an edge of seriousness. His hair was slicked off to one side, and the whole look made her feel like melted butter. Seriously, had any guy ever affected her like this before?
Then you can just follow me down.
It took her a minute to shake off the effect of the sunglasses and kick her brain back into gear. "Sounds good. Adrian?" He paused on the way to his car and peered over his shoulder. "Thanks, for everything. Not many people would just accept a total stranger breaking into their space and sleeping there. You've been more than generous."
It wasn't a problem,
he said.
I'm only glad you had somewhere safe to sleep.
He fiddled with his key fob for a moment before taking a few steps back in her direction. His returning proximity ratcheted her pulse.
I hope this isn't too forward of me, but can I have your number? That way I can give you a call if we get separated for any reason before I get you where you need to go.
Goldie nibbled her lower lip. Oh, but he was smooth. Why, no, she didn't mind giving her number to this sizzlingly gorgeous, unfamiliar person who'd been completely chill about her breaking and entering, assuming she was able to charge her phone once she made it to her truck.
I promise that's the only reason,
he added with a smirk. I would never have thought otherwise, she teased before reciting her digits to him. Adrian tapped them into his phone, repeating her name as he added her to his contacts. "And yours?" she said.
You need mine?
You've been more than generous to someone you don't even know. I'd like to make it up to you somehow. As a high school English teacher, she didn't have much to spare, but she'd always loved to bake. Once she got to Aunt Bethany's, she could whip up a batch of her drool-worthy chocolate chip cookies and bring some out to him, wherever that was. He waved away the offer.
No need. I'm happy I was able to help.
A twinge of disappointment tingled through her, but she did her best to brush it off. Did he think she would misuse his number if she had it? She supposed he was right to not trust her too much. She had broken into his family's cabin, after all.
Ready?
He said. I'll follow your lead. He inclined his head with a withdrawn little smile. Chapter 4. Goldie followed Adrian's rear lights as closely as she dared, not wanting to lose sight of him for an instant. A peculiar, fluttery burning hadn't stopped in her stomach since their conversation outside his cabin. Who kept something like that stocked and furnished for the possibility they would stop by and use it on the occasional weekend? Most people Goldie knew could barely afford rent for themselves, let alone a secluded cabin. From the state of his family's cabin, the cut of his clothes, and the style of his car, she'd guess Adrian Bear was loaded. She considered slowing down, purposefully getting stuck behind a meandering semi-truck for the sole purpose of forcing him to call her, so she would have his number in her phone. But thought better of it. He was a steady driver, easy to follow. Besides, she didn't want to seem any more helpless than she already did. She wasn't completely incompetent. Her phone began to chime with a number she didn't recognize. Her heart gave a little flip. With trembling fingers, she swiped against the screen. Hello? The answering voice was deeply pleasant and charmingly familiar.
Goldie, it's Adrian. I never asked you specifically where you needed to end up.
She bit her lip. He intended to see her all the way there? Her signal was back again, and she very well could have found her aunt's house on her own from here, but she wasn't about to admit as much. True, she didn't want to seem incompetent, but she had to admit she wanted the excuse to see him a final time. She hadn't been kidding when she said she wanted to do something to make it up to him. And according to one of her students, her cookies were comparable to eternal happiness. Or maybe she could make him some pull-apart monkey bread, the kind drizzled with caramel sauce. She recalled the address from her aunt's email. 321 Columnar Street. That was what she would do. She had his number now. Once she got settled in at her aunt's house, she'd see about taking him something as a thank you gesture. Adrian led the way through the small town that reminded her so much of Baldwin it wasn't funny. There were only a handful of stoplights along Main Street where traffic was probably at its thickest. An Albertsons and small Walmart nestled together alongside a shoe store. Several token fast food restaurants lined the corners, and then the buildings thinned again, making way for homes. Each home was small, many with an old bungalow style, single and squat, with pointed windows and brick porches. One house had a tower on its side, and Goldie longed to knock on the door just for a glimpse of the interior, because that wouldn't be creepy at all. She wondered if her aunt lived in one of these antique homes. Adrian's blinker signaled at the street labeled Columnar, and Goldie's pulse hitched up that much higher. This was worse than going to her class reunion, at which she hadn't lasted longer than 20 minutes. What was so hard about putting herself out there to meet someone new? Especially someone who knew things about her own life that she didn't. His Hummer slowed, its brake lights reddening as it came to a stop. He'd left enough room for her to pull her little Toyota behind him. She took in the small house with blue siding they'd stopped in front of. The yard was well kept, though small. The flower beds were tended and bursting with peonies. Adrian exited his vehicle with both confidence and coolness at once, and strutted his way to her window.
Is this it?
He asked, once she'd rolled it down. Her nerves were beginning to tap dance. I'll find out. Thanks again for everything. She cut the ignition and waved to a couple of neighborhood kids who slowed on their bikes to gawk at her. Any minute now, Adrian would bid her goodbye and be off. Undoubtedly, he had other, better things to do. Instead, he hung back, leaning against his car.
I'll just make sure you're good here, he said. Then I'll be on my way.
She swallowed her nervousness and climbed the walk to the 3 wide steps leading onto the porch, which was enclosed by an iron railing. She hesitated, chock full of uncertainty. But the numbers by the door matched what her aunt had told her. 321 Columnar Street. Goldie had the sudden impulse to turn around, dash to her little truck, and keep on driving. But she couldn't run away from this. There would always be questions. Who was her aunt, really? Why had she waited so long before contacting her? Why had she allowed her mom to keep her a secret from Goldie? Stealing her courage, Goldie hammered the knocker 5 loud, hard times. She waited, dwelling in the moment, in the intense anticipation, and listening for the sound of footsteps within. She peered through the tall windows on either side of the door, but the glass was iced, designed to let light in and keep snoopers out. That was unfortunate. She so wanted to snoop. Goldie wasn't sure how many minutes passed before she tried knocking again. Footsteps came this time, not from inside, but from behind her.
"No one here?"
Adrian asked. She chewed her lip. Fear was beginning to overtake her. Her mother's cynical voice clanged in her head. What had she gotten herself into? She'd taken off of work, followed the breadcrumbs, only to find there was no Candy Cottage at the end of the road. The last thing she wanted to do was call her mom and admit she'd been right, that Goldie should have ignored the letter and stayed in Wisconsin. I guess not. I'll try again later. Even though she couldn't see his eyes through his reflective sunglasses, she could feel him watching her. His forehead furrowed.
"What are you going to do? Just wait here?"
She shrugged. There were worse things. I guess so. He ran a hand behind his neck.
"Look, I've got to get going."
She fought the sting of disappointment. Honestly, what did she expect him to do? They were strangers. Goldie hoped her smile was passable. Please, don't neglect your day on my account. I'm really grateful for your help, Adrian. I'm sure my aunt will be back soon. I'll just wait here. Or I might bebop over to that strip mall we passed. I love a good mall. He didn't immediately reply. She could sense him thinking things over. Suddenly, she wished he would leave. She felt like such an idiot. First from getting lost on the mountain, then breaking into his cabin only to have him find her sleeping there. Now to have no verifiable evidence that what she'd claimed was even true. For all he knew, she was a huge, compulsive liar and had made up the address on a whim. Her throat tightened. I'll be fine. You go ahead. Thanks for everything you've done. She had a portfolio filled with her students' papers that she needed to grade before she returned. She could probably just camp out on the porch and pull those out. Sure, camp out on the porch of a stranger's house to grade papers on the off chance her aunt, for one, lived here, and for two, was coming back sometime soon. What was she thinking? He turned toward his car, then hesitated, turning back to her.
"I feel really weird leaving you on your own. You don't have a number for your aunt?"
She left me an email address.
"That's not going to do you much good once the sun goes down."
Is there a hotel nearby? She couldn't exactly afford to stay in a hotel, not with what the trip had already cost her. He kicked at the sidewalk.
"There is, but with the fundraiser tonight, my guess is it's probably already booked."
Fundraiser? He peered across the street.
"It's held every year to help support the town. It's put on by my father's company. He did it to support the local community, and my mom wanted to make sure this year's is the best one yet. Many of my father's benefactors come from all over the country to support it, since he's done so much to help others."
His father's benefactors? From across the country? She would never have guessed that, not in a town this size. What does it raise money for? She asked.
"Whatever the community needs. Help the schools, the homeless. One year we used the proceeds to build a new park."
That sounds nice. It still didn't help the problem that she needed somewhere to stay. Adrian must have read as much in her tone. He tucked his hands into his jeans pockets.
"Would you like to come with me to the ranch?"
The cement vanished from beneath her feet. What?
"My family owns a bed and breakfast here in Two Pines. Well, just outside of town, actually. There's plenty of space for you, and you can stay until you hear from your aunt."
Goldie couldn't believe this. A bed and breakfast? Seriously?
Of course. Rustic Ridge Bed and Breakfast. It's a bit off the beaten path, but that makes it a pretty popular getaway.
Goldie lifted her phone, fully charged once more thanks to her car charger, and did a quick search. The website popped up almost immediately. From the look of things, it was rustic, and, located in Montana. Matthew Bear, proprietor. Goldie wondered if that was Adrian's father's name. A bed and breakfast sounded much better than settling in on this seemingly random porch for who knew how long. She lowered her phone. I don't want to impose.
Not an imposition at all. I'm sure we still have space, since we're not as convenient to the fundraiser's location as the regular hotel is. Though I can't say this is completely selfless.
Goldie watched him. Oh?
The fundraiser is tonight, and I need a date.
Goldie's pulse kicked. Did he just say the word date? I hope you don't take this the wrong way, but why me? You don't even know me.
Intuition, maybe, he said with a shrug. I don't know. I get feelings about things, about people. Take the stock market, for example. I follow my gut when it comes to taking action. The same feeling I get telling me to buy or sell is telling me now not to leave you in a new town without anywhere to go.
That's not intuition, she said. That's just good manners and talent. He shrugged.
Call it what you will. What do you say? We'll be going with my brother and his wife, if that's okay. My mom wanted to set me up with someone, but the town is small and...
It has a long memory, she guessed.
Most of the single women around here are either girls I dated in high school or husband hunters.
And you're not ready to settle down, I take it. He glanced away.
Not here, at least.
Goldie decided not to ask what he meant by that. She thought through his offer. A bed and breakfast sounded nice, at least until she contacted her aunt. The date couldn't be anything more than a one-time thing anyway. She couldn't get into a relationship right now, not when she was dealing with her mom's deceptions. She couldn't risk opening her heart up to anyone. Were people ever honest? Still, Adrian had helped her, more than she ever thought he would. He was giving her a solution, and it wasn't like spending more time in his company would be painful. She wasn't sure what to wear to this fundraiser, but hopefully dressy casual would suffice. As long as I'll be doing you a favor, then yes, I accept. Thank you. He gave her the kind of smile meant for blushful encounters and melting knees. She'd pleased him by accepting, and the thought sent tingles into her low belly.
Excellent, he said. If you want to follow me, or I can text you the address.
Goldie glanced at her aunt's house a final time. Should she wait a little while longer? She wasn't sure she was ready to leave. Aunt Bethany could have slipped away to the store, or she hadn't yet gotten off work or something. Hang on, Goldie said. She opened the email icon on her phone and tapped reply to the email she'd sent before she'd left Wisconsin. Aunt Bethany, surprise, I'm in Two Pines. I stopped by the address you gave me, but you weren't home. I'll be staying with a... Her fingers hesitated. She glanced at Adrian, whose attention was still on the street. A friend, so please give me a call or reply to this email when you get the chance. Looking forward to meeting you. Goldie. She added her phone number in for good measure, tapped send, and then tucked her phone into her pocket. Okay, I'm good. He made his way to the Hummer and she climbed into her truck, ready to follow him home. Oh, goodness. Home. She was going home with Adrian. Goldie's nerves crackled like wet pop rocks. She hadn't been sure what to expect since she'd left Baldwin. See the sights, meet her aunt, sure. A good-looking Hummer driver hadn't been anywhere in the vicinity of her expectations, let alone going on a date with him. Yet here she was, not only going on a date with him, but following him out to his family's rural, romantic bed and breakfast. What was she thinking? She hadn't dated anyone since Tyler Hart, and that breakup from his possessive nature had come 2 years too late. One date doesn't equal dating,
she told herself as she turned her wheel and followed him, for the second time, through the small town. Caught in an internal debate, Goldie gripped her phone with one hand. She'd missed a call from her mom, but she wasn't ready for that conversation yet. She didn't want to admit she'd driven all this way only to greet a closed door. Her mom was too big a fan of "I told you so." Goldie asked Siri to dial Sadie's number instead. They'd been roommates for the last 3 years since Goldie had finished her degree and started teaching at the local high school. She'd really wanted a job a little farther away from home, but at the time, the idea of leaving her hometown was too frightening, if she was being honest. Look at me now, she thought. Sadie's exuberance nearly blasted out her eardrums. "It's about time you called. I was worried when I didn't hear from you yesterday." Adrian took a left and Goldie followed. "Yeah, I got a little sidetracked." "That doesn't sound good." Goldie explained everything, from her phone's GPS going haywire and leading her completely off track, to finding Adrian's cabin, to not finding her aunt, and being invited home with him. There was a huge pause on the other end. Goldie was starting to wonder whether or not Sadie had heard her. "You're going to some hot guy's ranch." "A bed and breakfast, actually. His name is Adrian Bear, and I guess his family runs it. It'll be harmless." "You can't be serious." "He's nice, Sadie." "That's what women thought about Ted Bundy, too, and look what happened to them." Goldie laughed. "I doubt he's a serial killer. He's been helping me find my way around. I'd probably be lost all over again if it wasn't for him." Sadie released another strained noise. "How many people does that happen to? Travel to a distant land and be rescued by an alluring stranger?" "You watch too many movies." "You can never watch too many movies," Sadie argued. "What about your aunt? She didn't give you any kind of number?" Adrian and Goldie were caught at a red light beside a car wash and a Subway restaurant. A brick sank into Goldie's stomach. "Nope, nothing. I have her email. I already sent her a note, but I can send another when we get there." "Call me the minute you arrive. And maybe you should call your mom." Considering the last encounter she'd had with her mom, she was the last person Goldie wanted to speak with. J.C. Bybanks had demanded Goldie give her the letter to burn it, to let the past die. Goldie had refused and had stormed back. Well, she'd driven, though she felt like storming, to her apartment. She'd answered her mom's follow-up calls a grand total of once, only to find out her mom had called not to answer her questions, but to inform her she was on her way over to destroy that letter. Goldie hadn't hesitated. She'd packed, asked Sadie to feed her fish, and headed out. "Not a chance," Goldie said. "My mom didn't want me going in the first place. I'm not about to let her know I'm out here up a creek without a paddle." Not when her mother had kept such a huge secret from Goldie her entire life. Goldie knew she should be mature about things and let it go, but it was eating at her. Why wouldn't her mother have told her she had a sister? What did her mom have to hide? "Okay, then. Don't get too cozy with that Adrian of yours. You know how snuggly bears can be." Goldie released a little laugh and ended the call as she followed Adrian toward what appeared to be the edge of town. She didn't know about bears and their snuggle factor. The stuffed ones maybe, but real bears? They were usually cause for turning and running in whatever direction the bear wasn't. But the prospect of more time with Adrian at his ranch, now that was intriguing. Was snuggling a possibility? It lit a spark in her stomach. She wasn't blind to the way he looked at her. What if he did intend to pursue anything with her? Would she let him? Or would this all result in regret that she'd ever stumbled across his cabin in the first place? Chapter 5. Adrian checked his rearview mirror to make sure Goldie was still behind him. Her small Toyota flashed its blinker, copying his. He exhaled. Nothing like taking a perfect stranger to the fundraiser. It wouldn't be a blind date, necessarily, not when he knew who was going. just blind in the sense he knew pretty much nothing about her. Oh well, this was an opportunity to get to know Goldie better, that was all, and to dodge a Danica-shaped bullet. At least Goldie trusted him enough to take this chance with him. He'd wondered what she'd thought of his offers of help. He was only being decent, nothing more. Or so he told himself. It had nothing to do with the fact that her hair draped down her back like thick silk, or that he'd wanted to ease the flashes of worry in her beautiful brown eyes. The fundraiser was in honor of his late father, after all, and his mom was the one who had insisted Adrian couldn't show up dateless, not when it was black tie. Adrian considered the dating pool within Two Pines' 15,000 population. The swimming was shallow, to say the least. His mom had repeatedly suggested he ask Danica Foster to accompany him, but he'd wanted to go with her about as badly as a man wants to slit his wrists and do push-ups in salt water. Now it was one less phone call he had to make. Goldie would be the perfect date for him. No one knew her. For all the townspeople would think, he'd met her in Chicago. She could be the perfect excuse for him to escape once the necessaries were over. However, he couldn't believe he'd invited her to stay at the bed and breakfast. The logic within him reminded him it wasn't crazy or unconventional to invite a beautiful but complete stranger to his family's home. It was new business, that was all. Except he couldn't allow himself to think of her that way. He'd meant what he'd told her. He had a gut instinct about investments. It was what had helped him rise to the top as quickly as he had, and the reason his bank account had continued to accumulate zeros. The same gripping instinct had flared as he'd stood beside her. Regardless of what Goldie had said, it had been intuition. He'd pushed through business school with the veracity of a tycoon, not waiting to apply what he'd learned until school was finished, unlike so many others in his program. He'd invested money inherited from his grandfather and started studying stocks. One good play led to another. The risk was a rush, and it only took another 10 years until he welcomed himself into the 3 Comma Club. This was no different in its own bizarre way. Something inside of him had told him not to let her go, which meant he had a few other things that needed to be ironed out before the fundraiser that evening. Adrian told his phone to call his assistant's number. His assistant picked up on the second ring. "Hey, boss."
"Rita, how are you?"
"Fine, sir. Your jet is all ready to go for the morning. I've arranged for a car to meet you at the airfield when you get in. Hamlin Brothers called. Mr. Hamlin would like to meet with you about the quarter score deal, perhaps over lunch tomorrow."
"That all sounds amazing, Rita, but I'm afraid I have some bad news."
A pause. "You aren't coming back tomorrow, are you, sir?" Regret pinched at him. Between the funeral, the emotional meltdown his mom had had when she'd found out how quickly he'd been planning on leaving, and the revelation that his father's will and trust had been released, this was the 4th time he'd had to put his assistant off from the original plans he'd given her.
"No, I'm not. Sorry you went through all that trouble. Please cancel my appointments and delay my flight."
"Do you have a different date you'd like me to set it for?" Adrian paused, considering. His mom would be tickled pink that he, yet again, wasn't leaving. She'd managed to convince him to stay plenty of times since the funeral, what with guilt-tripping him over leaving her so soon, and enticing him with the will and trust being read. His mother had no other hold over him now, not once this fundraiser was over. Irrational as the notion was, he didn't think he could invite Goldie to stay at his family's ranch and then abandon her. He also couldn't leave when he hadn't found the lockbox. He'd been so sure it would have been stashed away at the cabin somewhere. Where had his dad left it?
"Just hold off on the flight, Rita."
"Will do, sir. Just let me know and I'll get everything lined up for you."
"I appreciate that,"
he said. There was another pause. Usually, Rita ended calls with punctuality. She was all business, and he liked that about her.
"Am I missing anything?"
"I also expect a bonus for every cancellation you've had me make the past few weeks." He grinned at her facetious tone.
Undoubtedly, it wasn't boding well for his reputation, but he wasn't sure what else he could do. They both knew he paid her well enough, though. She really was an amazing assistant, a good sport about things.
I'll be sure to bring you a lollipop.
She chuckled. Have a good day, sir.
You too. Thanks, Rita.
Adrian hung up as he veered toward the outskirts of town. He peered in his rearview mirror, making sure Goldie's white truck was in view. She was tailing right behind him. The sight gave his heart a little hiccup. The other reason he hadn't wanted to leave Goldie on some random front step had been sheer sympathy. He'd believed her when she'd claimed to be lost. Then, when she'd rung the doorbell at the address she'd given him when no one answered, she'd seemed completely alone. Adrian could tell she'd been trying to hide how hurt she was. When she'd turned around, genuine disappointment had streaked across her face. His heart had gone out to her, foolish as that might seem. His mom couldn't fault him for not wanting to abandon a woman in need. Oh, shoot. His mom! Adrian dialed her number as he turned toward the dirt road which would eventually lead to Rustic Ridge.
Mom, hey.
You're back, she said. He hadn't told her why he'd gone up to the cabin, and she didn't ask. Perfect. Did you call Danica? I spoke with her mother not long ago. She thought Danny was available and would be so pleased to be asked by you. The girl has been waiting for a phone call since you returned to town. I've always thought you two were perfect together. I'll never understand why you ended things. This was a conversation they'd had one too many times.
Mom, I've met someone. I'm bringing her home with me.
A silent pause filled the other end of the line.
Mom?
You know how I feel about these pranks you and your brothers like to play.
It's not a prank. She's great. We're headed there now, actually. I thought you might want a heads up.
You can't get out of the fundraiser tonight, Adrian. Danica is a lovely girl. Why don't you just call her? Give her another chance, sweetie. Maybe this time things will work out between you two. He'd given that relationship as much resuscitation as he'd ever hoped. Sure, they'd tried. The entire town thought he and Danica would wind up married once they'd graduated high school. It had been one of the many lectures his father had given him, to take care not to go around breaking hearts. They'd gotten back together again after he'd finished business school, but she'd wanted to stay in Two Pines and had absolutely refused to move to Chicago, where he needed to be for his budding business. You can just do that here, Danica had insisted. She'd sounded so much like his father, it was like a puncture. All at once, the path with her opened up before him in a way it never had. He'd seen exactly what would have happened had he done what was expected. Married her, settled down, given up on his dreams. If she'd been the right one, the decision to end things wouldn't have been so easy to make. So he'd made it without question, and he'd never looked back since. He wasn't about to go opening that can of worms again. He didn't want to give Danica false hope.
I'm serious,
Adrian said.
Her name is Goldie. She's coming home with me as we speak.
You make her sound like a stray dog. It's not a dog, is it? You know how I feel about that. We've already got your dad's lab. We don't need another one around here.
Mom,
he said, trying not to get exasperated.
I told you this is for real. She's a person.
Are you two dating?
Yes, we are.
He cringed at the lie, but he wanted his mom to take him seriously since the truth obviously wasn't doing it. He almost laughed at the irony. He wasn't sure how to get his mom to believe he was blowing Danica off for a total stranger, though, or why he was vying for said stranger to have a room at their B&B. On top of that, he couldn't exactly tell her how he and Goldie had met. He hadn't wanted to call the police over Goldie's breaking and entering, but he wouldn't put it past his mother.
Please, tell me you have a room for her.
Something he should have checked before he made the offer to her, but still. His mom's tone was cautious. What did you say her name was?
Goldie.
Goldie, like the actress?
Like the actress.
She's blonde, too, isn't she? Adrian laughed.
I guess you'll see when we get there.
A nugget of guilt wriggled into his stomach. He didn't mean to lie, but he didn't want to pull it back now, not when she'd thought he'd been teasing her. Maybe he could work something out with Goldie, to see if she would agree to be his girlfriend while she was here. It would make things easier for him, at least. Maybe it would help her, too, depending on her situation. His mom sighed loud and long. "Danica will be disappointed," she said in a sing-song kind of guilt-tripping way.
She'll get over it, I'm sure.
After hesitating, his mom said, "A few rooms are available."
Thanks, Mom. We'll be there soon.
He turned the corner, passing fields on either side of him, and fighting away the pessimism this sight always instilled in him. The dilemma inside him was such an oxymoron. He'd felt more sequestered and caged within these open fields than any cubicle in his life in Chicago. It was Murphy's Law, he supposed, to have something get in his way every time he tried to return to his business, to where he really wanted to be. The sight of Goldie's truck in his rearview mirror held a small dose of comfort, though. This was the first time he could remember not completely dreading the return trip home. Now he just had to present the whole girlfriend thing to her. Chapter 6. Goldie attempted to drive and keep her eyes on the road, and Adrian's taillights, all while bending lower over her steering wheel for a better look at the amazing view. Everywhere she gazed was open fields and grassland. A mountain rose up in the distance, and she suspected it had been the one to hold her hostage the night before. She'd seen the Horse Whisperer. She knew just how far spread Montana's rural land was, but it was always different thinking she knew how something should look based on a movie and seeing it for herself. She couldn't get over the lack of trees. There were trees clustered at every turn back home. This was nothing but vast, open space, allowing the sky to dominate and spread its cloak far and wide. It took her breath away. Ahead of her, Adrian veered onto another dirt road flanked by a tall sign dubbing the area as Rustic Ridge Ranch, bed and breakfast and horseback rides. The driveway was a long one, bumping and jostling as she shadowed behind him to a large, beautiful home that put the sophisticated cabin in the woods to shame. 2 levels high, with exposed logs and green shutters, it was rustic posh to the max. A large, long barn was located several hundred feet away, separated from the main house with corrals and pens for animals. Several horses grazed within one of the adjacent pens, bending to sniff the patches of grass at their hooves. A handful of cars took up space in the gravel parking lot off from the main house. Goldie knew she should be leery about trotting off and following a complete stranger home, but something inside of her had offered a comforting nudge. While fear had trickled in during the drive out here, she was glad she'd come. This place was incredible, much better than the natty hotel they'd passed. Her stomach twisted at the comparison. The hotel might have been a little more affordable. This, though, this ranch was so charming and inviting it must cost a fortune. She would have to put the reservation here on credit and then take the next 1,000 years to pay it off. Just for one night, she told herself. Aunt Bethany would get back to her by tomorrow for sure. She exited and found herself filled with amazement. The air smelled sweet, like hay and honeysuckle. Birds chirruped in the trees lining the left side of the driveway. A wraparound porch hugged the front and sides of the main house. Flower boxes were exploding with tulips and pansies. Daffodils dotted the beds in front of the hugging porch, and the sense of being rooted settled straight into her. Her house back in Baldwin had never felt like this, like she wanted to dig a hole, plant herself in it, and never leave. It was picturesque and more fairy-tale-like than anywhere she'd ever visited. It had a back-in-time, settle-in kind of feel. Adrian slammed his car door shut, jolting her out of her daydream. She jumped a little inside at the sight of him. Yep, she could get used to a view like him, too. He really was good-looking, with the casual swatch of his hair sweeping to one side, the shape of him in his jeans, and the way his shirt spread tight across his shoulders.
"This is it," he said.
This is seriously the most incredible place I've ever seen. A shrug.
"It's all right, I guess. Shall we? The reception desk is just inside."
Goldie was ready to retort, all right? All right? How could anyone with eyes look at this place and classify it as just all right? The interior was staged like something from the Parade of Homes. Cozy and homey, it idealized the rustic part of its namesake. Cowboy hats hung above doorways. Muted colors of green and brown were in every fabric, and sage and wheat filled up vases on tabletops. Exposed wooden beams stretched overhead, while a stone-clad fireplace and chimney climbed up the wall where leather couches welcomed visitors to sit. The open area also hosted a collection of round wooden tables, where a few people were sitting with coffee mugs. Massive windows also displayed an exquisite view of the surrounding land. "There you are!" A middle-aged woman with dark hair cut to a stylish A-line scampered toward Adrian, trailed by a chocolate Labrador. The dog seemed much happier to see Goldie than the woman did. Adrian stopped at the reception desk, where a teenaged version of himself sat staring at his phone.
"Goldie,"
Adrian said, gesturing.
"this is my mom, Sylvia Bear. Mom, this is Goldie Bybanks. She's my friend."
Goldie's stomach cinched. Could people who'd only met hours ago be friends this soon? She supposed so, considering the phrasing she'd used in her email. She warmed at the implication. He'd called her his friend. "Pleasure to meet you," said Sylvia, though the words were nicer than her expression. Adrian slapped the reception desk, yanking the boy's attention from his phone.
"And this is my little brother Jordan."
"Hi," Goldie said with a timid wave. The good-looking teenager blinked a few times before giving her a robotic wave.
"She needs a room, Jordan. Mom said we have something available."
Jordan set his phone on the desk and focused on the laptop before him. Adrian stepped away to speak with his mother, leaving Goldie to ruminate. Doubt began to waft through her. What was she doing? She couldn't afford to stay at a place like this. Not with these unfamiliars and their mother who kept glaring at her with all the pleasantness of a threatened raccoon. Maybe Aunt Bethany was home now. If only she'd given Goldie her number. Goldie was 10 seconds from withdrawing when Jordan said,
"Here we go, room 4.
He pronounced a fee that would have covered 2 weeks' worth of groceries.
"Credit or debit?"
Goldie was grateful Adrian wasn't close enough to witness her humiliation. "Credit," she said, handing him her card. Whatever his conversation with his mom entailed, Mrs. Bear didn't seem too happy about it. Their glances kept shifting in Goldie's direction. Just one night, she told herself again, pushing down the nausea at spending so much money. Jordan returned her card, along with a good old-fashioned key. Every other hotel Goldie had stayed at used plastic cards, but this was a legitimate, dangling key.
"You're up there,"
he said, pointing toward the stairs.
"Second door on the left."
"Thank you." Adrian returned his attention to her, acting more chipper than he had earlier. Was he that happy to be home?
"Here, honey, you don't need to worry about that. Jordan, whatever you just charged her, cancel it. She's my guest."
Did he just call her honey? Not charge her for the room? Was he serious? "That's really not necessary," Goldie argued. But Adrian bent for her bag, as confusion from what he'd said rankled her.
"I insist,"
he said, adding a wink. What was with the winking? He was bounding up the stairs before she got the chance to ask, and she was hot on his heels, eager for an explanation. "What was that about?" she asked, rushing to catch up to him. Adrian glanced behind her but didn't slow his pace. She didn't fail to notice the patch of red in his cheeks.
"Here we are, room 4.
He waited for her to unlock the door, followed her in, and then closed it behind him. Goldie's eyes widened, her senses pitching into high alert. Had she made a mistake trusting him? What about the warm feelings she'd had? "What are you doing?" she asked. Her conversation with Sadie may not have been that far-fetched, though she seriously doubted he would try anything. He seemed too classy, too put together to ruin his own life or hers like that. But what if she was wrong? Adrian set her bag on the bed and faced her, running a hand through his dark hair.
Sorry about that. I wanted to talk to you about tonight.
"By calling me honey?" He cleared his throat.
Right. Again, sorry. My mom is under the impression I need to marry a girl I used to date. I told her I was going with you to the fundraiser tonight, and since my mom can't believe I'm picking an outsider over Danica, I may have given her the impression you and I didn't just barely meet.
"You what?"
I wanted to talk to you about it, though, he said, holding out a hand.
"Seems like it's a little late for that. You called me honey."
I'm sorry, he said. I know I should have said something sooner, called you or something and explained. But I didn't want to tell her I caught you sleeping in our fishing cabin, and in the moment I wasn't sure what else to do. I didn't really think things through.
Chagrined, Goldie ducked her head. He did have a point there. He'd been gracious enough not to press charges, and he'd helped her find her way into town. If it hadn't been for her, he wouldn't have been put in the situation in the first place.
How about it?
He asked, resting a hand on the back of the nearby chair.
Want to be my fake girlfriend while you're in town? At least until either you or I go back home?
She frowned. "I thought this was your home."
Not anymore, he said. I'm just visiting.
If that was the case, she was curious where he was from. She decided not to ask. "I have about a week here in Two Pines," she said. "And if I get a hold of my aunt, I'd like to stay with her."
Works for me, he said. Does it work for you?
Goldie pressed her lips together. This was getting more and more unexpected by the minute. "I've never been a fake girlfriend before. What does that even mean?"
Just spend time with me, he shrugged. Act like you like me.
1,000 things could go wrong, couldn't they? In the moment, she couldn't think of anything. She was going to be here for one night. She'd go to this fundraiser with Adrian, find her aunt, and move on with her life. He'd go to wherever he was from, and she would go home. That would be that. "This feels so weird," she said. He chuckled.
It does for me, too.
Goldie bobbed her head, grateful they were on the same page, at least. After a few more seconds, she exhaled. "I can do that," she said. "You know, be your girlfriend. But I don't like lies." He stepped closer to her, and something inside of her shifted. His closeness made her breath quicken.
Then it won't be a lie. Goldie Bybanks, will you be my girlfriend for a day, possibly a week?
She quirked a brow. "You must really not like this Danica person." Adrian laughed.
Danica is fine. She's just not for me. You, on the other hand, you look absolutely like the kind of woman I want to be my girlfriend for a week.
"And you look like—"
Don't finish that,
he said with a grin. His cheeks held the same pink tinge. He was cute when he blushed. Goldie's lips twisted. Fair enough. She glanced around the room, finally taking in the log head and footboard, the brown and green plaid curtains, the lampstand hugged by a black bear. In fact, there were bears on everything. In the pictures on the walls, even a stuffed bear sitting on the dresser beside a notepad and pencil. Snuggling anyone? Bears?
It's a family joke. Can't have a last name like Bear without having a little fun with it.
Yeah, I can see that. There's not much you can do with a name like Bybanks.
Could be worse, he said.
That's true. The agreement hung between them, making things uncomfortable again, at least for her. Girlfriend? How was she supposed to act around him now? He'd said to act as though she liked him, and she supposed she did like him. Still, exhaustion wore on her. She'd been traveling for days, pent up with the uncertainty about meeting Bethany Harold and finding out the story behind her years-long distance from her family. Add to that the frustration of getting lost, and the disappointment of Aunt Bethany not being there, and Goldie was downright tired. If she had a date later tonight, she wanted to get some rest. The reality of that thought settled in. She had a date tonight. A date with Adrian Bear. Chapter 7. Adrian made his way to the door. He could tell he was making Goldie uncomfortable, and decided it was best to leave before he stuck his foot any further into his mouth.
"The event starts at 7, he said. "That should give you plenty of time to get ready."
"Are you sure about this?" She sank onto the edge of the bed. Her hair was so long it touched the bedspread. He wanted to put her at ease. He had made a bit of a mess of things after his conversation with his mom. It was a good thing Goldie had gone along with the girlfriend suggestion. He'd been worried she'd eat him alive for not discussing it with her first. Danica would have, for sure.
"Positive. You're doing me a favor, remember?"
The fundraiser sounds fancy.
"Is that going to be a problem?"
She glanced at her duffel bag with a hint of exhaustion. She did look tired, but she seemed to be smiling through it. "Not if you're okay with me showing up in jeans." Dang it. Black tie. He'd forgotten she'd need something nice to wear.
"You don't have a dress?"
"I wasn't planning on anything like this," she said. "I was going to hang out with my aunt, sightsee, and kick back in yoga pants." She plucked at her leggings and t-shirt. He'd forgotten she was in the same clothes she'd slept in. The same clothes she'd worn the day before.
"I'm sure my mom can help you find something."
The minute he said the words, he regretted them.
"Because that wouldn't be awkward at all."
Goldie gave off a small laugh, but she stood, reaching for her bag's handle, and lifted it from the bed. "I'm not sure this is going to work. Thanks for the offer, but I'll just make my way back to town. I'll just head back to my aunt's house. Maybe she's back from wherever she went." Adrian sidestepped her before she made it to the door.
"My mom thinks I'm destined to marry Danica. If you go now, you subject me to a night of pretending I have anything in common with her at all."
"As opposed to pretending you have something in common with me?" Goldie suggested. Her eyes flashed with amusement.
"That's just it. I know Danica. I've known her my whole life, and I know exactly how much we have in common. You, though, you're a mystery. You have a life I know nothing about."
Goldie lowered her bag to the floor with what he hoped was submission. He took in the length of her lashes and the way they made her eyes pop. "You say that like you want to know me."
"What if I do?"
He couldn't believe he was saying this. What was it about this woman that made him throw logic out the window? What would she say? Would she give him a chance? Or call him out for the crazy he'd been since he'd met her?
"If you really don't want to be here, I'll stop insisting," he said. "If you want, I'll help you take your bag out to your truck, and we'll leave it at that. No hard feelings, no harm done."
She visibly swallowed. He could tell this was taking her some thought, which meant she had to be feeling something like the way he was. He was curious about her. He was interested in her. He'd never felt this way with a woman he'd just met. Love at first sight had always been laughable to him before, and it wasn't as though he was considering himself in love with her. Nothing like that. It was the undeniable pull she had for him. "A date won't hurt. And I do appreciate not having to pay for a hotel room. This trip has cost me enough as it is." She grimaced, as though chastising herself for admitting as much. He didn't mind that money was tight for her. It was that way for a lot of people, and tacked on another reason he was glad he'd offered to help her out.
"What if we call my sister-in-law about a dress?" he suggested. "Kimmy is great, and she might have something you can wear."
"I'd feel more comfortable with that, thanks."
Just give me a second.
Adrian turned and texted his brother. He wasn't quite sure what to say, so he told him his date was in from out of town and needed something to wear.
Can Kimmy help?
The response came within seconds. Kimmy is on it. Adrian smiled. His sister-in-law often took Chase's phone to reply, and Adrian always knew when it was her. Chase never used that many exclamation marks. Time? Adrian glanced at Goldie.
Does now work?
Goldie gave a slow blink and suppressed a yawn behind her hand. I've got nothing better to do. I wouldn't mind a quick nap before tonight, though. Travel usually made him tired as well. Part of him felt guilty for not considering that when he'd invited her out with him. He'd given her the chance to bow out, though, and she hadn't taken it.
You should have time for that,
he said, before tapping his reply to Kimmy.
Now is good. She's here at the B&B.
He tucked his phone into his pocket.
She'll be here in a few minutes.
Goldie stared at Adrian in confusion. His sister-in-law would be here in a few minutes? It took 15 to get out here, she said.
Yeah, the family all live here. There, actually.
Adrian sauntered to the window and pointed at the glass. 2 houses were nestled beyond the barn.
My mom and Jordan sleep at the farthest one. The other is Kimmy and Chase's.
Goldie couldn't imagine wanting to live this close to her parents. Even though she'd gotten a job teaching in the same town, she'd opted for an apartment on the opposite end of town and only visited her parents on holidays or when she was guilt-tripped into it. A car pulled into the wide gravel lot.
There she is,
Adrian said. Unease stirred Goldie's stomach. Wow, that was fast.
We'd better head down. Ready?
Was she? Sure. Jordan was sitting lazily behind the reception desk when Goldie and Adrian approached a few minutes later, talking on his phone this time. He barely glanced up when the 3rd Bear brother entered through the front door, wearing a flannel shirt open over a t-shirt and jeans, and a swooping cowboy hat. Goldie had to remind herself not to gape at him. What was with this family's genetics? They hit the jackpot as far as looks went. This brother had similar features, though his face was a tad narrower than Adrian and Jordan's, and his nose was different.
Goldie, this is my brother, Chase.
Chase tipped 2 fingers to his Stetson before he removed it and inclined his head in her direction.
Nice to meet you. You're from Wisconsin?
Goldie stiffened. How much had Adrian told him?
Saw your plates,
he said, crooking an elbow in the direction of the door. A slim woman entered behind him, trailed by 2 young girls no higher than their mom's waist.
This is Kimmy and our girls, Lacey and Lizzie.
The 2 little girls giggled and hid behind their mom's legs. Kimmy was pretty, bronze-skinned, and so smiley Goldie couldn't help but return it. Chase turned to Adrian.
I can't believe you brought a girl home. Does Mom know? She does now. What about...
Chase cut off at an elbow to the ribs from his wife. I'm Kimmy, she repeated, nudging Chase aside and jutting her hand in Goldie's direction. I hear you need a dress. If that's okay. Kimmy fluttered her lips. Are you kidding? Come on, I have several. You can look them over. Adrian was captured again in conversation with his brothers. Attention diverted, Goldie tucked a hair behind her ear and followed her out. We're going, Kimmy called over her shoulder. I'm leaving the girls. Chase waved his agreement. Kimmy led her down the porch. Goldie expected to drive, but Kimmy trekked across the dirt path toward the barn. Birds chirped, and the faint smell of hay and horse manure wafted as they passed. Are you from here? Goldie asked. Born and raised, Kimmy said. Chase and I were high school sweethearts. Have you heard of Bethany Harold? Harold, Kimmy repeated pensively. Harold. It doesn't sound familiar, but I don't know everyone in town. It's a small place, but not that small. Here we are. She offered a hand toward the first of 2 homes settled in beside the other. Goldie followed Kimmy in through a side door that led into the garage. A laundry room greeted them, the floor scattered with tiny shoes and toys. The interior was similar to what Goldie had come to expect: high-end, luxurious, and cozy. Unlike the main house, it wasn't as tidy. Toys continued a scattered path across the carpet as they went from one room to another. Dolls and their clothes, stuffed animals, books. It brought a smile to Goldie's lips. "My dresses are all in here." Kimmy guided her along a brief hallway and into what appeared to be the master bedroom. While Goldie wondered about entering such a private, personal space, especially for someone she didn't know, the same thought apparently didn't cross Kimmy's mind. "That man hasn't taken me anywhere fancy in a long time. It's about time he gave me an excuse to buy something new." She smirked as she opened the door into the largest closet Goldie had ever seen. Organization was clearly something Kimmy was good at, with Chase's shirts and pants and shoes in precise order on one side, and dresses, shirts, and other clothing on the other. "What about this one?" She offered her a coral dress that Goldie wasn't sure about, brandishing it on its hanger as though she were an employee in a store. It was pretty, but Goldie wasn't a fan of the mermaid style. She'd never actually worn anything like it, but she imagined the skirt clinging to her legs. Movement couldn't be as comfortable as it would be in something a little more generous. At Goldie's lack of enthusiasm, she slipped it back into place with an, "Ooh, I have it! I wore this one a few years ago." She displayed the dress against her own body, holding the hanger just below her chin. It was ivory satin, with an embroidered bodice and a flowing skirt. Goldie's interest mingled with relief. "That one is exquisite," she said. "Here," Kimmy told her, pointing to the bathroom door to Goldie's left. "You should try it on." She practically skipped to the indicated door, closed and locked it, and began to change. She'd never worn anything like it. The fabric was like silk against her skin. The skirt flowed with each movement, and one sleeve hung just off her left shoulder. This was exactly the kind of dress Goldie had imagined wearing in her days of pretend, of princesses and play. This was her childhood fantasy come to life before her eyes. "Do I get to see?" Kimmy asked through the door. Tentatively, she stepped out, loving the dress more with every step. Goldie had never gone to prom. She'd never gone to anything that might be in the neighborhood of fancy. Wearing a dress like this was an entirely new experience, and she couldn't keep the smile from her lips. "You look amazing in that one," Kimmy said. Her lips bloomed into an appreciative grin, her eyes alight. "I love it," Goldie said, swaying from one side to the other. "Are you sure you don't mind me wearing it?" "Are you kidding? Not at all. Come on. I think I've got some earrings you can borrow too. What size shoe are you?" After helping Goldie get fully outfitted, Kimmy drove her up the road back to the big house, as she called it. She said she didn't want to carry the dress all that way, since it didn't have a bag anymore. Kimmy chattered the entire time, which put Goldie at ease and helped her warm up to the other woman. "I'm glad Adrian found someone like you, you know? He's been so secluded from the family for so long. It's sad that his dad's passing had to be the impetus to bring him all the way back here. But now that he is, I think he's having a hard time leaving again, between you and me." The admission was an electric shock. His dad died? With the way Adrian had referenced him, Goldie assumed Mr. Bear was still around, off doing something on the ranch or something. 6 weeks ago, Kimmy affirmed. "That's why this fundraiser is such a big deal this year. It might be the last one they do, unless the 3 Bear brothers can get things together and help their mom keep it up." Remorse struck Goldie. No wonder Adrian's mom had seemed less than pleased he'd brought a girl home. She was probably still grieving the loss of her husband. Her tentative plan to bake something for Mrs. Bear solidified. She would definitely do it. Other guests were removing suitcases from an SUV in the lot. Kimmy pulled up beside them, letting the car idle. "This was seriously awesome of you," Goldie said. "Thanks for letting me borrow the dress." "You're welcome," Kimmy said with a secretive smirk. "I can't wait for Adrian to see you in it." Goldie's cheeks heated. She did her best to deflect the attention and pointed to a pair of girls riding horseback in one of the corrals. Do they offer horseback riding lessons? That's one of the perks for guests who come here. The Bears have added all kinds of trails. You should have Adrian take you while you're here. Horseback riding was yet another thing she hadn't ever done. Goldie was starting to realize just what a sheltered life she'd been leading. She wasn't here to go horseback riding, though. She had to focus on why she'd come. With a wave and a smile, she thanked Kimmy and carefully carried the dress inside and up to her room. The remaining hours passed slowly. Goldie spent the time the best that she could, choosing to keep to her room. She hung up the dress and lay on the bed, grateful for some time to detox and think things over. There were only so many last-minute changes she could handle. Traveling in itself was exhausting. Add in getting lost, sleeping in some random guy's cabin, and being invited home by him, and she was downright couch potato material at the moment. Never mind the fact that he made her pulse race and had asked her on a date with him. After waking from a brief but restful nap, Goldie still couldn't believe everything that had happened. The thought alone cranked her heart rate up all over again. A date with Adrian, posing as his girlfriend. What should she expect that evening? Chapter 8. Goldie checked her email several times, trying both to distract herself and to contain the frustration that her aunt still hadn't replied. Where was she? Why hadn't Aunt Bethany said anything since Goldie left Wisconsin? The hours crept by, and it finally seemed time to start getting ready. Goldie showered, dried her hair, and slipped into the dress. It was like feathers against her skin. She stood straighter, her shoulders intuitively leveling. Her legs seemed longer, her waist thinner. What was it about the perfect dress that seemed to shift her jagged pieces into place? She wasn't sure what to do with her hair. After trying a few things, she decided to twist it into a braid. It was too long for anything else, and then pinned the braid back and forth at the base of her neck. A nervous glance at her phone told her it was nearly 7. Goldie refrained from giving in to the desire to wipe her palms against her sides. As nice as this place was, as friendly as Adrian had been, she still held reservations about staying here. It won't last, she told herself. She'd hear from her aunt by tomorrow, and she'd be out of their hair. Feeling the matter was settled, she clenched her stomach muscles against the butterflies building there and made her way downstairs. Soft chatter greeted her as she descended. Several guests milled in their various groups, some gentlemen in cowboy boots and hats, ready to enjoy the sunset. Others in more stylish attire clustered in conversation at the base of the stairs. Goldie's heart hammered when she realized one of them was Adrian. 2 people stood with him, but with his dark hair slicked back, his face clean-shaven, and the tucks cutting him with precision, it gave him the effect of a spotlight. She had a hard time looking anywhere else.
I'm only saying it's unusual, Mrs. Bear could be heard.
Goldie yanked her attention away from Adrian long enough to see she was in a stunning black gown with a full ruffled skirt.
Where did you say you met her?
Adrian began to answer when the teenage version of himself, Jordan, smacked his shoulder, drawing his attention. Together, the 2 of them stared up at her. Goldie squirmed inside. She'd made herself the center of attention, or rather, the stairs had. The 3 bears were watching her descend, and she suddenly wished they'd look somewhere else, anywhere else. She could hardly move in the shoes Kimmy had lent her. She supposed she could kick them off to make her way down easier. This was taking far too long. Adrian's brows lifted in appreciation. He took a step toward her as she reached the bottom step.
You look amazing,
he said. His brother's forehead crinkled.
Isn't that Kimmy's dress?
Adrian shook Jordan's shoulder.
Perceptive, aren't we?
I'm just borrowing it, Goldie said, attempting to brush away their attention.
Are you a spy?
Goldie nearly stumbled.
Seriously?
Adrian sounded like he wanted to smack his brother. Mrs. Bear only watched with curiosity.
"What?" Jordan said, lifting his hands. "This is the kind of thing spies do. Show up unannounced, looking smoking hot in a borrowed dress."
Mrs. Bear coughed as though she was choking on a drink. "Yes," Goldie said, her cheeks scorching. Smoking hot was going a bit overboard, especially from a 16-year-old. She did her best to deflect the praise. "I'm a spy out to steal all your family's secrets." She added a laugh. "What do you think?" Adrian's smile widened, rendering him more handsome than ever. What was it about a man in a fine-fitted suit? The combination of suits, smiles, and hair gel should be illegal. Mrs. Bear glowered. "That's going a bit over the top, isn't it?" Goldie wasn't sure if Adrian's mom was referring to her comment or her son's. "I like her," Jordan said, twirling a set of keys around his fingers. "And now, if you'll excuse me, I've got to pick up Taylor." "I expect to see you for the entire length of the fundraiser," Mrs. Bear called, rotating to follow his trajectory to the door. "Got it, Mom," Jordan called without glancing back. He pushed through the front door and trotted down the steps outside. Goldie's cheeks hadn't quite doused thanks to the bullseye he'd landed on her. Smoking hot? Really? Jordan's headlights disappeared when another set of headlights took their place. Seconds later, Chase took the porch steps 2 at a time and popped his head in. He was also looking gallant in a tux.
"Ready, Mom? Hiya, Goldie. The dress looks great."
Goldie smiled and waved at him. Another surge of unease swept over her. She wasn't used to this much attention. "Tell Kimmy I said thanks."
"You can tell her yourself when we get there."
Chase held the door wider for Mrs. Bear and offered his mother his arm to guide her down the porch steps and toward the car.
"Shall we?"
Adrian held a hand toward the reception desk and the door. Pressing her lips in a flat smile, Goldie lifted her skirt and followed them out. The sky was a wine spill, mixed with shades of amber and gold. Goldie took a moment to inhale the scents of honeysuckle and sage and the spread of simplicity all around her. She wasn't sure she'd ever get used to it here, even if she were to stay for the rest of her life. The setting sun cooled the evening off. Even so, she was grateful she'd opted for an updo of her hair.
"See you guys there,"
Adrian called from beside his sleek Hummer.
"I expect the same of you too, you know,"
Mrs. Bear said. The back door of Chase's car remained open, and she was resting a hand on the side and pegging a poignant glance at Adrian.
"I know how you like to leave early, but I'd like you to remain the entire time."
Adrian nodded, opening the passenger door to his car. Goldie did her best to make her way to him in heels. She'd never worn heels like this. "Oh, please," she prayed. "Don't let me trip and ruin the dress before the evening has even begun." Why had she picked a gown that was likely to show every stain or smudge she came across? She ended up managing just fine, and with the help of the interior handle, levered herself up onto the sleek, dark leather seat. The car smelled brand new. He must not have had it for long. "I thought we were riding with them," Goldie asked, as Adrian climbed into the driver's seat and cranked the ignition to life. The smooth machine purred.
"After thinking it over, I figured it might be a little crowded," he said. "Unless you want to."
He tilted his head to the side, but the other bears were already making their way down the drive. "I'm good," she said quickly, offering him a smile. She wasn't sure what she expected as far as the venue went. Two Pines was small and unimpressive, the kind of town least likely to stand out on any map. The largest building was maybe the courthouse, but even then that was no place to hold an event like what she was picturing. "Where is this going to be held at?" she asked.
"At the high school gym,"
he said, turning the corner and onto the paved road that led back into town.
"It's the largest place around here to fit everyone into one location."
He shot her a smirk that she returned. Goldie couldn't help but notice landmarks, her tried-and-true method of navigation. A pawn shop with paint peeling on the exterior. A landscape company in the shape of a large barn, offering samples of rock and mulch in piles behind rope. The same gas station they'd passed on the way to her aunt's house remained on the corner, which meant she wasn't far. An exciting little thought hitched in her chest. I wonder if my aunt will be here tonight. You said the whole town usually comes?
I don't know about the whole town, he said, but I wouldn't be surprised if you saw her.
Too bad Goldie didn't know what she looked like. She'd asked her mom to show her pictures, but that worked about as well as a car without keys. A large tiger was painted on the outside of Two Pines High School, along with bold white letters identifying the school and its mascot. It appeared to be about the same size as her own school had been. Single-level, brick, made for a small student body. The parking lot was filling faster than Hobby Lobby on a Saturday afternoon. Goldie noticed Chase's car parked a little ways off, while Chase and Kimmy waited for Mrs. Bear to exit from the back. Your mom didn't have to come early to set up? Goldie asked.
She set up earlier today, and then had a crew do the rest for her, he said, getting out of the car.
Wouldn't that be nice? Goldie said, grateful he couldn't hear her. The Bear family owned a substantial ranch with a bed and breakfast, land, horses, and multiple houses. They drove insanely nice cars and ran fundraisers to support needs in the town. Their son went around rescuing stranded women in cabins. Just who were these people?
I hope you're hungry,
Adrian said, standing beside her with his hands rumpling his suit jacket to tuck into the pockets of his slacks. The night was cool, but not chilly. Not like the mountain air had been. Still, she hugged her arms around her stomach. If she were being honest with herself, she still wasn't sure how to act around this suave new acquaintance. Famished, she admitted. She hadn't eaten anything since his oatmeal earlier. Are you sure I can't contribute tonight? Pay for my ticket or something?
I'm sure,
he said, offering an arm. Right. Date. Fake boyfriend. Goldie met his gaze before hesitantly sliding her arm through to rest on his elbow. He'd smelled amazing during their drive here, but now, standing close to him, his scent wafted right to her. He smelled like bottled masculinity, like musk and cedar, wind and trees. She had to admit, while the newness of this trip overall was off-putting, she was enjoying herself. How many times had she dreamed of a night just like this, entering a stunning event in a pretty gown on the arm of an incredibly handsome guy? Wasn't this every girl's dream? And she'd stumbled into it completely by accident. Soft jazz music hit her ears, and warmth sank into her cheeks the moment they stepped into the high school's main area. The lights were low. Candles and white twinkling light strands trailed along the hallways and decorated fake trees on either side of a table. Hey, Mr. Bear, a girl sitting behind the desk said. Her hair was in 2 braids and freckles sprayed across her nose. We just saw your mom and Chase.
Perfect. We're taking 2 seats.
He offered tickets from within his jacket. He already had the tickets? An uneasy feeling lodged in her stomach. Why would he have 2 tickets already if he wasn't already planning on bringing someone? He'd seemed insistent otherwise, but had he meant to invite whoever this Danica was, after all? The girl inserted the tickets into an open box and then gestured to the table beside her. Want to get in on the raffle? There are tons of amazing items inside, made by people all over town. Adrian looked to Goldie, as though the decision were up to her. I didn't bring my purse, she said.
It's on me. You're my date, remember?
She really disliked him insisting on doing so much for her, letting her stay at his very expensive bed and breakfast free, paying her way in, now raffle tickets? Who could afford one luxury after another like this? Thoughts of a carnival flashed in her mind, a memory she'd long forgotten. Goldie had been 9 years old when her school had thrown a Halloween carnival. She'd begged to go, but her parents insisted they had no extra money for any of the games with prizes. Eventually, she'd managed to convince her dad to take her, but it had turned out worse than if she'd just stayed home. Instead of getting to play the games, she'd had to stand aside and watch others win and lose, until eventually all the prizes were gone. "I'm okay, but if you want to get some..."
"We'll take 100.
Goldie's eyes widened. "Yes, sir," said the girl, obviously pleased. Adrian pulled a $100 bill out of his wallet and handed it over as the girl counted out red raffle tickets and tore them from their large spool. "You planning on winning everything here?" Goldie joked, doing her best to push aside her discomfort. Adrian folded the tickets and stuffed them inside his inner jacket pocket. They made their way into the gym. Tables lined the walls and were filled with homemade goods, from hand-knitted scarves and hats to goat's milk soap in colorful bars and fragrances. Bath bombs, washable bibs for babies, and handcrafted wall hangings with clever sayings were also among the displays. Goldie also noticed wreaths for every holiday, cake pops and candies, cookies, beautiful paintings, and stunning quilts she could never hope to make on her own.
"I like to be generous when I can," Adrian said. "The town needs this event. Too many people are counting on it."
Goldie eyed him. "Kimmy said this might be the last time you'll hold it." Adrian shook his head.
"We can't let it be the last one."
The thought warmed her. For someone who claimed impartiality to his home, he at least cared for the town and its citizens. He waved to several people wandering through the rectangular arrangement of tables.
"Where would you like to sit? They'll be serving dinner first."
Not many were seated yet. Most people were doing what Goldie and Adrian were, wandering along the tables and admiring the handmade and otherwise made crafts available for the raffle. Goldie spotted Mrs. Bear, Chase, and Kimmy moseying along and catching people in conversation around the room. "Would you like to sit with your mom and brother?" she suggested.
"We don't have to."
He seemed to find the far back wall rather interesting. Goldie focused her attention on Adrian's family. They were also joined by a pretty brunette in a white top and a yellow skirt. "Let me guess, they're sitting by Danica?"
"You guessed correctly."
She wanted to ask why he had such an aversion to this woman. Danica seemed nice enough, from this distance anyway, with her smile and poise and lack of sharp or otherwise threatening objects in hand. He'd mentioned knowing her too well to want to date her anymore, but was that all there was to it? A band was setting up on a makeshift stage at the left side, complete with a drum set and 3 rows of chairs. Teenagers wearing dress shirts and pants, set off by sparkling cummerbunds and matching bow ties, emerged with saxophones, trombones, and trumpets, and were taking their seats, while a girl with short hair settled herself at the piano. "High school band?"
"Jazz band," he said. "They're quite good. It's a nice way to get their parents here to donate as well."
Goldie stared in amazement. She loved jazz. "It looks like they're going to get started."
"Then I guess we'd better sit down."
He gestured to the nearby table, and Goldie smiled at him and slipped into her seat. Chase and Kimmy sat on the opposite end. Goldie noticed Adrian's youngest brother, Jordan, led a pretty girl with red hair to a place a few seats down. Mrs. Bear made her way to the microphone. "Welcome, fellow residents of Two Pines, to our 12th annual fundraiser event. In honor of Matthew's death and his life, we acknowledge the effort that went into preparations. We are pleased to have the Two Pines High School Jazz Band providing music, and we encourage you all to take the floor and dance. Thank you to those of you who donated prizes. Be sure to purchase raffle tickets at the door. In Matthew's honor, let's make sure this is our best year yet. Winners will be drawn toward the end of the evening. We'll start once everyone is seated, and then your prime rib will be served." Polite applause followed, and people strolled along to take their places. Before long, the meals had all been served, delivered to the tables by men and women, both teenaged and middle-aged, garbed in black dress clothes. Goldie and Adrian ate in polite conversation. She enjoyed the delicious meal, and was grateful not to be stranded on the curb of her aunt's abandoned house. Several times she glanced around in hope that someone might pronounce themselves to be Bethany Harold. But not only was it dark, lit only by twinkling strands of lights along the folded-in bleachers, fake trees, and latticed scaffolding decorating the space, Goldie still didn't have a clue what her aunt looked like. She'd tried searching Facebook for a picture, but apparently the woman wasn't on social media. Talk about living in a bubble. She tried picturing a version of her mother's face, but even that did little good.
Is something wrong?
Adrian asked.
You look concerned.
It's nothing, she said. She didn't want to tell him how uncertain about things she still felt. Had her aunt left town?
I know what it is.
She stiffened, her eyes widening. She glanced at the ivory dress to make sure nothing had spilled.
No one is dancing.
He gestured to the open area before them. The jazz band had played a zippy rendition of Glenn Miller's Little Brown Jug and was now starting into a bluesy song Goldie didn't recognize. Yes, the lack of dancing is exactly what had me so thrown off. Goldie hoped he read the teasing in her tone.
I knew it,
Adrian said.
We'd better fix that. What do you say?
He stood and offered her a hand. She rose cautiously. I didn't know there would be dancing.
Is that a problem?
In the vague lighting, Adrian looked that much more dashing, the way shadows emphasized aspects of light. Her heart began to pound. No problem. Trapped in his gaze, she slid her fingers into his. Chapter 9. Adrian led her out onto the dance floor. The band began to serenade at a slower pace, and he slid his arm around her waist, securing her to him. Elephants were tromping in her veins. This is all for show, she told herself, not because he wanted to hold her close. The saxophones blended in harmony to the soft shade of drums and singing trumpets. Adrian's feet knew right where to step, and though Goldie didn't have the first clue about the moves, his firm hand at her back, the way he turned her and then held her to him again, made her feel like an aficionado. You know what you're doing, I'll give you that, Goldie said. Dancing lessons?
For a few years,
he said, swaying her to the sound of crooning trumpets.
You?
If you count goofing around in the kitchen with my dad, then yes.
That definitely counts. What does your dad do?
He's a bus driver, she said. The admission had never brought such embarrassment to her cheeks before. There was nothing wrong with that, but here, in this company, in this dress, seeing how Adrian lived, the thought made her the slightest bit ashamed. And then she felt ashamed for being ashamed. She loved her dad. He'd been the tender one in her childhood, while her mom had been the exacting one, demanding perfection at every turn.
That's cool,
Adrian said. It is?
Sure.
The song ended, but Goldie hardly noticed, ensnared in Adrian's regard as she was. A few other couples had entered the scene as well. She wasn't entirely sure when that had happened. Looks like your tactic worked, she said. He gave her a barely there grin.
Sweeping you off your feet?
See? Others are dancing now.
I hadn't noticed.
He still hadn't released her. Energy magnetized the air between them, filling it with a hum. She sensed his hands at her back, his body warm and close to hers. In that moment, the confusion of the past several days washed away. Suddenly, she was brimming with clarity, in a way she'd never experienced before. She was wanted, desired. She was the absolute center of his attention. It made her breathing a frenzy. The crowd's clapping eventually snapped her back to sanity. She released Adrian to join in, grasping for the chance to steady her pulse. She drew in a long breath. Oh boy, was he feeling this way too? Completely overcome being so close to her? Sure, she was supposed to be his girlfriend for all intents and purposes, but she hadn't considered exactly what that would mean. It had been too long since she'd had an actual relationship, And even the last one with Tyler Hart had been more like she was being used than adored or appreciated. Goldie wanted someone who would listen to her, value her opinions. Someone who would look at her every day the way Adrian kept looking at her. She wanted to feel this adoration, this curiosity, this sense of being valued for who she was, which was so ironic because Adrian didn't even know her that well. Yet. The thing was, she wanted him to. She wanted him to know how much she loved pizza on Friday nights, or reading, or how much she enjoyed teaching. She wanted him to know that she was feeling braver with him than she'd ever felt. The realization of that stole a breath from her. Her body apparently didn't care that she barely knew him either. It was responding way too enthusiastically after a single dance. She liked being held by him, staring up into his eyes and becoming the North Star of his world, if only for a moment. Goldie mentally berated herself. She couldn't allow herself to like his attention or being held by him. She couldn't allow herself to want to know everything she could about him in return. She was leaving. He was leaving. They were both leaving. Across the room, a blonde, middle-aged woman caught Goldie's eye. It wasn't the hair alone, or even the features on her face, which Goldie couldn't completely make out. It was the way she carried herself, confident, speculative. It reminded Goldie of her mother. Aunt Bethany? Could this be why she hadn't been home earlier? Maybe she'd been on the decorative committee for this fundraiser. In a small town like this, with an event like this, it made total sense.
Did you say something?
Adrian asked. Will you excuse me? Goldie said, distracted and grateful to be so. I'll be right back.
I'll meet you by the raffle table.
His voice seemed uneasy and off-kilter. It drew her back to the realization that his arm was still at her waist. The touch sent a series of tingles tangoing up her spine. He sounded as though he was affected by being this close to her too, as if he hadn't expected it either, and didn't want to let her go. How could one dance have so much hold over them? Sure, she said. Adrian watched Goldie saunter toward the bathrooms and tried not to notice how her hips swayed in that dress. His mom had given him such a hard time for bringing her. He had to admit, he was slightly dazed after their dance. His blood was laced with the after effects of holding her in his arms, and he attempted to recapture his thoughts. He really did need to get back to Chicago to manage his company on site, now that he was done helping his mom. But with Goldie staying at the ranch, with their whole fake girlfriend facade, he couldn't leave. He needed to handle things from here a little while longer, which meant more time in Goldie's company. He just never expected her to turn his brain into mush, the way she had just now. She slipped through the crowd, and the sight of her was blocked by dancers now reveling in the jazz band's talents. His dad would have loved this. He'd always loved drawing a crowd for a cause, as he would say. Matthew Bear's generosity had been one of his finer qualities. Heck, to the casual acquaintance, his father had seemed like a saint. But for Adrian, he was the thumb constantly pushing him down. Well, well, well. Adrian closed his eyes. He knew that voice, and he turned to find Danica Foster sneering at him. She wore a white blouse with a frilly yellow skirt that made her look like a cupcake. Her brown hair was coiled at the back of her head, and her dark makeup made her features stand out in the low lighting.
Danica, how are you?
Doing just fine, Bear. How about you? I've been wanting to catch up since your dad died. She threw it at him so casually, it hit his chest like a fast-pitch baseball. He hoped she didn't notice his inhale. This was no sympathy statement. This was her usual disillusioned way of handling breakable things with all the care of a drunken postal worker.
I've been busy,
he said. So your mom tells me. So have I. It's been good to keep up on things with her at work. though it has been weird now that your dad is gone.
You worked for my father?
What had the old man been thinking to hire her? Then again, it may have been his mother's influence. Why was his mom so insistent on the two of them getting together? Danica nodded. Your mom and dad gave me a job when I got fired from the Golden Corral. I'm the one who's been helping your mom with this event. How do you like the decorations? Adrian knew very well it was more than only one person who'd been helping.
They're nice,
he said. I told your mom how much I've missed you. No wonder his mom had been trying so hard to push him toward her again. He suddenly wished Goldie was still with him. It was time to ramp up this fake girlfriend business. He was tempted to shower affection on Goldie here, if for nothing else than to prove to both Danica and his mother how over Danica he was.
I'm here with someone, actually,
he said, trying to politely but firmly end this conversation.
Have you met Goldie?
Danica snorted. He'd grant her that. It was an unusual name. Maybe her parents were old-fashioned. Goldie was making her way toward him again. Though she was among strangers, he would never have been able to tell. She carried herself with composure and class in that dress. An impulse took over him, and he gave Danica a parting nod before making his way toward her. Danica didn't get the hint. Is that her? She asked, following in his wake.
It was nice talking to you, Danny. Have a good evening.
Adrian gave her enough of his attention to make the farewell before slipping away. Her voice crawled after him. She was following him. I hear you're looking for something of your father's. Adrian stiffened, with all the instinct of a hunted animal sensing its predator. She didn't. His mom wouldn't have shared news of his missing inheritance with her, would she? He turned to find Danica simpering, her glossy lips pouting in fulsome triumph.
Tell me you're joking,
he said. Danica strutted closer and ran a hand up his lapel. Lockboxes can be tricky. If you need help looking, you know how good at finding things I am. She winked. The memory rippled in his mind's eye. He'd lost his keys once in high school, and she'd found them under his bed. They'd ended up sharing their first kiss after it had happened. He wouldn't play this game. He refused to. Though part of him was tempted to come out and ask her where the lockbox was. How would she possibly know it even existed? Why would his mom or dad confide that in her, but claim to not know where it was to him? It wasn't logical. Danica had probably only heard it was missing, not where it was. Adrian wondered again what was inside of it. Chase had been left the house he and his family lived in, along with the barn and horses. Jordan had been given land as well, along with the fish hatchery on their property. It wasn't that Adrian felt entitled, but he did want to know which portion of his father's business had been segmented and given to his care. It couldn't be the bed and breakfast part of things. That had stayed in their mom's care. Goldie returned to his side. Everything okay? She asked. Boy, but her lashes were long. He couldn't help but feel the weight of Danica's attention on them, so he took the opportunity to slip both arms around Goldie's waist. He sensed her tighten, her lashes lifting wider as if surprised. Then she relaxed into his embrace. Her slim waist, her dazzling eyes, and the feel of her surrendering was enough to lure him closer. He found himself lowering his nose to where her smooth neck met her shoulder, when her voice stopped him. What's this all about? Her voice was timid. She placed a hand on his bicep. Right.
Sorry,
he said, realizing how he was holding her and toning it down a notch. He lowered his arms and stepped back. At least his tactic had worked. Danny was gone. But he hadn't noticed her walk away. With Goldie this close, he hadn't noticed anything at all except her.
Fake boyfriend, remember?
Goldie pressed her lips together. Adrian winced as well, hating how it sounded. It implied how false the gesture had been. In that moment, however, it hadn't felt fake at all. Dancing with Adrian was delirious. The man knew just how to step, how to cast his glance in that carefree way to display his superb jawline, and especially how to hold her when the songs were slow. Several times, Goldie was tempted to close the distance the way he'd done when she'd returned to him after looking for her aunt, to lay her head on his chest. But she couldn't let the stardust of the evening, with its live music and twinkle lights, make her forget reality. She also couldn't forget how jarring it had been to hope for a glimpse of Aunt Bethany, only to find the blonde she'd seen had been too young and didn't look a thing like her mother after all. If Goldie didn't find her aunt, what was she going to do? Return home and admit defeat? She wasn't sure how much time had passed before the band's peppy rendition of Jump, Jive, and Wail stopped, and after the applause, Mrs. Bear made her way up to the stage. "It's time to begin our raffle," she announced. Already? She supposed she had been sidetracked in Adrian's arms for a while now. One by one, prizes were presented. Fishing poles, coolers, table runners, and quilts. Finally, Mrs. Bear invited Danica to the stage to present a wooden sign with the word home assembled on it, in darker wooden letters. Goldie secretly loved the sign's simplicity and began imagining how it would look on her wall above the table she'd found at a thrift store. The numbers they read off sounded vaguely familiar. "It's you," Adrian said, leaning in close to mutter the words and offering one of the many tickets in his hand. "Me?" Goldie couldn't believe it. "I won?" He grinned. "Here," he called out, loud enough to be heard. He took Goldie's hand and lifted theirs together like she'd come out on top during a boxing match. Applause became a cacophony in Goldie's ears. She couldn't help the grins stretching over her face. Adrian accompanied her up to receive her prize. The sign was made with stained wood and hand-painted letters. Goldie held it up with admiration, until she noticed the glower on Danica's face. Suddenly, she would rather not have won at all. "Don't mind her," Adrian mumbled, patting Goldie's hand as he joined her down the stairs and back to the gym floor. The remainder of the prizes was awarded, and the dishes were being cleared by the waiters and waitresses, when Adrian asked if Goldie was ready to leave. That she was. She couldn't help but notice Danica and Mrs. Bear sharing secrets on the stage. Every time their glances trailed in Goldie's direction, she told herself they were only looking at Adrian, though a sneaking suspicion told her it was just the opposite. They were looking at her, which only made her wonder what exactly they'd been talking about. Goldie carried her sign out to the car, waiting patiently while Adrian acknowledged people left and right and introduced her as his girlfriend from back east. She flinched every time, though she supposed it wasn't an outright lie. He had officially asked her to be his temporary girlfriend. But the memory of their dance, of the way he'd held her and the way her heart half wished it was real, were too bewildering. It wasn't real, and it could never be real. Until she found her aunt and found out exactly what was going on, she couldn't allow herself to trust anyone, no matter how kind, generous, or gorgeous he was. Chapter 10. Columnar Street was completely dead. The corner streetlights, abandoned bikes in yards, and the occasional porch light were the only indications that anyone lived in any of the houses lined there. It seemed those who left the fundraiser hadn't made it home yet. A few bugs flitted in the light above Bethany Harold's door. Goldie wrung her hands, toes throbbing in her too-high heels as she held the skirt of her dress to keep it from sweeping the ground. Adrian lingered near the wrought iron railing surrounding the porch. "Are you sure this is the right address?" he asked. Goldie exhaled through a small opening in her lips. "I'm sure." Adrian set his jaw, climbed the steps, and pounded a few times on the door. He swept his jacket back to rest a hand at his waist and leaned in closer to the door, as if seeking for the sound of footsteps.
Maybe you'll have better luck tomorrow,
he suggested, sliding his gaze to her. Goldie gritted her frustration and rotated, taking the steps a little too quickly. She huffed and was tempted to remove the shoes that could also pass for weapons to the right bidder. These puppies wouldn't make it past security at an airport, that was for sure. Seriously, how had she danced in these? They had to be at least 5 inches tall.
Sorry she still isn't here,
he said from behind her. She turned and shot him a smile. Thanks for bringing me by again. Do you mind if we head back now?
Not at all.
He offered her an arm, and she was grateful for the added support toward his car. The 15-minute return drive flew by, probably because Goldie's thoughts were leaping in all directions. Polite conversation with Adrian also helped. It was the kind of nonsense conversation that people on a momentary bus ride might exchange. The state of the weather, the last book they read. Inconsequential, really. But it meant a lot to her to have him with her. The ranch was shadowed and hushed, being lulled to sleep by chirping crickets and hooting owls. Goldie's shoes had started pinching her toes again, and tiredness plucked at her eyes. She was ready to change into something comfortable, tuck into bed, and escape into sleep for the next few hours. She exited his car as he did the same. He buttoned his jacket and made his way to her. I had a great time, she told him. She reached for her hair, only remembering it was tucked at the base of her neck when her hands met her skin. She did her best to brush the action off. It was totally normal for her to stroke her neck, right?
I did too.
They stared at each other at the foot of Rustic Ridge's porch. The air was cool, but it was Adrian's direct regard that gave her goosebumps. Goldie wasn't sure how to politely end the evening. I'm okay from here, she said. He rested a hand on the railing.
You sure? I don't mind walking you in.
She folded her arms and fought against a yawn. The evening had definitely been diverting and amazing, but she was so tired. No one was around to play the fake dating card to, and after the dizzying effect his dancing had on her, she wasn't sure she could handle any more confusing hugs from him tonight. I'm sure. Thanks, by the way, for everything you've done. I don't know where I'd be without you.
I'm happy to help.
He rested a foot on the bottom step.
I mean that, you know. I'm glad you came with me tonight. You made a torturous evening bearable.
She laughed away the force of his attention and took the first step, needing distance. It wasn't that bad. He inched toward her. Her body tensed. His eyes were so intense, so glistening and hypnotizing in the night air.
Trust me, if you hadn't been there, it would have been exactly that bad.
She swallowed. She wasn't sure what he meant by that, and his proximity was beginning to have the same intoxicating effect it had had on her all evening. She backed up another step, finally giving in and kicking off Kimmy's heels and scooping them up in her hand. Her feet rested flat against the step. Where are you staying? She asked. He pointed in the direction of Chase and Kimmy's house, past the barn.
Just up the road. Remember I pointed out my mom and brother's house? I'm staying with them.
Tension crackled through the air between them. This was the moment of truth after every date, the moment where goodbye could be final, or where it could start something she wasn't completely sure she knew how to handle. Adrian seemed to sense the same thing. He climbed another step, heating the air with his nearness.
How are you doing?
His voice was soft.
You've had quite the day.
Goldie chewed her lip. I have, at that. Nothing has gone how I planned.
And you're rolling with the punches?
Trying to, she said. How could he look so fixedly at her? It was as though he cared, genuinely cared about the answer to his question, about her and how she was faring. That couldn't be possible. They'd met not more than 24 hours ago. His warm hand stroked the skin of her arm.
I'm sorry your aunt wasn't there.
She dipped her head. Her exhaustion mingled with disappointment, and yet with something delicious and bashful, too. Something that made her want to give in to his attention. The screen door crashed open behind them. Goldie jerked at the sound, pulling free of Adrian's touch. Mrs. Bear stared at them. Adrian seemed to handle the interruption much better than she did.
Hey, Mom, he said. Nice job tonight. You had a great turnout.
She sniffed and inspected the porch's roof with pride.
It was, wasn't it?
Goldie didn't wait any longer. This was her chance to slip away. Thanks again for inviting me, she said, giving Adrian a complacent, overdone smile. She directed one at his mom as well before dashing inside. A middle-aged man with glasses was sitting behind the reception desk. He greeted Goldie with a friendly smile.
Good evening.
Hi, Goldie said, eager to skip past him and make for the stairs. The screen door slammed in her wake, and moments later, Adrian's mom was making her way up the stairs behind her.
Goldie,
she called softly. Goldie's eyes closed. She wasn't ready for any more curveballs today, but she rotated on the steps and faced Adrian's mom.
Brr, that was a cold goodbye if I ever saw one,
Mrs. Bear said, adding a fake shiver to her shoulders and an even more forced smile. Everything okay between you two? Goldie's brow furrowed. She called her goodbye with Adrian cold? From where Goldie had been standing, things had been a little too warm. Why did Goldie get the sense that she was being baited? Do you always accompany your guests to their rooms? Goldie asked. She wasn't sure how else to politely let her know she was in no mood for any more conversation. Adrian was right. She'd had a long day. Mrs. Bear glanced at the wooden sign in Goldie's hand. It really was nice to have you at the fundraiser. And you even won a prize. You know, our Danica Foster painted that sign. Perfect. Goldie really wished she'd never won it. She wished she'd never allowed Adrian to talk her into getting in the middle of whatever this was. Clearly, his mom was playing some kind of game here, and she'd walked into it willingly. She's your Danica? Mrs. Bear shrugged and scraped along the banister with a pointed fingernail. She was going to be, but not anymore. Not now that Adrian has you. I never told you how happy I am he brought you home. Goldie had the impression she was a mouse being cornered by a cat. Oh? That's sweet of you to say, but I hope you don't mind. It's just that it seems like the opposite. I get the feeling that you don't like me very much, Mrs. Bear. Goldie was too tired to beat around any more bushes. Adrian's mom angled her head and conferred a would-be loving expression on her. Not at all. I keep bugging that boy to settle down, so the fact that he has a steady girl is so heartwarming. I do wish he'd mentioned you before, though. He never told me how you met. Goldie glanced up the rest of the stairs. She could see the door to her room. She was so close. If only she'd made it inside before this uncomfortable confrontation. If only she'd agreed for Adrian to walk her inside. Then she wouldn't have left herself open for the pouncing. She and Adrian hadn't gone over this, other than noting it wouldn't be wise to tell Mrs. Bear exactly how they'd met. She hated lying to his mother, but she wasn't sure what to say. Maybe you should ask Adrian. Sorry, I'm pretty tired. Travel and all that. Which was entirely true. Mrs. Bear's lips lifted into a plastic smile. Of course, you poor thing. Go on up and get some rest. We can get to know one another better tomorrow. She pulled Goldie in for a side hug and trotted down the stairs. Goldie stared after her, stunned. What was all that about? While Mrs. Bear had faked smiles and attempted civility, it was almost like some kind of sugary interrogation. Her actions were too cold for the warmth she'd attempted to give them. She recalled seeing Mrs. Bear speaking with Danica and had the sneaking suspicion they were up to something. Whenever her own mother acted fake nice like this, it was because she wanted something from her. Goldie had the sense she'd just been plunked onto a sofa with too many cushions, the kind that was hard to work her way out of once she sat down. Anything that made Mama Bear this mischievously soft couldn't be good. Chapter 11. No matter which way she lay, Goldie could never get quite comfortable enough for a good night's sleep. The mattress had a bit too much pillow top for her tastes, not like Adrian's bed back at the cabin. That had been the perfect in-between of hard and soft, just the way she liked it. Still, she managed to snare a few decent hours of rest. She rose early and read through a few of her students' term papers. Thoughts of Adrian and her missing aunt made it difficult to concentrate, though. She also wondered how the sub she'd managed to secure on such short notice was faring with her rambunctious bunch of teenagers. While Goldie missed teaching those kids, she had to admit it was nice to have a break from them. Her stomach rumbled, and she considered going down for breakfast, but every time Goldie peeked out of her door, Mrs. Bear could be heard in the main areas below. She had a cruise air, clearing away the boxes and things that had accumulated, no doubt, while she'd been planning the fundraiser. Goldie had the feeling Mrs. Bear was also lingering in the hopes of that little chat she mentioned the night before. She still hadn't worked out what to say, so as soon as 9:30 hit, she sent Adrian a text. "Good morning. Last night your mom asked me how we met. What should I tell her?" She tapped a finger to her lips. Maybe she should have waited, but 9:30 couldn't have been too early to contact him, could it?
Good point. Saying I met you in my bed is probably not the best approach, he replied.
Her cheeks caught fire. He had the tendency to do that to her. Never mind that it was the truth, or that it had been completely innocent. "Probably not," she replied.
How about a company getaway? He suggested.
"What company?"
Bear Financial Investments.
"Yours?" she guessed.
Mine.
Financial investments? Meaning stocks, 401ks, people's firstborn children? No wonder he seemed to be loaded. "But I don't work for you," she said.
I could change that.
Of course he could. This was coming from the man who proposed they be boyfriend and girlfriend for convenience's sake. She sent him a joke face emoji. "I'll just tell her it was a chance meeting and we hit it off right away." A pause.
Did we hit it off? He texted.
"Of course we did," she said, stemming off from their playful banter. "You found me irresistible." She clapped a hand over her mouth in astonishment. She couldn't believe she'd just sent that. There was no way to undo a text. Hopefully he'd read it as lighthearted as she meant it.
"And you found me completely charming," he said.
"Of course. What else?" Charming and gorgeous and generous and utterly disarming. She wasn't about to admit to any of those. He was still an outsider to her. She couldn't let herself get too settled, no matter how helpful Adrian had been. Most men she knew didn't do something for nothing. At least she'd been able to help him with his Danica problem.
"You mean you want me to go on?"
he said. "Please, no. Don't want you getting a big head or anything." Another jokey emoji.
"I'll be stopping by in a few hours. I'd like to see you. Is that okay with you?"
She had to read the text a few times to make sure it said what she thought it did. He wanted to see her? Was he for real? Her stomach burned. "Sure, I've got nothing better to do." Ugh, that hadn't come out right. Still, she'd already sent it.
"Gotta hang out with my girlfriend,"
he said, adding a wink. The reminder stung, though she couldn't figure out why. "Right," she replied before flinging her phone on the bed. His girlfriend, sure. Goldie stifled a yawn. She still hadn't completely caught up on sleep from her road trip, so she settled herself beside her phone on top of the bear-covered blanket and closed her eyes. 10 minutes wouldn't do any harm. Except when she awoke, the clock read closer to noon. 2 hours? She said to herself. Man, she must really have been tired. Readjusting her clothes and running a brush through her hair, she decided to brave the lower level. She opened her door the smallest crack. Unlike the few instances she'd checked before, the smell of bacon, eggs, and pancakes no longer wafted from below. The sound of gathered guests, banging dishes, and Mrs. Bear's commanding voice were missing as well. Anticipation trickled in. She made for the window, which offered a view of the front yard, parking lot, and barn. People were already coming and going, strolling along to admire the flowers, reaching to retrieve things from their vehicles. One vehicle, Goldie noticed, was blessedly absent. The coast was clear. Mrs. Bear was nowhere in sight. Stomach growling, Goldie decided to risk it and headed downstairs. The lobby area was mostly cleared, except for a girl reading a book at the reception desk and a man perusing a newspaper at one of the tables off from the seating area. Adrian was already in the kitchen, retrieving a bottle of Coke from the fridge. Goldie's heart gave a little flip.
There you are,
he said, in such a warm way it made her stomach burn, especially considering their flirty text conversation. He'd said he wanted to see her. Her. Morning, she said, twisting her hair over one shoulder.
I was just heading out to enjoy some sunshine. Want to join me?
He offered a Coke in her direction. Goldie decided not to mention this was her first time down and she hadn't eaten anything else. Coke for breakfast it was. Is your mom here? She couldn't help asking as he handed her the ice-cold bottle.
She headed to town to return a few things. She'll probably be gone for a while.
Relief sifted over her. Sunshine sounds good. Adrian led the way out. The sun was already baking the air. It was warm for April. A friendly, wide swing saved a spot for her, and Goldie settled herself in while Adrian perched himself against the railing across from her and stared into the distance. It's amazing here, Goldie said, kicking a little to move the swing. Adrian pivoted, resting a hand on the porch's supportive beam. He glanced out, taking a sip from his Coke bottle. His gaze swept from the weeping willow dipping its fingertips into the glassy pond, to the horses grazing at the base of the hill, and back to his family's large ranch house.
I never wanted this.
Her tone was uncertain. The bed and breakfast? Another sip.
No, this.
He gestured widely, indicating the surrounding land. Why would you not want this? It's a gift to be so secluded. It's almost like going back in time to be here. Everywhere else is so busy, so rushed to keep up the pace with the rest of the world. Here, though, it seems different. Adrian faced the railing, bending to rest his arms on it. Goldie rose from the swing and stood beside him.
I wanted that faster pace,
he said.
I wanted the opposite of seclusion. To be immersed in the high life, the glamour of it, the streak of fast cars and high-rises and gossip columns. My father had never understood it. Why would I crave that kind of attention when I had a perfectly good inheritance waiting for me here?
He gestured to the full scale of the ranch surrounding them. The emerald haze of grasses, the grazing horses, the lazy trees, and widespread solemnity. That would be my question, too, Goldie said. Why did you leave?
I needed the right place to build my business, where other savvy investors were doing the same. I moved to Chicago, where I attended business school. I invested well. I was thriving like a good metaphor.
Goldie took a sip of her Coke. What happened? Why did you come back? She squinted through the sunlight, centering her rapt attention directly on him. Adrian tipped the glass bottle to his lips.
You probably heard from my mother or Kimmy. I don't think I told you directly, but my father died.
Kimmy mentioned it. I'm so sorry, Adrian.
I've spent as much time here as I could to help my mom, to be with my brothers. Aside from my business, this ranch, my family is the only stability I have left. But I need to head back. My team has been handling everything, and things are managing just fine thus far, but I want it to stay that way, you know? Plus, I miss Chicago. It's just too stifling here.
She touched her throat. The ranch's full glory ranged before them, seeming to go on for miles and touching the edges of the sky. She gestured to the open air. This seems to be the opposite of stifling. He kept his gaze on the surrounding grassland.
I miss the thrill of it all. I liked standing out on the balcony after a successful day of negotiations. With the city spread below me, the cars, the buildings, it glittered like Christmas.
She angled her head as if considering. Part of her was sure that was true, but she had the sense there was something else. It didn't make sense for him to dislike a place like this as much as he claimed to, just because Chicago was sparkly and fast. There had to be more to it. "Does it have to do with your dad?" she asked. Adrian fidgeted under the question's pressure. It wasn't as though it was her business, but she had to admit, she didn't like the thought of Adrian returning to that life. They weren't much more than acquaintances. He owed her nothing. But here in this country time bubble of fields and lemonade, of birdsong, and an indulgent view of his sculpted arms, chiseled jaw, and eyes that teased, she couldn't help wondering what things would be like with him. Adrian Bear was a full-fledged hottie, with decent manners and a kind heart. What would it be like to have moments like this in permanent ink? This isn't real, she reminded herself. Last night was a one-time thing. Why should she want him to stay when she herself would be leaving for Wisconsin in less than a week? He was just a nice guy helping her out while she waited for her aunt's return email. That was all. He glanced away from her, not answering. Goldie pursed her lips. Too hot, too cold, too big, too small. From the way she saw things, Adrian's life here in Two Pines was just right. What was it about his home that made him want to leave? He seemed to get along with his brothers and even his mom well enough, which led her to conclude it was his dad. He still hadn't answered. Goldie lowered her head. "Adrian, I'm sorry. I never should have pried. I'm already overstepping as it is by taking advantage of your hospitality." His warm hand closed over hers. The gesture was so natural it caught her by surprise only after he'd done it. Was this a fake boyfriend move? Or was it sincere? His hazel eyes slid to hers.
You're not taking advantage.
He met her straight in the eye until, feeling the security behind the words, she nodded. He glanced at their hands. When she didn't pull free, he slid his palm beneath hers and wove his fingers into the vacancies. Goldie's stomach sizzled. She couldn't do this. She needed to leave, to find a hotel and wait for her aunt's email where she was more comfortable. Yet, for some reason, she couldn't let go of him. She couldn't remember the last time any man had shown interest in her. Not like this.
And you're not prying, he went on. Things between my father and I weren't the best. Our relationship was always strained.
That must have made his passing harder on you. A muscle jumped in his jaw.
It's okay, he said. My brothers and I have been helping my mom resolve his business affairs, find passwords to his accounts, settle the family trust, that kind of thing. I've just had to keep on top of my own business affairs, too, and I'm trying to find a different route to deal with that since I've been out here so long.
He shook his head.
Sorry, I didn't intend for our conversation to take this serious of a turn.
I don't mind, Goldie insisted, though I can't say I'll be that much help. Business was never really a strong suit of mine. He smiled.
What do you do in Wisconsin?
I'm an English teacher.
My worst subject.
11th grade.
My worst year.
Goldie laughed and punched him in the arm. Liar! He settled closer to her on the porch and stroked the back of her hand with his thumb. Her low belly heated at his proximity.
Okay then, but I'm only lying about one of those. Which is it?
You mean which admission was a lie? His lips twisted. She couldn't help but notice him scoot closer still. Sunglasses perched on his head, eyes blazing with mischief and secrets. He looked every inch the temptation she'd seen in her dreams. Good grief, but he was gorgeous. And he was holding her hand. She was as giddy as if she were 14 again. She tried to think of the best approach. All right, then. Pop quiz. Shakespeare was, she prompted.
An evil genius,
He finished. Writing papers?
An acute form of torture, though necessary for success in documentation, business plans, and many other important ventures.
She quirked an eyebrow. Writing them is torture? Try grading them. Adrian laughed.
You win that one. Do you really read all those?
Every one. In fact, I brought a stack with me that needs to be done before I head back.
Oh, you're right. That is torturous.
Actually, I enjoy it. I help those who are struggling the best that I can, and I am amazed by their creativity. She stared at the watch on his wrist. You know what I think?
What?
I think you liked English classes. I think you hated 11th grade for the same reason you wanted to leave home. It was a shot in the dark, but after last night, after seeing how his mother pried into his life, after his recent admission about things being rocky with his late father, she suspected being here was hard for him because he couldn't be himself. It was the same way she often felt, judged at every turn. High school had a tendency to do that to a person, make them feel less than enough, no matter how good at something they were. She couldn't imagine anyone finding Adrian Bear not good enough. Adrian's face twitched just enough to show he was impressed.
You win.
Of course I do. What do I win, exactly? Mrs. Bear's car pulled into the gravel lot. Goldie was surprised at the tension the sight instantly coiled inside of her.
How about dinner?
Adrian suggested. Her mouth hung open. As fake boyfriend and girlfriend? Or for real? She wanted to ask. Mrs. Bear exited the vehicle and gave them a friendly wave, answering her internal question. A notion sank into Goldie's chest. It was probably all part of the show to convince her he was over Danica. Nothing more. If they went back into town, that would give her another opportunity to stop by her aunt's house. She could also bring her bag with her and check into a hotel then, although her bank account shouted at her from here. She didn't have $100 a day to spend on a room. This trip was definitely not turning out how she'd planned. Chapter 12. Adrian stood at the base of the steps inside the main house and watched until Goldie's door closed. Their conversation on the porch played on repeat in his mind. He couldn't believe how perceptive she was, or how being around her had liquefied his defenses. When was the last time he'd felt so comfortable around a woman, so willing to bare his soul and skeletons in one fell swoop? She'd been so calm, so collected as he'd spoken about his life in Chicago, as she'd inquired about his father. Talking about his dad usually opened up old wounds, and that was something Adrian definitely didn't want to revisit. Much like his desire to avoid the cabin and its memories, speaking of his dad had the same effect on him. Yet, he found part of himself eager to tell Goldie everything. He had the suspicion confiding in her would help somehow. He'd loved standing on the porch and chatting with her, holding hands and drinking cokes. In the moment, it had seemed exactly as Goldie apparently saw this place: magical, charismatic, and enchanting. Maybe it had more to do with the company than anything else. Adrian made his way back to the kitchen to deposit his empty Coke bottle into the recycle bin. The sound of a door opening stole his attention, and his mom bustled out from what used to be the mudroom just off the kitchen, where he and his brothers would kick off their shoes and boots after a long day of mucking out stables or riding horses. Now it had been converted into a laundry facility, with several machines at the guests' convenience.
"Hey, Mom,"
Adrian greeted. "Danica is coming over later," she said without any other preliminaries. Adrian withheld a groan.
"I'm with Goldie, Mom. She and I have plans tonight."
While the living facility had been expanded and filled with smaller, round tables for guests to enjoy their meals in quietude, the family's old, long dining table was still in its place, behind the line of stools at the bar. His mother set her box down on the table and gave him a syrupy smile. "I'm sorry, sweetie, but I just don't see it. You and her."
"What about us, don't you see?"
he asked, stepping closer. She opened the box and began rifling through the tablecloths and linens within. "Why haven't you told me about her before now?" Adrian folded his arms. He wasn't about to go into this, not when he felt like both he and Goldie had already given his mom decent answers to the same question.
"Did you tell Danica about Dad's lockbox?"
Mrs. Bear snapped down the box's cardboard flaps and gaped at him. "Why would I do that?" The dismay on her face seemed sincere, but it was sudden enough to make him question it.
"Are you sure you don't know where it is? I get the feeling I'm being manipulated."
If similar situations hadn't happened in the past, he wouldn't buy it so easily. But his mom had always been one to twist her way around him and get him to do what she wanted. Mrs. Bear sniffed and opened the box again, directing her attention at tablecloths she'd just disregarded. Adrian stepped forward and placed a hand on hers. That did the trick. His mom lifted her eyes to meet his. Her expression was wiped clear of anything but irritation.
"Mom, I know you want me to settle down here, and you think Danica is the key to that, but she's not. Please, stop trying to force her on me."
"I'm not trying to force anything. I'm just trying to get you to remember how happy you were with her." Adrian scoffed and turned away.
"Tad never understood this either. Why do you think I left in the first place?"
He did his best to keep his voice calm so the passing guests heading up the stairs wouldn't overhear. How could his parents, who should know him better than anyone else, not understand? Goldie had been so intuitive to guess his reasons for leaving. The woman was becoming more and more intriguing by the minute. "You're my son," Mrs. Bear said. "I want you close." Adrian knew how sad she'd been since his dad died. He saw that same sadness swimming in her gaze now. He guided her away from the box and into a hug.
"I love you, Mom, but my life is in Chicago."
"Your life belongs here." Frustration spiked through his veins. He thought his mom was opening up to him. He thought maybe this time she would hear him, but it was clear. She was just like his dad had been, stubborn and insistent. Nothing would change. Adrian still felt like a rebellious teen when he was a grown man with his own highly successful business, his own life. His parents had never appreciated that. They never cared that he'd accomplished so much. It was why Adrian had been so determined to make something of himself, to prove to his father that his value didn't lie in horses and ranch work. Now, more than ever, he was determined to head back to Chicago, to make sure his business continued to thrive. "About Danica, I wonder if you two could talk. She might even—" Adrian kissed his mom's cheek and snatched a bagel from the counter.
Sorry, Mom. Gotta go.
Danica could come all she wanted, but he wouldn't be here when she did. Chapter 13. Goldie wasn't sure if it was a fancy dinner or not. Two Pines wasn't exactly a thriving metropolis. She guessed it had about as many restaurants as Baldwin had, where the nicest place to go was the local Dairy Queen. Even so, this was a date. An actual date with Adrian Bear. Goldie sifted through the clothing she'd packed. There wasn't much by way of nice things. She opted for a loose floral shirt with 3/4-length sleeves and her favorite pair of jeans. She checked her phone for the zillionth time that day, but there was still no email from Aunt Bethany. It had been 3 days since she'd contacted her since she'd left home. Why hadn't her aunt replied? The worst sense of worry began seeping in. What if the letter was a spoof? If that was the case, her mom wouldn't have freaked out about it the way she had, but still the suspicion wouldn't go away. But who would have sent the letter and why? Goldie did her best to staunch the unease. It will be fine, she told herself, trying hard to believe it. She would find answers eventually. For now, she needed to focus on what she could control. And tonight, it was spending time with Adrian. She fluffed her hair and applied some sparkly lip gloss that added a bit of zing-pow to her appearance. At least I have a way to pass the time. Her stomach fluttered at the prospect of an evening with him. Her hand still tingled where he'd held it. He'd also opened up to her, more than she ever expected he would. Had it been genuine or just part of the show for his mother? Mrs. Bear hadn't been around when he'd first looped his fingers with hers. At least Goldie wasn't stuck grading papers as she'd previously thought. As she wasn't one for sightseeing, not on her own anyway. Knowing her track record, she'd get lost all over again. She was especially grateful she had someone like Adrian to show her around. Someone tall, smart, good-looking, with dark hair, great teeth, and a killer smile. Her whole body buzzed with anticipation. She checked the time, then her hair, when a soft knock rapped on the door. Nerves jangling like bells, she made her way from the bathroom to the door, stopping to grab her purse along the way, and opened it to find Adrian standing there in his designer jeans, polo shirt, and tousled hair. He smelled like cologne and teasing possibilities. Her heart full-on banged in her chest. His gaze raked down her frame and back up again.
You look amazing, Goldie Bybanks. Are you ready to go?
I could say the same about you, she said. Jordan passed behind Adrian with an armful of towels. Get a room already, he called over his shoulder.
Don't mind him, Adrian said. He's just jealous because I'm the one with the hot date.
Jordan's voice trailed after them. Actually, Taylor's coming over later. Goldie giggled, joining Adrian as they made their way down the stairs. They passed through the open living room, the reception area, and out to where Adrian's Hummer was parked. The sky was a painting of serenity and color. Clouds soaked up the splash of purples and oranges. Stars had already started to poke through the darkening blue canvas, and the moon winked at her. Goldie hugged her jacket tighter with her free hand. Where are we headed? She asked as Adrian paused to open her door. She held on to the inner handle to prop herself up onto the leather seat.
It's a little place, but the food is amazing,
Adrian said as he climbed into the driver's side.
Ever heard of Stanos?
Like SpaghettiOs? Adrian laughed and backed out of the drive.
Nothing like SpaghettiOs.
He kept his hand to control the stick shift, while the other was propped on the steering wheel. Leaning casually back, sunglasses in place, he was the picture of confidence and class. How did he get to be this way? What was it about men in fancy cars that made them hold themselves to be so tantalizing? Goldie cleared her throat and glanced away. She couldn't keep staring at him.
Any word from your aunt?
He asked as they sped toward town. Not yet, she said. I promise I'm not making that up just to stay at your B&B. He slid her a glance.
I never thought you were. I told you, you're not an inconvenience, Goldie.
She dipped her head. Thanks.
What are you going to do in the meantime?
I was thinking, if you have time, maybe you can give me a tour of your ranch. He shook his head.
It's not that fascinating.
It is to me, she said. I've only ever seen anything like it on TV. I'd love to see the grounds.
Okay, then. You tell me why you drove halfway across the country to see an aunt you could have just called on the phone, and you've got your tour.
Deal, she said. But only once we're seated.
Deal,
he said. Stano's was a small place that she probably wouldn't have even noticed if he hadn't pointed it out. It was tucked away, behind a larger and more up-to-date law firm, Johnson, Washbuckle, and Wilson. That was a doozy of a name if she'd ever seen one, and she pointed it out to Adrian, who laughed. The parking lot was crammed with cars. Inside, the venue was stuffy and crowded, and there wasn't much room in the waiting area, which gave Goldie a convenient reason to stand closer to Adrian. A waitress approached and welcomed them, announcing it would be at least a 20-minute wait. From the way the seats were filled, she wasn't surprised. We also have seating outside, the waitress added, if you're interested. Adrian glanced at Goldie.
What do you think? It's a nice night.
Outside sounds good to me. The waitress led them through the cramped tables, the clatter of dishes, and noisy heat. A narrow exit was hidden behind the farthest booth, where an elderly couple was seated and enjoying their meals. Cool air was a welcome change. The veranda out back was sedate, quiet, and peaceful. Soft guitar music wafted beneath a latticed scaffold, where fat bulbs offered mediocre light. It impressed Goldie to find the music wasn't drifting from a speaker, but from a live performer wearing a cowboy hat, flannel shirt, and jeans, standing behind a microphone. This was definitely more romantic. Spacious, she mentally corrected. Sit wherever you'd like, the waitress directed.
Where to?
Adrian asked. Goldie pointed to a vacant table near a trickling water fountain and pavestones serving as the man's stage. The guitar case was open at his feet, and a small amplifier hanging at his belt spread the music across the small garden. Instead of sitting across from her at the small, square table, Adrian took the metal seat right next to her. After giving them time to peruse the menu, the waitress returned with their drinks, and they ordered. Simultaneously, the guitarist on his landscaped stage ended his song. Goldie lifted her hands, ready to applaud him, when she was greeted by crickets. She glanced around. Did they not clap for people's performances around here? When the waitress left again, Adrian settled his chair closer in and drew her attention to him.
So?
Goldie chewed her lip. Right, their deal. My whole life, it's only been my parents and me. I never had cousins, no living grandparents, no other family. I always thought we were it, the only Bybankses around. But then, at the beginning of the month, I received this letter. Who sends letters anymore, right?
Sure,
Adrian said, giving her his full attention. The waitress delivered their salads, and Goldie thanked her before continuing, leaving her Cobb salad with ranch dressing untouched. This letter was from Bethany Harold. Harold was my mother's maiden name. She claimed she was my mom's sister. Well, look. Goldie unzipped her purse and pulled out the correspondence. She handed it to Adrian as he took a bite of salad. He finished chewing and took it, his eyes scanning its contents. She knew the letter by heart by now. Your mom insisted I stay out of your life, and for good reason. I agreed to it long ago, but it's time. You're an adult, and if I don't do it now, I'll always regret it. I'd love to meet you, to explain in person. JC won't be too happy about me contacting you like this, but far away as I am, I would love to meet you. If you feel in your heart you could make the trip, would you consider coming here to Two Pines? I'd be happy to provide a place for you to stay. It would mean a lot for me to get to know you, as I never had any children to call my own. Email might be best. If you're interested, please let me know. Love, Aunt Bethany. Adrian's forehead crinkled. He passed the letter back to her.
But she hasn't responded to you?
No, she hasn't. I emailed her almost immediately.
Was your mother really that bothered?
He asked.
That she contacted you?
Goldie took a bite of her salad. Yeah, we had the juiciest argument we've had in a long while.
Why?
He asked.
Why wouldn't she want you to meet your aunt? Why did she lie to you about her existence? A lie of omission, I guess, if it was something she just kept from you, but still a lie.
I don't know, Goldie said. That's why I'm here. That's why I drove out here in spite of my terrible sense of direction, and why I did it without even having heard back from her. I had to know.
You mean she didn't email you back before you left?
She did. She replied to the first email I sent saying I was always welcome. I sent her another to let her know I was leaving, and nothing.
Strange,
Adrian said.
Do you know anything about her? What she does for work?
Goldie shook her head. No, and my mother would be annoyingly superior if I called to admit as much to her. She's already giving me the silent treatment. I haven't heard from her since I left. Not since the call informing her she was coming over to burn the letter. She was probably angry that Goldie hadn't been there when she'd arrived.
And I thought things with my dad were bad,
Adrian muttered. He seemed to think better of what he said. He reached beside him to press her hand.
I'm sorry. That wasn't very sympathetic of me. I don't mean to insult your mom.
The soloist sang softly about being so in love as Goldie slipped out of Adrian's grasp. It's okay. I know you didn't.
You don't like me touching you, do you?
Goldie shrugged. She couldn't say she'd minded when he'd held her hand earlier. If she were being honest, she was tempted to give in again. It isn't that.
What is it then?
He took another bite of salad. She stared down at her lap. How could she say this? The way they were acting was how people who actually knew one another, who actually cared for one another, acted. The notion that this romantic facade between them would last forever was ridiculous, and she couldn't bring herself to behave like it would, like he seemed to want her to. I don't want to get too carried away. I'm already getting a free room from you, even though I should be paying for it. I'm playing a part with you that still makes me question everything about it. I never meant to impose so much into your life when I spent the night at your family's cabin. With you being so generous, I just don't want to take any kind of advantage. He nodded.
I can understand that. But if I'm the one initiating things, you aren't taking advantage by accepting them.
He'd said as much, but she still couldn't fight the feeling nagging at her. But I feel like I am.
Why?
Did he want the truth? Whether he did or not, he was going to get it. She exhaled. Because I just met you? Because I have no way to return the favor, unless you like baked goods. Take your pick.
Baked goods?
She shrugged, suddenly self-conscious. I like to bake. I thought I could make something in exchange for room and board. I know it won't be enough, not by a long shot, but at least it would be something. This amused him.
Fair enough, he said. I won't touch you again, not unless you initiate the contact. Contrary to what you might think, I'm no saint, Goldie. But I do appreciate the chance to help you.
Why? She asked. Before yesterday, he didn't know she existed. Why would he possibly care about helping her as much as he had? He swallowed, displaying the tiniest bit of hesitation that made something in her stomach flutter. He'd been straightforward enough with his questions. She was only dishing it right back at him. He lifted his chin to look directly at her. The edges of the veranda blurred. The soft acoustic guitar thinned, slipping deeper into the background. Goldie wasn't aware of anything but Adrian's soulful eyes and her own pulse.
There's just something about you, I guess.
He didn't elaborate. He didn't expound on past experiences, helping people in need, or specify exactly what that something was. But in that moment, it hooked straight into her as well. Something. Something about him. Maybe it was the brilliance of him beneath the stars. Maybe it was the bullseye of his attention on her, or the way his leg brushed against hers beneath the table. Maybe it was the effect he was beginning to have over her, the way her mouth went dry, or the way her palms became clammy. Whatever it was, she could tell Adrian Bear was becoming more to her than she ever expected him to be. Chapter 14. Goldie didn't get the chance to reply to his inquisitive, vulnerable gaze before the cowboy crooning sweet love songs finished another ballad. Again, she lifted her hands to applaud him, only to be met by silence. Why isn't anyone clapping for him? She mused, deciding to be the rebel. She slapped her palms together in painstaking obviousness. Of course, her clapping was going to be noticeable. Adrian tapped his fork to his lips before setting down his utensils and joining in.
Thank you,
the cowboy said into his mic. Several others at the surrounding tables joined in as if they only just realized the music was live.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Gratification slipped down her spine. She was no musician, but she had an idea of the courage it must take to play in front of other people. Adrian smirked at her. What? She asked.
Nothing,
he said as the cowboy started a new song with a livelier beat. He tapped the side of his guitar intermittently to add percussion, and Goldie was ready to settle in. This music, the lights, the company, this was butter. Their waitress appeared with dishes of steak and steamed broccoli. The food looked amazing, and both Goldie and Adrian dug in. It was delicious. You were right, she said halfway through.
About what?
This is definitely not SpaghettiOs. Adrian laughed.
I'm glad you like it.
His hand was resting on the table beside her napkin. She wondered if he was doing it on purpose to taunt her. She had the sudden urge to reach and stroke his fingers, but she kept her free hand tightly fisted in her lap. This wasn't a real date. He wasn't really interested in her. It was just a ploy to keep him off his mom's radar until he returned to Chicago. When dinner finished, Goldie dug a few dollars from her purse and slipped them into the musician's case. He tipped his hat in thanks, and the two of them left the way they'd come. Adrian offered to stop by Aunt Bethany's house again, but again she was out. Goldie swallowed her disappointment. The urge to touch him tormented her through their entire drive back to the ranch. It was probably nothing more than the invitation he'd presented, teasing her, turning it back on her to initiate contact. It would be so easy. He was a reach away, and she knew he wouldn't reject her attempt. But she wasn't here in Montana for romance. She would find her aunt, and then she was going back home too. Adrian pulled into the drive and exited. Goldie did the same, closing the passenger door. Her gaze instantly lifted upward. Stars shined like silver flecks on an exquisite gown. The more she tried to grasp it all in one glance, the wider the sky spread. The night had been incredible. Adrian was cordial, interesting, easy to talk to, and even easier to look at. She didn't want to go inside yet. She wasn't ready for the night to end. It's amazing, she said with an inhale.
What is?
How the sky seems like it could swallow you up right here. Adrian stuffed his hands in his pockets.
I guess I don't really take the time to look. Most of the time, I do what I have to and leave as quickly as possible.
I don't get that. If I had a place this amazing, I'd never want to leave.
It's complicated,
Adrian said after a few moments, stepping away from her. It felt like a sting. Goldie regretted her insistence on his home being amazing. She hadn't meant to insult him. I'm sorry. I know I shouldn't give you a hard time for it. I know your dad just died and emotions must be pretty raw right now. I really was just trying to make conversation.
It's okay,
he said.
You're not an inconvenience, remember?
He lifted a hand as if to brush a hair from her temple, then seemed to think better of it.
The opposite, in fact.
What did that mean? She wasn't sure she was ready to find out. I had a nice time, Adrian.
Want me to walk you to your door?
She thought of Jordan eavesdropping earlier, and of the displeasure Adrian's mom displayed any time she caught sight of Goldie, and shook her head. If anything were said, starry-eyed or otherwise, she would feel too self-conscious about it. We'd better just leave things out here. Steeling herself, she turned toward the porch.
Oh, wilt thou leave me so unsatisfied?
Goldie paused, and her heart did a jumping jack. Romeo and Juliet was something she could recite from memory, thanks to playing Juliet in high school. She peered back at him. Did you just quote Shakespeare? He grinned. One hand in his pocket, moonlight playing on his brow. He was temptation itself.
I told you, he was an evil genius.
She was reeling. Business tycoon, possible billionaire, Shakespeare enthusiast. Was he serious? Everything in her told her to ignore the impulse and continue to her room. She didn't listen. I believe Juliet asks Romeo what satisfaction he can't have, she said. What is it you're wanting? Adrian shrugged.
I can't really say.
Oh?
I told you I wouldn't initiate anything until you did.
Tension prickled all across her body. What exactly am I supposed to initiate? A shrug.
I'm sure you'll think of something.
Oh, goodness. Was he saying he wanted to kiss her? The idea of feeling his lips against hers tripped through her. The truth was, she secretly liked the way he touched her and held her hand, and how attentive he was when she spoke, which was all the more reason to keep him at a distance. Was that distance really necessary, though? An inner argument surfaced. She'd been 100% honest about not wanting to take advantage of his hospitality and generosity. She was leaving in a few days. She didn't want to get attached only for him to turn to the next woman who had something about her. But she couldn't deny the tug of attraction she felt anytime he was nearby. The idea of a kiss was far too intriguing. How about a hug? She suggested, unable to let herself give in.
You sure you can handle it?
Her mouth matched his half-smile. Body pulsing, she made her way across the gravel to his cocky stance. Suddenly nervous about touching him, about pressing her body to him, she swallowed. He waited, hands in his pockets. He'd really meant when he'd said he wouldn't offer any initiation. What was she supposed to do, squeeze around him like a tree trunk? A hug involves two people, she said.
Does it? I wondered.
That means you put your arms around me.
Uh-huh.
He took a step. One hand came free from its pocket. And I put mine around you.
I like where this is going.
She wanted to sock him, but at the same time, anticipation was building. She could tell well enough how toned he was beneath that polo shirt of his. The wind stirred hints of his cologne toward her, making this all the more agonizing. She couldn't do this cold contact. She needed something from him. Gently, she reached for his hand. His skin was warm, and she stared at their fingers as they connected. The man might as well be filled with electricity for all the charge he was having on her. She was trembling inside, yet she couldn't pull away. "Thank you for taking me to dinner," she said, closing the distance between them. His arms opened to her, and she wrapped hers behind him, allowing his arms to enfold her. A feeling sank in, warm and soothing and reassuring. She'd never been held like this, not by her last boyfriend or by any of the other dates she'd had walk her to her door. This wasn't just a hug. It was more like slipping her hand into a perfectly fitted glove. Crickets chirped, stars twinkled, and her pulse flew off the charts. She wondered if he could feel her heartbeat. Her head nestled perfectly against his chest, and he pressed his cheek to her hair. If hugging Adrian was like this every time, she would never want to let go. He was warmth and safety. He was furtive laughter and hidden smiles. He was the welcome of home. She and Adrian stood together in the embrace for several more seconds before she pulled away.
"Best hug I've ever had,"
Adrian said, his eyes smoky in the moonlight. His gaze flicked to her lips. "Me too," she shyly admitted before she could stop herself. Embarrassed, she tucked a stray hair behind her ear.
"You sure I can't walk you to your door?"
She licked her bottom lip and did her best not to stare at his. "Good night, Adrian." There would be no door walking. That meant another hug, and she was suddenly sure if she ever got that close to him again, she wouldn't be able to let go. Adrian's mind was a tornado of thought and emotion. He was lost in its swirl until he managed to tromp past the barn, past Chase and Kimmy's house, to his mom's, and through to his room. Well, the room wasn't actually his. The room he'd grown up in happened to be the same space Goldie was occupying, though he'd decided not to say as much. With the door closed, he rested his back against it, tipping his head up and running his hands through his hair. He wasn't sure what to do about this churning inside of him. He was still reeling from Goldie's hug. She was so soft, so perfect with him. This was madness. He'd never expected anything like this. She was right to speak sense about her staying with him like this, but every time she hinted at leaving, the thought struck him like dismemberment. He didn't want her to leave. He'd tried telling himself it was because she needed help. He'd tried to convince himself she was just a girl in an unfamiliar town who was trying to find her aunt. But when he'd held her, when she'd nestled in and hadn't pulled away, a dormant part of him had awoken. He'd been weak for so long, from the distance between him and his father, from his father's death. He hadn't realized how much he'd been breathing, doing, acting, because it was just his default setting. Being around Goldie was making his life intentional again, and he wanted to do something for her, to let her know she was wanted and not in the way. An impulse took over him. He dialed Rita's number. "Hello?" Rita's voice was groggy. Guilt struck him. It was already past 10 o'clock here, which meant it was nearing midnight in Illinois.
"Sorry for calling so late."
"Mr. Bear?"
"Yeah, it's Adrian. Can you look into someone for me?"
"I'm not a secret agent," she said dryly, shuffling as if reaching for the notepad he knew she kept near her bed. He laughed.
"I know, but can you?"
A long pause. 10 more bonuses, boss."
10 more lollipops, he said in agreement. "Her name is Bethany Harold."
Chapter 15. Dreams of Adrian made sleeping on the too-cushy mattress more like a restful daze. His arms around her, the sound of his voice, the way he made her stomach flutter. Everything was that much more amplified in her dreams. He was leaning in to kiss her just before her eyes popped open. She awoke with splashes of both yearning and disappointment. Maybe she should have taken his invitation last night. Been brave and bold, the way she'd always imagined love to be. She should have hooked her hand around his neck and reeled him to her. As it was, the contact they'd shared had been pretty amazing just the same. She dressed eagerly, her step lighter, her outlook downright dizzy at the possibility of seeing him again today. Maybe it was good she hadn't been able to get a hold of Aunt Bethany yet. If she had, none of this would have happened. Adrian would just be a guy who'd helped her into town, instead of one who was beginning to shake up her dreams. People Goldie hadn't yet met were serving breakfast at the tables below. New faces were seated at tables, families with small children, women and men sitting alone. One couple was captured in conversation with Chase, who was bent to their table and pointing to things in a pamphlet he was displaying. On its cover was an image of a horse.
"Morning, Goldie,"
Chase greeted as she took a seat at a nearby table. A woman wearing a white chef's apron over her jeans and t-shirt approached. "Eggs and pancakes, please," Goldie ordered. She longed to get back in a kitchen. It had been too long since she'd baked anything. If she didn't hear back from her aunt by this afternoon, she would ask Adrian about baking for his mom. Food always seemed like a good way to cool the air between people, and she did want to show her thanks. Goldie was enjoying her pancakes when Adrian entered, flanked by Kimmy in a yellow sundress and her 2 young girls. What caught her off guard more than anything else, though, was the sight of him in a cowboy hat. Adri! The youngest one called, offering her tiny hands. He scooped her up and carried her to where Goldie sat. "Good morning," she said. "You look like you've been busy."
"I have," he said. "I took these rascals for a horse ride."
The little girl threw her arms around his neck and gave him a squeeze that somehow squeezed Goldie's heart at the same time. Adrian set her down, and she scampered to join her mom and dad. Adrian took the empty chair across from her, wrapping his fingers on the table.
"Would you like to see the horses this morning?"
Like Montana itself, Goldie had never seen horses, aside from those she'd driven past or in movies. The idea filled her with excitement. "I'd love to." She began stacking her empty cup and utensils on her plate, searching for a cart or something else to set them on.
"Sandy will get that,"
Adrian said, waving away her effort.
"Come on."
Goldie felt strange leaving a mess for someone else to clean, but she glanced at the other tables and saw a young girl wearing a black apron bussing tables and clearing away dishes. It appeared to be her job, and that made things a little easier. "Funny that you have all boys in your family and now your brother has all girls," Goldie said once they were outside. The morning air was far cooler than the afternoon they'd spent on the porch the day before.
"My mom thought so too. She was over the moon about having some girls around."
"And your father? Was he excited about having girls around?" The mood around him instantly hardened. She could swear his jaw ground.
"I'm not sure he got excited about anything."
"You want to tell me why he makes you so tense?" He swallowed, hesitating so long she kicked herself. She shouldn't have brought his dad up. After a few moments, Adrian answered her.
"Even though my brother got married first, I'm the oldest. Technically, I should have been the one to start taking over the ranch, handling the business side of things while my mom runs the B&B. But I don't want it. I don't care about the inheritance, which he thought should matter the most to me. I know it sounds petty, but I always wanted him to care about what I was interested in, not the other way around. I'm a businessman, not a ranch hand."
"Are you sure about that?" She quirked a brow at his hat with its sweeping brim. Adrian's gaze darted upward and he removed his hat.
This is just for the girls."
She'd give him that. But still, she gestured to the barn they were approaching. You claim to not like it here, yet you seem so at home at the same time. What's really bothering you, deep down? It was an extremely personal question, but she couldn't help asking it. He cast his gaze to the horizon before entering the barn. Horses were lined up in stalls, their heads peeking over barriers. They were of every shade, from white to black to tan, and even paint horses with colors splotched in between. She was surprised at how many stalls there were. Adrian stopped to pat the nose of a curious black stallion, whose hair was as jet as pitch. The horse nuzzled in, welcoming the attention.
The memories, he said. There's too much of my old man in this place.
I see. And she did. Things were starting to make much more sense now. Why he seemed to loathe a place as much as he did. Why he kept doing everything he could to prevent his mom from having any say in his life. Goldie had never been around horses much before, but she found she liked them, despite the smell. The black stallion's eyes were wary as she approached, but she copied Adrian, brushing a palm against its smooth neck.
Makes me sound heartless, I know.
She continued stroking the horse. Actually, I understand more than you may realize. My mom is pretty controlling and dominating. I've always been scared to take off on my own. But I'm 27. I knew it was time, and now that I have, I feel so brave. It's one reason I haven't wanted to call her, because I don't want her to ruin my victory. Adrian opened his mouth to reply when voices crept nearer to the barn's gaping entrance. After a quick peek out, he took Goldie's hand, pressing a finger to his lips, and guided her farther in, taking an entrance in the center of the line of stalls. "What are you doing?" she asked.
Shh, he said with a tantalizing smirk. Looks like it's Jordan and his hot date. I don't want to throw off their day.
Jordan and Taylor's soft voices grew louder. Goldie didn't see why she and Adrian couldn't have just stepped out of the barn. But in any case, Adrian was treating it like an adventure. She couldn't pass up an adventure with him. He rested a hand on her back, and together they receded deeper into a shaded space, completely out of sight. The younger couple was visible through a gap in the wood, a gap that kept Goldie and Adrian shadowed. She smelled the coolness in the wood and the scent of animal feed, but Adrian's nearness rendered them both irrelevant. She was close to him. So close. Hidden as they were, Adrian lowered his voice and tilted in to speak into her ear.
You should know. I had my assistant look into Bethany Harold.
The hum of his deep voice in the darkness sent a thrill through her. You have an assistant? Why would you have her do that?
I know it's really been bothering you, and I wanted to help.
She wasn't sure whether it was his proximity or the lull of his voice, but either way, he was having a hazy effect on her thought process. And your brother accused me of being a spy. Sounds like he had the wrong person.
I would set the record straight, but it looks like he's a bit preoccupied at the moment.
Goldie leaned closer for a peek through the gap. Adrian's hand moved to her waist, and the touch sizzled like a spark. Jordan and Taylor faced one another, their gazes attentive. It really was thoughtful of Adrian to allow them a moment alone. Or what they thought was a moment alone. Goldie cringed. She would have preferred to not be within eavesdropping or peepholing distance. But under the circumstances, they couldn't exactly leave without calling attention to themselves now. Something told her the scent of manure, animals, and feed never completely faded, no matter how much time a person spent in here. She didn't mind, though. In the moment, in the dark, the only thing she was aware of was Adrian. How close he was standing. How heat from his body thrummed and awakened hers. How his eyes danced in the faint light and were pinpointed directly on her. A horse chuffed nearby. Jordan dipped toward Taylor for a kiss, and then the two pulled away and strolled back out through the open doors. "The coast is clear," she whispered. She didn't know why, but she whispered. Adrian made no sign of moving. Instead, his eyes glinted with undisclosed humor.
"First kisses in the barn can be pretty romantic," he said suggestively.
She slanted her gaze at him. She would have folded her arms if there was room. "Exactly how many first kisses have you had in this barn?" He tilted in. His breath stroked her cheek.
"I'll tell you in a minute."
Oh, boy. She was in trouble. He paused. She pulsed. His hands made it the rest of the way around her.
"You have to initiate it, remember?"
Goldie's pulse ratcheted. Was this really happening? He'd basically invited her to kiss him, and she wanted to. She wanted the connection, the sensation of getting lost here with him in the dark. But she couldn't do it yet. She had to tell him something she'd never told anyone else before. Something that seemed vital before opening herself to him like this. "Goldie isn't my real name, you know," she said, placing a hand on his abs and shivering at their rock-hard feel.
"Oh, what is it?"
"Gabrielle," she said, closing her eyes and resting her cheek against his. "My mom loved the name, but it turned first to Gabby. Then, because of my hair, my dad started calling me Goldie, and it just stuck. Even I use the name all the time now." His fingers stroked her hair, lifting it from her neck. The touch shivered up her spine.
"It's really something, these highlights of yours. I know a lot of women pay for hair like this, and I'm guessing you didn't."
Goldie dipped her chin. "I know. I love my hair."
"Me too," he said. "That's not all I like about you, Gabby. I'm glad you told me your real name."
Her heart picked up speed. Pressed against him as she was in the confined space, Goldie slipped her hand behind his neck and tiptoed upward. Her body inflamed, palpitating at the prospect, at his touch, at his nearness and his breath, until her lids fluttered closed, and she pressed her mouth to his. It was sunshine, pure and vibrant and pulsing. It was the sky and seclusion. It was the first time she'd ever gotten lost and wanted to stay that way. His hands stroked her jaw as his lips coerced hers, enticing her closer. Goldie pivoted for better access, and his hands traveled along her side, cupping her jaw, keeping her fastened to him.
"That," he said at last with a breath, "is definitely a favorite part of you."
"What?"
"You need me to show you again?"
He drew her back, kissing her soundly, willingly, without reserve, the way he did everything. Adrian was an open book. He was kind and generous. He was thoughtful and spoke his mind. And his kisses were just as tantalizing as he was. Slowly, Goldie pulled away and nestled against his chest. "This is so surreal to me. It's like a story from a fairy tale. Who would have thought I'd meet the most gorgeous guy, sleep in his cabin,
"Eat his food,"
he quipped. She punched him on the shoulder. "And be living this daydream right now. It's almost like it's someone else, not me."
"Oh, it's you, all right."
He kissed her once.
"And me."
Twice. "I like the sound of that," she said, kissing him back. Longer and longer, she lost herself in his affections. His lips whispered against her skin.
"Tell me everything about you. Everything I don't know."
"I'm not that interesting."
"Trust me,"
he said, with another zingy kiss.
"You are exactly that interesting."
"I love to bake," she said. His nose teased her temple.
So you've told me.
Her lashes fluttered. She did her best to keep her thoughts on track. I'd like to make something for your mom. The words, "before I go," nearly slipped out, but she held them in. She didn't want to ruin whatever this was with talk of endings, not when it felt like her life had just begun.
Okay then. What did you have in mind?
What about monkey bread? Adrian sputtered a laugh. I'm serious.
Monkey bread isn't a thing.
Yes, it is, and it's delicious. His thumb caressed her jaw.
All right then. When are we making it?
She took a step back, finding her way out of the cozy nook they'd found. The enclosed space and his hands around her waist had prevented her from moving much further, and she needed some ventilation to clear him from her senses. It was brighter out here, and not just because of the sunlight. I think you mean me, she said. When am I making it?
A gentleman doesn't allow a lady to make monkey bread alone.
She quirked a brow. That's not Shakespeare.
I never said it was.
She laughed. Fine, tonight? She really needed to correct those papers. She'd also considered dropping by her aunt's house again. Time was running out, and she couldn't have come all this way for nothing. Glancing at Adrian, though, and pressing a finger to her swollen lips, she realized it wasn't completely for nothing.
My mom and Jordan are heading out to an FFA meeting tonight, Future Farmers of America. We'll have the house to ourselves.
Her breath hitched. The house, as in?
As in my house, where I've been staying.
Not the bed and breakfast, his house. Goldie forgot how to breathe altogether. She paused before a collection of saddles hanging on pegs on the wall. Are you sure you don't have anything better to do than keep me company? I can go to a hotel, Adrian. I know you wanted to go back to Chicago once that fundraiser was over. You said your business needs you.
My business will be fine. I delayed my plans, and tonight I have no other agenda than monkey bread.
Goldie's stomach burned. She wanted this to be sincere. She wanted to believe he was as interested in her as he seemed to be. A warning wedged itself into her chest. She knew better than to let herself get closer to him. It would only make things harder when her time here was up. When his time here was up. She couldn't let this pass her by, though. Fair enough. 8 o'clock? He wove his fingers through hers, lifted her hand to his lips, and kissed it.
Can't wait.
Chapter 16. Adrian walked Gabby, back to the main house. He wanted to kiss her again, but decided not to out where others could see. Her cheeks were filled with a pretty blush, and he burned with pride that maybe, just maybe, he had something to do with it. Their kisses had been amazing, after all. He was so glad she'd opened up to him. It seemed like a big deal to her, to admit her name. It fit her, he decided. Gabrielle. A beautiful name for a beautiful woman. She waved to him before stepping inside, and he turned on his heel with a little zippity-doo-dah in his step. He'd never been one for whistling, but he could probably bust out a tune right about now. His phone rang, jerking him from his post-kiss delirium. He answered, and Rita spoke without an initial greeting. I found her. It took him a few blinks before he remembered who she was talking about. Right. The late-night request he'd made.
Bethany Harold? Who is she? Where is she?
She's a woman on your father's payroll, Rita said. This surprised him. First Danica, now Gabby's aunt?
She worked for my dad?
Still does, Rita said. As for her background, I'm assuming you wanted info on her background?
Give me everything you've got,
Adrian said, quickening his pace. It was true. He wanted to know as much as he could. Anything that could help Gabby. He couldn't help but refer to her by her real name. Goldie had been too literal a name for her. Gabby was much better suited, not only to her features, but to her. Bethany was born in Deer Lodge and moved to Two Pines when she was 12 years old. She never married, no school or education or anything like that, and she's lived there ever since. Rita spoke as if in recitation. She did have a baby and placed it for adoption years ago, and she's mostly kept to herself.
A baby? How long ago?
Rita paused before continuing. Looks like about 28 years ago. Her sister was the one who took the baby and moved to Wisconsin. Adrian lost the ability to breathe. She couldn't be serious.
Are you saying what I think you are?
That depends, Rita said. What do you think I'm saying? He didn't answer her, but his mind screamed it so loud he could hardly think.
What was the baby's name?
He asked. He had to clear his throat to get the words out. Gabby had told him she was 27. This was too coincidental to be a fluke. It doesn't say. Why do you ask? He sank against the side of the barn, unsure of how or when he'd returned to it. He'd been heading past the barn toward his mom's place after dropping Goldie off, but his mind reeled and he must have taken a subconscious detour. The call had thrown him completely off. He tried to return his thoughts to the matter at hand. This baby Rita was referring to. Maybe it was Gabby's sister. It had to be. It couldn't be what he thought. Except Gabby had told him herself. She was an only child.
You say she works for my dad. Any chance you have a contact number for her?
You're seriously going overboard, boss.
I promise it's not anything suspicious.
This whole thing is suspicious, she grumbled. But she read him the number. Adrian did his best to repeat the numbers in his mind. He didn't want to forget before he got the chance to write it down.
Thanks, Rita. I owe you one.
More than one, she said. But he'd already hung up. His brain was a propeller, spinning faster and faster, and threatening to take him forward too quickly. It couldn't be what he thought it was. But if what Rita was saying was true, was this Bethany Harold really Gabby's mother? If so, how could he even tell her? Goldie made her way through a few papers, laughing out loud at one student's parody on cowboy boots versus high heels. She checked her email a few times for good measure. Nothing. Which left the evening with Adrian, alone in his house. The pit of her stomach curled. She braved a visit to town to gather the ingredients they needed and to fill her truck with gas. Fortunately, she'd made the trip often enough now she recognized a few landmarks. After returning, she ate dinner, and then sat on the porch swing with a sense of change in her bones. Something about tonight was different. Maybe it was the light-headed cloud she'd been walking on since her kisses with Adrian. She couldn't remember ever feeling comfortable enough with someone to admit her real name. She hadn't even told her roommate, Sadie, what it was. To everyone, she was Goldie Bybanks. To Adrian? She wasn't sure what she was. Fake girlfriend. But how could that be when she'd been so real with him? She was Gabrielle, and he knew it now. In the distance, Mrs. Bear and Jordan were making their way down the path before the barn into the parking lot where her car waited. Goldie waited until they drove away, and then, groceries in hand, she made her way past the barn, past Kimmy and Chase's house, and to the Bears' residence on the outskirts. Fading sunlight cast a golden, purple glow along the grassland. She paused a moment to take in the sight. Adrian was standing on the porch, his hair gloriously windswept, and a shadow of stubble speckling his jawline. He carried a bundle beneath one arm and beamed at her.
I was just about to come pick you up,
he said, offering her the bundle. It was a package wrapped in brown paper. What's this for?
Open it.
Goldie placed her bag of groceries on the step and tore the brown wrappings. Inside was a pair of cream aprons with little green chili peppers on them. "Matching?" she said with a smile.
Not quite. Would you rather I take the ruffled one for myself?
He fanned it out and held it to his chest. Goldie laughed. It was just that much different from the more squared-off version in her hands. "Don't knock the ruffles. I take it you don't bake much." A shrug.
No better time to start. Here.
He slipped the apron over his head and tied it around his waist. Then he did the same for her, allowing his fingers to linger on her waist as he rotated her to tie hers. He then whipped out his phone and tilted in close. Man, he smelled good. Goldie's heart pounded as he pressed his cheek to hers.
Smile,
he said, but she already was. It came so naturally with him. The phone made a snapping sound, and he rotated it for them both to see. The image of her face with his cemented him into her heart that much more. "We look good together," she said. On impulse, she added, "Will you send me a copy of that?" He took a minute on his screen and then said,
Done. Now then, ready to go? What do you have here?
Still in his apron, he bent for her bag of groceries. "Supplies," she said, opening the door. The house was much as she expected. She wondered if this and Chase's house had been built at similar times. The carpet, the layout, the granite on the counters were all of similar shades to what the younger family's home boasted. This one was just sans toys. "It's so nice here," she said, circling on the kitchen tile and taking in the dark shade of the cabinets, the luxurious space. "It reminds me of your cabin."
After my mom decided to renovate the house and turn it into a B&B, she hired similar builders for this house, Chase's and the cabin,
he said. "You mean the main house used to be your family home?"
Yep,
he said, leaning against the counter. She flattened the recipe on the countertop beside him.
So, what's first?
He asked. She chewed her lip. She'd considered how to make this baking venture more interesting. In the moment, she wasn't sure about suggesting it, but throwing caution to the winds, she decided, why not? "We assemble the ingredients," she began.
Perfect,
he said, rubbing his hands together. "Here goes. But we have to do it one-handed." He quirked a brow.
Is that specified in the recipe?
"Nope, just my recipe with you."
Okay then.
He tucked a hand behind his back.
One-handed it is.
Goldie did the same, tucking her arm behind her back. Together they approached the counter. "It would take forever if we made our own bread dough," she said. "I got some refrigerated biscuits that we'll use instead."
Perfect.
Adrian picked up the can. He stared at it before lowering it.
Exactly how am I supposed to open this one-handed?
Goldie edged in, leaning against his arm as she offered her available hand to peel at the blue flap as he held it. "Teamwork," she said. Adrian's eyes sparked. He held the can and she peeled. Her hand brushed his, and she thrilled at the feel of his skin and the excuse to touch him. Together, they pounded the can against the counter until it popped, startling her.
I think you're onto something here with this one-handed thing,
he said. Their fingers had to touch as they peeled the pieces of refrigerated dough apart and placed them on the pan. The touch alone was one thing. Add to it the sticky texture of the dough between their fingertips, and the intimacy rose to an intriguing level, becoming almost provocative. It tingled straight through her arm with every stroke. "Now we need sugar," she said, turning to the small bag she'd picked up from the store. She could have used Mrs. Bear's ingredients, she supposed, but that kind of defeated the purpose.
How much?
Adrian dug the measuring cup from its drawer and joined her side. She had a hard time opening the container, and Adrian lifted his hand, pushing against her as he did so. With his help to measure the correct amount and scrape it evenly off the top, they turned to pour the collected sugar into the bowl, and collided. Sugar splattered across Adrian's chest and sprinkled Goldie's nose. The two of them laughed, and after he swept a bit of sugary dust from his shoulder, he didn't pull away from her. Instead, his arm wove its way around, securing her to him. "Maybe this was a bad idea," she said.
"This is the best idea you've ever had."
Her eyes narrowed. She couldn't think, being held by him as she was. "How do you know the sum total of my ideas?" she asked playfully.
Intuition, remember?
He leaned in, tipping his head closer. His gaze tripped to her mouth, intensifying her pulse to sprinting level. They hadn't been this close since their moment in the barn, and while now they were in a kitchen with a vaulted ceiling, with bright lights gleaming around them, she felt no less secluded. She was here, alone with him. And this may or may not have turned out exactly as she'd hoped.
"You planned this, didn't you?"
he said. "Of course I did. I told you we'd be baking."
"Not that.
His arm tightened around her.
This."
He lowered his head to press his lips to hers. Sugary kisses were the best kind. She tasted bits of it on his lips, adding hints of sweetness. It definitely wasn't one-handed. With his arm securely around her, his other hand stroked its way to her jaw as he deepened the kiss, sending her mind onto another plane completely. A plane where only the two of them existed, or would ever exist. Where she wanted to do exactly this: be alone with him, feel him pressed against her, taste him, for the rest of her life. She allowed herself to melt into him, weaving her dough-free hand into his hair. Who needed dessert when Adrian Bear was around? On the counter, Goldie's phone chimed. It wasn't the sound of a text or a call. It was the honking notification of an email. Only one thing could have wrenched her away from Adrian, and it was that sound.
"Gabby?"
Adrian's voice was tentative.
"There's something I wanted to tell you, and I suppose now is as good a time as any. Rita found your aunt."
Goldie couldn't think about anything he was saying. She cleaned off her hands and swiped against her screen. Her heart banged at the sight of the little red 1 over her email icon. She tapped on it and gaped at the name she'd been waiting to see for over a week now. Bethany Harold. She held the phone to her chest. This was everything. This meant she wasn't crazy, and this trip hadn't been for nothing. "I'm sorry, Adrian. I have to go. I'll help you clean this up, but she finally contacted me and She hesitated. "I'm sorry to cut our evening short."
"Go ahead, Gabby. I've got this."
He was already untying his apron. "What did you call me?" His lip quirked. Flecks of sugar dusted his cheek.
"Your name, isn't it?"
Her name. Her real name. She wanted to go to him, to ignore the nagging call of her email, to pick up where they'd left off. But this was why she'd come all this way. She'd tried so many times to contact Aunt Bethany, and now that she'd replied, Goldie had to respond. Still, she couldn't just leave him. "Where's your broom?" Adrian snared her by the elbow. Taking a moment, he pressed a tender kiss, first to her temple and then her mouth.
"I mean it. I've got this. Go do what you need to do."
"Thank you," she said, turning and heading back outside. Chapter 17. Adrian swept sugar into an increasing pile in the center of the kitchen. The magic of the evening hadn't lasted long, and yet it was still long enough to let him know he was falling for her. He couldn't erase the expression on her face when she realized he'd called her by her name. He wished he could be there with her when she met her aunt, when she found out the truth. Part of him wished he'd spoken up sooner and confessed what he'd learned, but then again, wouldn't it be better for her to hear it from its source? The door opened, and his mom and Jordan entered. Jordan tromped straight to his room without a word of greeting, but Mrs. Bear sauntered in and rested her hands on the back of a bar stool. "What's this mess?" Adrian decided the truth was best.
Goldie wanted to bake something for you, but she got some news and needed to leave unexpectedly.
Leave? As in
She'll be back to her room later, I'm sure.
He hoped so. Part of him worried he'd never see her again. But she wouldn't take off and head home without saying goodbye, would she? His mom removed her jacket and draped it on the stool, her mouth in its usual downturned position. "You're getting in over your head with her, Adrian. For some reason, I don't believe you've known her very long." Gabby would be leaving. He realized he didn't want her to be his girlfriend for the week. He wanted this, whatever this was between them, to last longer than that. Which meant he had to come clean. It was time he told the truth.
We're not really dating. I told you that because you wouldn't believe she was actually with me, and then Goldie agreed to be my girlfriend when I asked her to.
"I knew it," his mom said. "I knew you couldn't possibly have known her that long. You two are unbelievable. Be careful about women like her, women who want you to tell lies and expect free hotel rooms."
She's a school teacher, Mom. She came out here to find her aunt. She's not a gold digger.
He'd had plenty of those. Those women were drawn to him for his money, begged him to buy them things, dragged him to events, and were beyond eager to be seen in the public eye. Goldie did exactly none of those things. From the start, she'd made it clear she had no interest in his fortune. He had to remind himself she probably had no idea exactly how rich he actually was. Maybe it was better that way, though. Maybe it would be better to let this spring fling be nothing more than a fling. To him, however, it wasn't just a casual rendezvous. He hoped it wasn't for her either. "She needs to go. She's a distraction." He stopped sweeping and gripped the broom.
From what, exactly? She's the reason I stayed, Mom. I like her. I know you want something to happen with Danica. I know she's been your favorite, and I sometimes feel you like her more than you like me, he said with a laugh. But that's not going to happen. Danica and I had our shot. We tried. We weren't a good fit.
Danica seems to think otherwise.
So that means I should just give up my reservations about her? That's not how it works.
What exactly is it that bothers you so much about her? His mom asked. She tossed the empty, curling biscuit can in the garbage and dusted her hands as if it had been riddled with disease.
I was ready to move forward with her. I was ready to marry her when I was presented with a business opportunity, an opportunity that required me to move to Chicago to get things running.
You could have done that from here. He inclined his head.
I could have, but not as easily. I needed to be where my associates were. It was the chance of a lifetime. And Danica wouldn't support me in that. I would have for her. When I realized she wouldn't do the same for me, I started to get the feeling she'd be that way more and more as our relationship deepened. So I ended it before it could get there.
His mom was silent for a moment. You felt she didn't support you?
She didn't. I need a woman who's on my team.
His mom didn't argue, and that was a first for her. Instead, she settled herself on a bar stool. Her demeanor was accepting rather than defensive. And this Goldie person? You think she can be your cheerleader? You hardly know her. Adrian dusted more sugar from his shirt, not fighting back the smile that curved his lips upward at the sight. At the thought of his answer, which came to his mind immediately.
She's the most down-to-earth person I've ever met. She's humble, which I love, easy to talk to, fun to be around. She makes me feel like I'm the most important man she's ever met.
Not to mention how she made him feel physically. Strong, attractive, and ready to conquer the world just for her. When she'd kissed him in the barn, his entire world had turned upside down and continued to do so every time she was around. He wasn't ready to let that go. He couldn't believe his mom was listening to him about this. She was hearing him, really hearing him, for what was probably the first time in his life. Maybe his dad had been one of the reasons why his mom couldn't ever find it in herself to support Adrian, because his father never had. "I think I understand," she said. She stared at her clasped hands before lifting her eyes to his. Adrian swallowed.
I also think you should give Gabby a chance.
She shook her head slightly. "Gabby? I thought her name was Goldie."
Goldie is a nickname, I've come to find out. I want to call her by her real name, Gabrielle.
"Pretty name," his mom said without reservation. Her tone almost had an apologetic ring to it.
I thought so too.
Silence collected between them. Adrian tapped the dustpan over the garbage can, hearing the sugar tinkle against the rest of the disposed items. He sifted through the remaining contents in Gabby's grocery bag, placing a few in the fridge and leaving others on the countertop. His mom collected a long, slow breath and allowed it to exhale. "Adrian, she's not the only person I need to remedy things with. There's something you should know." Adrian returned the dustpan to its place in the closet and faced her. Something in her tone caused his stomach to clench.
What is it?
Holding an apologetic grimace, she rose from the bar stool and crossed the kitchen to him. She placed a hand on his forearm. "You're sure you don't want anything more to do with Danica?"
I'm sure.
"Then I need to ask your forgiveness. I know where your father's lockbox is." Chapter 18. Goldie half expected the same response she'd gotten the other dozen times she and Adrian had dropped by. To ring the doorbell, wait in agony, only to have no one respond and to return to her truck. This time, though, footsteps responded. This time, the sound of a lock being turned erupted like a rocket blast and shot her pulse into the sky with it. A blonde woman stood in the open doorway, her blue eyes welcoming and repentant all at once. Her hair wasn't just blonde, it was golden, like Goldie's. "Hello, Goldie," she said. "That's what your family calls you, isn't it?" Goldie examined her aunt's face, attempting to catalog similarities. The shape of her mouth, her cheekbones, her eyebrows. She found traces of resemblance in the line of Bethany's hair and the tilt of her almond eyes. They were like Goldie's mother's, like her own. She lifted her chin. "You knew I was in town." Her smile fell. "I did." "Why didn't you contact me? Why didn't you let me know?" Bethany pushed the screen door open and held it. "Please, come in. I'll explain everything, but we'll be more comfortable sitting down inside." The house was dated, clean but old. Wood paneling lined the walls, rendering the living room and kitchen darker than they might have been otherwise. The faint smell of an animal also coated the air, making Goldie wonder if it was a dog or a cat her aunt owned. A gray, fluffy cat made its appearance, strutting haughtily over to rub itself along the couch. "Why don't we go into the kitchen?" Bethany suggested with a smile, and a hand in that direction. Stepping like she was on eggshells, Goldie moved forward toward a squat table situated beneath a lamp made of different colored glass. A plate of cookies sat at its center, along with what appeared to be a photo album. Goldie slipped into a spindle-backed chair. Bethany took a seat across from her and slid the plate in her direction, but Goldie declined. She sat in a puddle of awkwardness and questions, and decided to get right to it. "Why haven't I known you?" Bethany stared at the rejected refreshments, interlocking her hands before her. "Your mom wanted it that way." "Your sisters?" Again, she inspected her, noticing more similarities in their appearances. The shape of their brows, the line of their lips and cheeks. Goldie had to admit, Aunt Bethany's countenance was a bit more pleasant than her mother's was. "We are," Bethany said. "It's why I had this ready for you. I thought you might want to see some pictures." "Proof, you mean," Goldie said. But unlike the cookies, she didn't decline the book when it was presented to her. Bethany flipped to stained photographs displaying two young girls, one with brown hair, one with blonde, laughing in dress-up clothes, blowing bubbles, running through a sprinkler. "JC would hate me for this, but you've been on my mind for years, Gabrielle, and I needed to tell you the truth." Goldie's frame turned to ice. "What truth?" Bethany flipped the page of the photo album. There were fewer pictures of her mother in here. Instead, many images of a teenaged Bethany with friends appeared. Bethany at school, Bethany with a good-looking young man. Then one image captured Goldie's attention. Bethany was pregnant, with one hand resting on her stomach. She looked far too young for that kind of responsibility. "You had a baby?" The air between them constricted. "I did. See? There she is." She pointed to a picture of a pretty baby. Suspicion crept into the crevices between Goldie's bones. It was the same picture she'd seen in her own baby album back home in Wisconsin. "This makes no sense. I've seen all these before." "I was in no shape to be a mother. I was barely 17, and my boyfriend left town once I told him the news. JC had been married for a few years by that time. She and Jared had been trying for a while to have a baby, but were struggling with infertility. So she offered to care for my baby and raise her, raise you, as their own." Goldie's vision blanked. Bethany couldn't be saying what she thought she was. It couldn't be true. "Are you saying you're my mother? My birth mother?" Bethany's eyes were glistening with tears. "I didn't want to tell you like this. For years I wanted to come to you, but JC told me to stay away." Goldie pushed the album away from her. Disbelief rattled through her like a freshly launched pinball. "Why now?" she managed. "Why are you telling me this now? It's been 27 years. "Your birth father and I have been in contact with one another over the years, and word reached me last month that he'd died in a car accident." Goldie gasped. "Oh my goodness!" "I realized how short life is. He had so many regrets, Gabrielle, about you. He regretted not wanting to try and make things work, to try and be the father you needed. He wanted to contact you sooner, but I held him off. I told him it wasn't time, and he respected that. And now he's gone." A tear slid down Bethany's cheek, and her lower lip trembled. "I wanted to make things right with you, and with my sister," she finished. Goldie couldn't breathe. She'd had a different father, a different mother, and her own mother had never told her. Did everyone lie? Adrian had been so quick to scheme up his fake girlfriend proposition, never thinking twice about it. Her parents had known she wasn't really theirs, and they'd pretended all her life. She kept it together, though inside she was kicking and screaming like a child.
I've tried repairing the breach between JC and me, but she always insisted I stay away, that you never needed to know. She said it would rattle you too much. But I don't like secrets, Gabrielle.
Neither do I, Goldie managed.
I've wanted to fix things between us for so long. Her pride would never let her welcome me in, not as long as you were in the dark about all of this. But now that you know, maybe she'll let me talk to her again. Goldie was speechless. She could well believe it of of J.C. Bybanks, to keep her own sister half a country away because of pride. Bethany rose. I'm sorry to do it like this. I would have preferred a much different approach, where both of your parents were on board.
And the reason you weren't here when I got to town? I emailed you several times. I stopped by every day.
Bethany had the decency to lower her head. Your mom contacted me. She told me to ignore your emails and that you'd come back home if I did. I didn't want to. I replied to the first one you sent. But I was working with the fundraiser the day you arrived, and then I was cowardly after that. I was scared. Goldie bit back a scoff.
Scared?
Of her? I know it sounds silly, but this isn't exactly an easy thing for me. I loved you. I wanted you. I couldn't keep you. And I've thought about you every day for years, wishing I could send you cards on your birthdays or call you to see how your life was turning out. I guess I was scared I'd mess this up too.
She was wringing her hands and staring at Goldie with pleading in her eyes. Goldie couldn't process it all. In all the times she'd wondered why her aunt had been ostracized, why her aunt had asked her to travel across the country to see her, she never would have imagined this. I need to go, Goldie said, rising. I need to think this over.
Bethany gripped the back of the chair. Her eyes were wide, her face pale. I understand. Goldie made for the door, pausing at the sight of the gray cat sleeping lazily on the back of the couch. She turned back.
You should know I'm leaving. They gave me 2 weeks off, but it took 3 days to get out here, and I've waited for 3 more since searching for you. I have to make it back in time if I want to keep my job. I have to leave.
More so now than ever. She needed to speak with with the woman she'd thought was her mother. Bethany folded her arms. I understand. Thank you for telling me. And Gabrielle? Goldie paused at the door and kept her gaze on the blue paint. For what it's worth, I'm sorry. Sorry she'd given her up? Sorry for contacting her at all? Sorry for avoiding her? Goldie couldn't be sure, but in the moment she didn't want to know. She'd had enough bombshells for one day. It was like cold oatmeal, bland and lumpy and distasteful, making her want to spit out every bite she'd been fed. She couldn't digest this, not now, maybe not ever. Goldie turned the knob and headed back out to her truck. Chapter 19. Adrian never thought he would willingly come here again. Then again, he never thought his mom would have entrusted his inheritance to Danica Foster either. So many memories were resurfacing, of 10, even 12 years before, back when he'd thought things could be different. He'd thought he could, in fact, set up his business while living at the ranch, to be closer to his family. His mother had been converting their home to a bed and breakfast, while his father had been working on constructing a pair of homes, one for him and Danica, one for the rest of them. But the closer he and Danny had stepped to matrimony, the more choked he'd felt. It was as though a rope had been tied around his torso, securing his arms to his sides, and he'd been gradually dragged toward the edge of a cliff. He couldn't take that plunge with her. Not then, and certainly not now.
Seeing the house his dad had already begun to build had been the last straw. He'd been tired of his father trying to control everything he did. Never mind that he wasn't sure he wanted to live right next door to his parents, in the house Chase and Kimmy ended up inheriting instead. Never mind that he was trying to get his own 2 feet on the ground. Never mind that Danica seemed to confide more in his mom than she did in him. It wasn't the kind of relationship he'd ever wanted. Standing here on Danica's sidewalk, he was reminded of exactly all the reasons why he'd left. Even so, the feelings he'd had then weren't making their usual appearance. He expected the typical impatience to get out of Dodge, to leave this all behind and make for Chicago as soon as he could, to solitude and busyness and distraction. Gabby was his hesitation now. Adrian meant what he'd told his mom when he'd confessed his feelings about Gabby. The problem was, he wasn't quite sure what to do about those feelings. Not until he got his father's lockbox. He also hoped things were going well with her aunt, who may or may not be her birth mother. He hoped she would understand why he hadn't told her the truth himself. Resting his sunglasses on his head, he gritted his teeth and made for the front door. Danica jerked it open after the first knock. She looked casual in jeans and a knotted gray t-shirt.
"You came,"
she said brightly.
"I've been waiting all day after your mom told me you wouldn't be there."
"It's no use," he said, resting a hand on the door jamb. He couldn't believe how badly he was trembling. Out of anger, frustration, flat-out disbelief, he couldn't be sure. "I loved you once, but I don't anymore, Danny. I've moved on. I need you to accept that." Her lips flattened into a thin line. She folded her arms and cocked her hip.
"And if I don't want to?"
"You can't force a hard chair to feel like a soft one. Please. I think you have something that belongs to me." Her mouth gaped.
"Your mom told you?"
"She did, which means I think you know it's over for good this time." He knew how harsh he sounded, and part of him regretted the words. But he'd tried to help her get the hint in much nicer ways than this so many times before now, and she wasn't getting it. If there was anything he'd learned in business, it was that bluntness was sometimes necessary. It would be better for Danny in the long run, too, not to think fondly of him. Danica pouted her lip, inhaled, and nodded in defeat.
"I'll be right back."
He noticed she didn't invite him in, and that was just fine. He waited at her eave, tossing his key fob from one hand to the other impatiently. Minutes later, Danny returned with a gray lockbox under her arm and passed it over. Adrian's blood split, scattering in all directions inside of him. He couldn't believe the shock, the relief washing over him, now that he finally had the thing in his grip. All the questions he'd had since the trust had been read spiraled through his mind. Of his father's vast fortune, of all the other things he could have bestowed to his firstborn son. He'd given him a container no bigger than a shoebox. "You never should have kept this from me." She lowered her head, clasping her hands in front of her in humility.
"I know. Your mom thought it would be the catalyst to get us talking again. I agreed, Adrian, but I shouldn't have."
At least she was being humble now. "Thanks for being honest with me," he said, reaching a comforting hand to her shoulder. The touch seemed to have the desired effect. She lifted her soothed, sorrowful gaze to him.
"Do you want to come inside?"
The question sounded feeble. He took a cleansing breath. "I think you know the answer to that." She dipped her chin, nodding.
"I guess you can't blame me for trying."
"You'll find someone else, Danny. You deserve someone else." She shrugged in an embarrassed kind of way.
"Who knows? It's nice of you to say, considering everything."
It meant a lot to have her acknowledge the state of things instead of trying to ignore them and force old feelings to be what they used to. While he was ready to turn around and leave, he didn't want it to be as brusque as that. Still, sometimes brusque was best.
Thanks, Danny. I'm glad you gave this to me.
The phone in his pocket buzzed, as did his eagerness to get back to his car. He tipped a finger to his forehead.
Goodbye.
Good luck with her. With Goldie.
Goldie. Gabby. Lockbox tucked under his arm, Adrian nodded and turned away, making it toward his awaiting rental. Now more than ever, he was anxious to get back to her, to see her again. A quick glance at his phone displayed a text from her. She told me the truth. I'm assuming you knew since I think you tried to tell me before I left. Thanks for everything. It was great meeting you. But I think it's time I go home. Adrian stared at the words, reading them over and over. I'm assuming you knew. That meant she'd spoken with her aunt. That meant Rita's discovery, his suspicion, was true. Bethany Harold had, in fact, given birth to Gabby. He could only imagine how she must be feeling right now. He wasn't going to communicate with texting, not over something like this. Chances were Gabby was emotional, and for good reason. No, this was definitely not the time for a text. He pushed her name on the phone to call. Several rings made him suspect she wasn't going to answer until she picked up. Hi, Adrian. Her voice was choked. He wasn't sure what to say.
How are you?
Why did you do this? She asked. Confusion rippled over him.
Do what?
Had something else happened? Had his mother said something to her? He was planning on telling her his mother knew the truth about them now. Why were you so nice to me? Why did you help me? Let me stay with your family. Why are you so nice? Adrian tried to wrap his head around where she was coming from. Undoubtedly, she'd just received a shocking bit of news from Bethany Harold. He couldn't think how to bring the conversation around and get to what was really bothering her.
You think I helped you just because I'm nice?
I know you are. I saw how you interacted with your nieces. How you bought a gazillion raffle tickets just to help out a town you claim to hate. His Adam's apple bobbed.
I still don't know what you're asking.
She huffed through the phone. Why me? Why did you even care? You could have left me on that mountain. You should have left me. If only I'd stayed lost.
Gabby,
he said, wishing he was there with her.
Where are you? Let's meet up. We can talk.
Why? She demanded. He knew she wasn't asking about meeting up. He got to the point.
I did it because something about you struck me, and I didn't want to let you go, Gabby.
My name is Goldie.
You told me yourself. It's Gabby. I want to call you who you really are. Gabrielle Bybanks. A woman with fire inside of her. A woman who glows and warms people just by being near them. You are like the sunlight. Not gold, but sun. You're Gabrielle. And I'm going to call you that.
No, don't. Please don't. He could hear the heartache in her tone. He longed to reach through the phone and hold her the way he had the night before. No one should be alone after finding out news like what she'd discovered. She's my birth mother, Gabby blurted. Bethany Harold. She's my real mom. I can't do this. I can't be your fake girlfriend. Does everyone lie? Isn't anyone ever honest? I thought I was getting to know you, but maybe I don't know you at all.
I'm sorry, he said. I never should have suggested being my girlfriend the way I did. I didn't see our relationship that way. It was never a lie to me. Believe it or not, I do care about being honest.
Most people don't, I guess, she said. My mom didn't, apparently. Or rather, the woman I thought was my mom. Adrian was anxious to make it right.
I told my mom the truth right after you left. I told her I just met you and how hard I'm crashing for you.
Adrian,
I mean it. You've become more to me in these last few days than I ever thought possible. Please, don't leave without saying goodbye.
Without letting him see her one last time. I'm saying it now. Goodbye, Adrian. He made a final effort before she hung up.
Don't go yet. Take a detour. Come to the cabin with me. There's something I want to show you.
She waited long enough to reply that he thought maybe, just maybe, she was about to give in. Her voice came through more muffled than before. I can't. Bye, Adrian.
Gabby. Gabby!
She didn't respond. She'd ended the call. Adrian darted the rest of the way to his car. He'd intended on opening the lockbox right away, but this couldn't wait. He had to get back to the B&B before Gabby headed for home. Chapter 20. Goldie's life had turned upside down. It was so common for her to take a wrong turn here and there, to find herself displaced without meaning to be. But she'd never felt more lost than she did right now. She managed to make her way out to Rustic Ridge, to gather her students' papers back into her portfolio and stuff her belongings into her duffel bag. She managed to mutter to Jordan at the reception desk that she wasn't coming back. She topped her truck off with gas, and then she was on the road. Part of her wanted to wait for Adrian, but she rammed that part way off her emotional grid. She couldn't handle anything else right now. She couldn't handle him or his family. She couldn't handle being in the same town with a woman who'd cast her aside. She didn't want a relationship, not when everything ended in betrayal or displeasure or angry spats. What she really wanted was to close her heart to anyone ever again. She thought of Adrian's confessions about his family, and how they were the reason he'd opted to build his company several states away. Was there a family anywhere that got along? What was the point of family if this was all it turned out to be? Her phone blinked his name. He was calling her. She gripped the steering wheel, waiting for the call to pass. She couldn't talk to him right now. The road was before her, and she drove with more confidence than she'd ever had. There was that, at least. At least this time, she knew exactly where she was going. Too bad it did nothing to appease the sorrow in her heart. Adrian stared at his phone. He should probably stop trying to call Gabby. It was clear she wasn't going to answer. Maybe he should have told her when she'd first arrived at his house. Then again, it wouldn't have made things any better, and he wasn't entirely sure it was his place to tell her something that important. She was feeling betrayed, and he couldn't blame her. With the lockbox perched on his bed, he figured he could understand the feeling. He hadn't really grieved his father's death. Part of him didn't want to open the lockbox. He had the feeling his dad was doing all of this to mock him. He'd always belittled his business ideals. It hadn't mattered how much Adrian had achieved. No matter how many smart investments he made, they weren't Rustic Ridge. They weren't home, which meant it was exactly what Adrian wanted, because he knew how much it got under his dad's skin. Guilt. That had been the hardest thing about Dad's death. Guilt festered within him about every recent conversation that had ended with frustration and snide comments. It wasn't that he hadn't wanted to settle down. He just wanted to make sure it was with the right woman, on their own terms, not his dad's. Mr. Bear had never listened long enough to care or grasp that. Now his dad was gone, and Adrian had never taken the chance to apologize. He'd never gotten anything from his dad either. No apology, no attempts at understanding. Matthew Bear had left him nothing but a cold, gray box. Adrian ran a hand through his hair and tapped his phone. It rang a few times before Rita picked it up. "Whatever it is, I'm not doing it." He smiled in spite of himself. He loved her dry comments. "Hi, Rita. Good to hear from you too. I'm calling because I need a flight. It's time to come home."
You sure this time?
Adrian peered out the window, taking in the lack of Gabby's white truck in the parking lot. It was time to move on like he should have done weeks ago. He needed to get back to his business, back to his life.
I'm sure.
Adrian took his time packing up his belongings and strolling across the ranch for the final time. He stopped in at the barn, looking in on the space where he and Goldie had hidden, where they'd shared their first kiss. He petted his favorite horses' noses and said goodbye to the teens working as ranch hands. That evening, he bade his family goodbye, stopping by to hug his nieces, his brothers, and then on to the big house to hug his mom. He parked the Hummer at the airport, making sure the rental agency would be picking it up, and he boarded his private plane headed for Bear Financial's airfield. Rita was waiting for him near the car she'd arranged. Her gray hair was pulled into a ponytail, and she wore a stylish jacket and jeans. She had a hand on her hip and a sign that read, "It's about time." Adrian chuckled at the sight, warmed by her.
Good to see you, Rita,
he said. You too, sir. It's good you arrived when you did. I used the sleuth skills you inspired in me and discovered this. She handed her iPad to him. Adrian had been keeping tabs on Market Sentry and managing as he could from home, but he hadn't been able to check the listings yet that day, and one day in the stock market could mean life or death for a person's business, depending on how it was run. He'd made sure it was never the latter option. He skimmed over the stock reports. From yesterday to today, his numbers had plummeted. His eyes flicked to hers.
When did this happen?
This morning, she said. What was he going to do? He'd used his grandfather's inheritance to invest in the first place, and that had taken 10 years to build Bear Financial Investments. This could provoke uncertainty in his clientele. It could build distrust in his company. People might withdraw their accounts from him, and that didn't bode well. What about his employees and those who would lose their jobs if his business went under? Luckily, he hadn't bought on margin. He knew enough how the fluctuating share prices affected things. Hopefully, the market would rebound and he could recoup his losses. But still, he had to make sure this wasn't as drastic as it could be. He should never have stayed in Montana as long as he had. Absent-mindedly, he pulled the bouquet of lollipops from his pocket. It no longer seemed the right time to give them to her, but he did it anyway.
As promised,
he said. Color flushed Rita's cheeks. She gave him a sardonic smile, took the lollipops, and turned. The car is waiting, sir.
Thanks, Rita.
They rode together to his office, and while inside, he couldn't manage to settle his brain on the problem at hand, large-scaled though it was. Thoughts of Gabby kept resurfacing. He paced, then strode to the windows and stared down at the canals, at the busy streets, at the buildings streaking the skyline. Loneliness cascaded through him. Suddenly, the water seemed dirtier, the streets more claustrophobic. The glamour of this life here wasn't holding up its luster. He found himself missing the quiet, open range, the drivers who went 10 under the speed limit, the town where everyone knew everyone. He hadn't realized what a light Gabby had been for him until that light was dimmed, until that light deserted him. Adrian knew he could fix his business, even if it meant losing out on a few customers. But what did all of this, the fast pace, the high-rise office, the spacious apartment, matter if he didn't have someone to share it with? Someone with golden hair, a sweet smile, and the uncanny ability to not only flip his life upside down, but give him exactly no desire to turn it right side up again. He wasn't sure what to do about her. If she wanted things to be over between them, he could respect that. He would try to, anyway. He had a business to remedy, customers to placate, and investments to restore. He needed the distraction anyway. A way to keep his mind off of her. Chapter 21. Goldie followed the instructions on the GPS and managed to find her own way to the freeway. It was a few days' drive back to Wisconsin.
She wished she could just appear there instead of having to endure it, but she made the trek all the same, swimming in her thoughts the entire time. Hard as she tried to root him out, Adrian wouldn't leave her mind. She'd been so harsh during their last phone conversation. Every time he called since, she wanted to answer but couldn't bring herself to do it. His life was in Chicago with his business. It wouldn't work, and she couldn't afford to open up to anyone else again. Part of her regretted how she'd parted with Bethany, too. That couldn't have been an easy conversation to have. Bethany had admitted she wanted to make things right, but Goldie couldn't focus on anything else, not until she made it home and spoke with her mother. The screen lit up on her dashboard, and this one she did answer. "Hey, Sadie." "Girl, I haven't heard from you in days. I just wanted to see how you're holding up with Ted Bundy. He's hot, isn't he?" Goldie laughed, grateful for her friend's lighthearted take. She needed lighthearted right about now. "I'm headed back as we speak, and boy, do I have a story for you." "Please tell me it has something to do with Mr. Hottie." Sadie listened, responding with just the right amount of "ohs" and "whats" and "oh my goodnesses." "Your aunt is really—" "My birth mom, yeah." "What are you going to do?" Goldie exhaled, gripped the steering wheel, and stared at the road. "I'm going to talk to my parents, first of all. I want to know why, you know?" "I totally know," Sadie said. "Good luck, and drive safely." "Thanks, Sadie." After driving for 6 hours, stopping for the night in South Dakota, and then driving another handful of hours, the Baldwin exit was a welcome sign. Goldie trekked her way toward the town's opposite end and pulled into her childhood home's driveway. Nostalgia hit harder than the time she'd been struck in the side of the jaw by a softball while dashing for home base. It was jarring, harsh, and sudden, and it stole her breath. This might never have been her house at all if things had gone differently. What kind of life would she have had being raised by Bethany in Montana instead? Her name would have been Gabrielle Harold. She might have known Adrian Bear longer then, seeing as how they would have lived in the same town. She might have attended school with him, have seen him dating Danica, or been one of the other girls he'd avoided. She might have had a mother she could get along with, instead of one who was constantly disappointed in her. "There you are," her mom said when she entered. JC was at the sink washing jars. Being a gardening nut, she was preparing for canning season to come later that summer. Goldie knew the ritual by heart. Hands dipped in the sink water, her arms were spattered with soap. "I've been worried sick about you." Goldie set down her keys. "Since when are you ever sick or worried?" "Since you took off without a word. I considered flying out there after you, you know." Goldie's fists clenched. "Why? So you could keep Bethany from telling me the truth? Why would you shut her out, keep her away from her own daughter?" JC's jaw dropped. She lifted her hands from the soapy water, shook off the suds, and dried them on a nearby towel. "You are my daughter. I never wanted any confusion on the subject, and knowing Bethany, I knew she'd try to take you back if I took you to visit her." "So you decided to pretend she didn't exist?" Her mom stood soldier stiff. "I thought a clean break would be best. Yes." All the emotion from the past week and a half crushed her, weighing more than if she were landed with a mountain of sand. "You should have told me." "I know. I'm sorry." Startled, Goldie's head recoiled back. "Sorry?" Her mom closed her eyes and inhaled, an exercise in patience and self-control Goldie had witnessed many times, especially in her honor. "Goldie," she said, in her too calm tone. "Is that why you never call me by my name? I thought it was because of my hair, my golden hair. Now I'm starting to think you didn't want to call me by the name she gave me." Another exhale. Her mother still hadn't looked at her. "Did you name me Gabrielle, or did she?" "She did." Goldie felt like screaming. She knew it was childish, but she couldn't help the sensation. She worked to keep her voice level. "Do you have any idea what it's like finding out your mom isn't really your mom?" JC's lids lifted. "You were never supposed to find out." Her mom didn't care that she'd lied to her. She still would have been living the lie if it hadn't been for Bethany's interference. The realization blindsided her. "I did find out, Mom. You lied, even if it was a lie of omission. And it hurts me. Our whole family dynamic hurts me." Goldie snatched her keys from the counter and stormed out. Now she understood what made Adrian despise his beautiful home. What made him want something else, be somewhere else. She wanted to hurl Baldwin and its little house and the lies which created her memories there right off the map. She had the school year to finish, but after that she was done. Gone. For some reason, she thought of the sign she'd won from the Bear family's fundraiser, and the single word it boasted. Home. She'd planned on hanging it in her apartment, but it no longer fit there. She wasn't sure where she could hang it now, where it would actually feel like it applied. Getting lost had always been a joke, something she did by accident. It had also happened far too frequently for her liking. Even though she was home, this was the most lost she'd ever felt in her life. Chapter 22.
"Thanks for a great year, Miss Bybanks," Caleb said. He was a tall, gangly young man and wore a shirt with a man holding a fish and the words, "This is what I look like when I call in sick," written below. "You know, I hate writing, but you really helped make it more fun."
Goldie smiled at him from behind her desk. She cast nods to a few of the other students as they passed and waved goodbye to her on their way out the door. The final bell had just rung, and the room had cleared faster than a swimming pool in a lightning storm. Last days were bittersweet. A much-looked-for respite from the day-to-day task of lesson plans and paper grading was balanced out with the jam-packed energy bursting from each student in the halls. It was the end of May, and it was definitely time to be done with school. "I'm glad to hear that. You're a great writer, Caleb."
"Have a good summer, Miss B. See you next year."
He slung his backpack over his shoulder and strolled out. "See you," she said calmly, while inwardly she was a simmering pot of nerves. As difficult as it was, she wouldn't be seeing him or any of the other students next year. Not if she could help it. She was done referring to herself by her nickname. After the conversation with her mom several weeks ago, she resolved to be Gabrielle from then on. Adrian had called her Gabby, and she'd liked it. She hadn't been able to stop thinking about him since she'd left Two Pines. For 6 weeks, he'd dominated her inner dialogue, and that had to mean something. It had led her job hunt in his direction, and when she'd gotten the invitation for an interview, she took that as a good sign, too. It had also partly been Sadie's suggestion to apply for a teaching position in Chicago. She'd been irritated every time Gabby ignored one of Adrian's phone calls. The argument, and Sadie's insistence, echoed with renewed clarity in her mind. "Will you answer him already?" Sadie had said. "Put the poor man out of his misery, or better yet, make up with him." "It's just guilt," Gabby had argued. "He's only calling because he feels bad for not telling me about my aunt." They'd been involved briefly, but it was just a game. Something to trick his mom so he didn't get hooked up with someone else. Sadie had pursed her lips. "If that was the case, I'm pretty sure he wouldn't keep calling you every single day." "I don't know if I can trust him, Sadie," Gabby had told her in response. "After what my parents did, after this whole thing with my aunt, how can you trust anyone?" Sadie had propped her elbows on the counter. "Did he actually lie to you?" Gabby had flicked through her memories. Lie directly to her? Not exactly. Who did he lie to then? Sadie had asked. Well, to his mom and everyone else every time he claimed I was his girlfriend, except her mind had wandered. Adrian hadn't really lied about that. After calling her honey in front of his mom, he'd been completely upfront about it, explaining his reasoning. It had been, in part, to protect her from his mother's scrutiny after being found in their family's cabin. The moment had flashed in her mind. He'd been completely straightforward. He'd asked her to be his girlfriend, and after some deliberation, she'd willingly agreed. All this time, she'd been simmering over his dishonesty. But had he really been dishonest? Something inside of her had started to puddle then. For all intents and purposes, she had been his girlfriend. He'd found excuses to hold her hand, to hide away in the barn, to give her the most mind-blowing kiss she'd ever had. They'd gone on dates and shared parts of themselves they'd never shared with anyone else. If that wasn't boyfriend-girlfriend material, she wasn't sure what was. With dawning realization and a nugget of guilt in the pit of her stomach, Gabby had met Sadie's expectant gaze. It wasn't just some fake claim. I think he really did see me as his girlfriend. Which meant he cared about her. The sly, pensive gazes, the playful banter and requests for hugs, the hand-holding and confidential conversations, they'd all been real. See, Sadie had said, reaching for an apple in the basket on their counter. She'd taken a large bite and smiled. He's not as bad as you were thinking. Her heart had banged against her ribs in an unprecedented way. All this time she'd been so confused, so sure it had been an act. Could it be true? Could Adrian really have been interested in her? He's not as bad as you were thinking. Not bad, Gabby had mentally agreed. Not bad in the slightest. A strange tingling had started in her toes, prickling its way up her legs and to her spine. You're right, Gabby had said. Maybe it wouldn't hurt to at least talk to him, get things sorted out. If you don't do it now, you'll always wonder. Look at how long your Aunt Mom waited. Look at all that lost time. Sadie had been completely right. Lost time was the perfect way to put it. Gabby had considered calling Adrian back, but for some reason this wasn't something she wanted to do over the phone. It just so happened the job interview coincided perfectly with her new laid plans. Plans which included heading to Chicago and baring her soul to the man she was pretty sure she was falling in love with. She hadn't been looking for a relationship or having a man in her life long term. But now that she'd experienced all of that, now that she thought she could trust Adrian, really trust him, she was desperate to give it a try. She glanced at the clock above the door. 3 more hours until her flight. She'd been communicating with a high school principal in a Chicago suburb, a principal who knew her by her real name. He was optimistic that she was perfect for the position and needed only to meet with her before finalizing the offer. With bees in her stomach, Gabby had agreed and booked her flight the next day. Even though it was only about a 5-hour drive, she wasn't ready to tackle another road trip anytime soon. If she'd gotten lost in Montana, she could only wonder what would happen in a city like Chicago. So, flying it was. She intended to leave just as soon as she could. She would find out where Bear Financial Investments was located, land herself on his doorstep, and explain everything. Explain the way he made her feel as though there was a balloon in her chest, and the way he'd inserted himself into everything that she was. A pinprick of uncertainty walked hand in hand with those thoughts. After the way she'd left and how she'd been ignoring him, would Adrian want to see her? There was only one way to find out, and that left her with even more buzzing in her stomach. She had one stop to make before retrieving her bags from her apartment and heading out. Gabby hadn't returned to her parents' house since the day she'd come home over a month ago. but a nagging voice inside wouldn't let her leave without seeing them. She packed a few final things from her desk into her bag, made her way to the teacher's lounge to say goodbye to her fellow teachers, and then she was leaving Baldwin behind. It was time for her to get lost on purpose. The trepidation she expected to feel wasn't there. Gabby strolled into her parents' home to find her dad and mom sitting in their recliners watching TV. Her dad muted the show when he saw her.
Hey,
He said, as though it was normal for her to be there.
how was the last day of school?
Gabby paused long enough to realize that he knew it had been her last day. Her dad had always shown more interest in her life than her mom did. Refreshing, Gabby said. Her mom rose from her recliner. It's good to see you. You too. The minute the words left, she realized they were true. She was glad to see them both. In fact, I'm glad you're both here. I was hoping we could talk.
We'd love that, said her dad. Come sit down, sweetie.
Good old Dad, always making her feel special and important. Her mom stood in the room's center, as though she didn't know what to do with herself. Gabby took a few steps farther in, but didn't sit. I'm not going to stay and visit, she said. I wanted to tell you both, I understand why you did what you did. I'm still trying to forgive you for it, but I want you to know I understand it. The last 6 weeks had given her plenty of time to reflect on everything. She'd been in contact with Bethany and was learning more about her situation as well. A 17-year-old girl with a tendency for rebellion, a boyfriend who had left. It hadn't exactly been a stable home for a baby. Bethany had finished school after Gabby was born. She'd been able to get an associate's degree, buy a house, and manage her life better than she would have under different circumstances. Gabby had been excited when Bethany began texting her randomly about things the way Sadie did, the way a friend would do. She was beginning to feel like a friend. It was Bethany who suggested she make things right with her mom. She explained that JC had always been a little prickly, but even a cactus had blossoms, and she loved her. You don't know how hard things must have been for your mom, Bethany had texted. It takes bravery to do the right thing for your kids. She was doing what she thought was best for you. It had been just what Gabby had needed to hear, to see things from her mom's perspective as well. I'm glad, said her mom. We've thought about you a lot since you returned home. Gabby nodded. Thanks. I also wanted you to know I'm leaving. What? I'm going to Chicago. Her mom closed her eyes and turned away. I knew this would happen. I knew she would take you from me. It's not to be with Bethany. I have a job interview there. Why would you ever want to work in Chicago? Her mom folded her arms. For the first time in her life, the tone, the gesture, the entire package of J.C. Bybanks didn't seem like a condescending, disapproving hawk out to peck out her every mistake. This was just how her mom was. The usual intimidation Gabby felt around her mom didn't surface. She had Bethany to thank for that. While I was in Montana, I met someone. His name is Adrian Bear, and we sort of hit it off. Her mom's mouth parted. You failed to mention this. I still don't see what he has to do with Chicago. He was only visiting Two Pines as well. Chicago is where he lives. And he's invited you there? Gabby swallowed. Not exactly. He doesn't know I'm coming. I'm hoping when I get there he'll be happy to see me. She waited for the lecture, for her mom to spell out exactly how harebrained this scheme was, to throw her life away and move to be with some guy she'd only known for a week. To her surprise, the room stayed silent.
Let us know how the interview goes,
her dad said, rising from his recliner. He crossed the room and pulled her into a hug.
Sure are proud of you, sweetie. If this guy doesn't want you, he's nuts."
She laughed against her dad's chest. "Thanks, Daddy." The hug swirled inside of her, making her feel warmer and more loved by them both than she had in a long time. It meant that much more, that they weren't questioning her choices. She pulled away, and her dad nudged her chin with a knuckle.
"I hope you're happy, Goldie."
In that moment, she sensed the endearment of the nickname. It was a term of affection, not a brand. "Thanks for saying that, Dad. And if you don't mind, I'd like to be called Gabby from now on." She turned to her mom, who was going to get a hug whether she wanted one or not. JC opened her arms and welcomed her in. "Goodbye, Gabrielle," she said, stroking her hair. Gabby's eyes watered over. Closure took place inside her chest. Years of feeling like she wasn't enough washed away. "You should know, even though I found out the truth, I consider you my mom. Bethany is my aunt and a friend." Her mom squeezed tighter. "Thank you for saying that." She pulled away, her own eyes glistening. "You should give Bethany another chance," Gabby said. "She's really nice." "I'll consider it. I assume you'll let us know about the job interview?" "I will." Gabby gave them both a final hug. "I love you both." She stepped out into the early summer air and inhaled. It was the kind of day that seemed like the sun was shining just for her. It felt so good to get things out in the open, to make up with her parents, to be moving on. Now to get her bag and head for the airport. She swiped her phone and looked at the selfie Adrian had taken of them during their disastrous bout of baking. His face beside hers, the smirk, the twinkle in his eyes, the swoop of his hair. They were all hardwired into her. The time she'd spent with him on his family's ranch had been the best few days of her life. The prospect of the interview was rattling enough, but seeing Adrian again, Gabrielle was downright punchy. He might reject her, that much she knew. But he might not, and she was banking on that option. Chapter 23. Adrian bopped his fists together as a way to dispel the energy coursing through him. Rita offered him a Dr. Pepper, but he declined. He'd probably spill it all over the place with the way he was quaking. Rita blended in with the other men and women in suits in the boardroom. Some sat in the gathered swivel chairs, but most were standing and staring up at the screen the way Adrian was. His whole company was based on the outcome of today. The market hadn't yet rebounded. If the numbers didn't show, he'd have to let off 100 employees. He couldn't do that to them. Fists clenched, chest pinched, he stared at the large screen as numbers flickered in their columns. He'd reallocated funds. He'd made phone calls, adjusted investments, and made exorbitant promises he only hoped he could keep. Today was the day to see if his efforts would pan out the way he'd planned. "It'll happen, sir," Rita said encouragingly, offering him the same can of Dr. Pepper. This time, Adrian took it and sipped gratefully, unable to take his eyes from the screen. 10 more seconds. 8, 5, 2, 1. The numbers shifted, and the margin flickered from red to black. The room exploded with cheers. Adrian's chest soared. He'd done it. He'd gotten Bear Financial Investments back on its feet. His associates clapped him on the back, passing from the room with congratulations and appreciative nods in his direction. "Thanks for all the hard work," Gerald from marketing called. Adrian saluted him with his Dr. Pepper, and then tipped it back for a much-needed gulp. He didn't realize how thirsty he was. Not only that, he was suddenly exhausted. So much emotional and mental strain and tension trying to recuperate after the crash.
It was definitely taking its toll. Rita seemed to feel it, too. She pushed a few of the wheeled chairs back toward the table. "Congratulations, sir." "Thanks, Rita. Anything else you need from me? If not, I think I'll head home for a soothing bath." He smirked, still trying to wrap his mind around this outcome. He'd been so stressed, so worried, unsure of what he would do if his efforts hadn't worked. But they had. They had worked, and now it was time to breathe a little easier. "We need to alert the employees. Send out a notification that the crisis has been averted." "That can wait until tomorrow, can't it?" Rita said. "Sounds to me like I'm not the only one who needs to take a little time to celebrate. Go home, sir. Kick back. Watch some TV. Do whatever it is you do to celebrate." He blinked a few times. Celebrate? The only person he wanted to celebrate this victory with had remained silent for weeks. But he was on a high from his victory. He'd salvaged his company and saved hundreds of people from losing their jobs. Was there a chance he could salvage things with Gabby, too? "Rita, there is one more thing I need before you go." She yawned behind her hand, but pulled out her phone, ready to mark it in. "And that is?" "A flight." If she was surprised, she didn't show it. "Where to, sir?" "Wisconsin." He'd told Gabby he wouldn't initiate anything unless she wanted it. But he couldn't keep that promise now. She'd been right about him. His life in Montana had been a good fit. He'd thought Chicago fit him like a fine suit, but now that he was back, the city was starting to feel a little too tight. He stared out the window of his office high-rise, getting the same sense he'd had since he came back here. Something was missing. For all its fast pace and grandeur, Chicago was lacking something. He was out of place here, like a chair he couldn't completely sink into. With Gabby's help, he'd seen the cabin, the ranch, for what it really was. He'd appreciated the seclusion of it, the magic of nature enveloping the town and the home he'd once despised. The tranquility of the horses and the majesty of the mountains and fields. Opposite from his sense of feeling misplaced, it was like a chair made just for him. He wanted that. He could make it work, living in Montana, flying out to Chicago when he needed to. What else was the internet for? In that moment, two things were suddenly absolutely certain in Adrian's mind. He wanted to go home, and he didn't want to go there alone. Rita had his jet ready, and Adrian was packed within the hour. Adrian stepped off the plane and straight to the rental car Rita had arranged. He followed the GPS to the address Bethany had given him. Gabby was no catch and release. She was a keeper, and he had to let her know how he felt. She lived in a duplex with brown siding. A few trees blossomed beside a cluster of mailboxes at the end of the main sidewalk. Adrian searched for her white pickup in the lot, but it wasn't there. Undeterred, he made his way to number 206 and knocked. A short woman opened. Her brown hair hung to her shoulders, and she crinkled her nose to adjust the glasses perched there. This must be a roommate. He wasn't sure Gabby had ever mentioned a roommate, but it made sense. "Can I help you?" "My name is Adrian Bear. I'm looking for Goldie Bybanks." "You're Adrian?" She scanned him like a barcode. He couldn't remember feeling squeamish under a woman's approving glance, but he did with hers. "Wow, Goldie wasn't kidding." Adrian brushed off the attention. Gabby had talked about him with her roommate. That was a good sign. "Is she here?" Her roommate slung a purse over her shoulder. "Nope, I'm just headed out, but you're welcome to wait here for her." She was headed out, but she was welcoming him in? "I can just wait in the car." "Come on," said the girl, ushering him in. Somehow she managed to trade him places, leaving him in the eave of their apartment and her on the step. "We don't have much, but you're welcome to whatever's in the fridge. Nice to meet you." She closed the door,
leaving him awkwardly alone. Adrian stared around at the space. A small-screened TV sat on top of a cheaply built table. A few books were heaped onto the coffee table in the room's center. The couches were mismatched, one floral, the other blue, and the curtains were blandly generic, making him wonder if they were the original fabric that had been supplied in every unit whenever these had been built, which he suspected was some time ago. He remembered Gabby that morning in his cabin, how she must have felt the same awkwardness being in a space that wasn't her own. The sight of her purple duffel bag resting near the entrance into the hall was heartening. It assured him he was in the right place. He wandered through, checking out the space. The fridge was covered in magnets and papers. A bowl was left on the table. He fiddled with the spoon, accidentally knocking it on the floor. Good grief, he was all nerves. Not wanting to intrude down the hall and unsure of what else to do, he settled himself on her couch. It was too hard. How did they possibly relax on this thing? Leaned back and closed his eyes. Chapter 24. Gabby's keys jangled as she crammed them into the lock. Wanderlust had injected into her veins, spurring her movements. Unfortunately, it also made her palms slippery. She nearly dropped her keys as she turned the knob into her apartment. And she stopped. It should have been empty. Sadie had already left for work, and Gabby had called to tell her goodbye. She was grabbing her bag, and that was it. But when she caught sight of the bowl on the table and a man sleeping on her couch, her heart gave a little lurch. All at once, a series of disasters streamed through her subconscious. Someone had broken in. She'd heard of idiotic robbers who decided to take naps in the middle of their heist. Why anyone would break in here, she couldn't understand. She and Sadie had nothing for them to steal. Then again, the door hadn't been forced or broken into. Neither had any of the windows that she'd noticed. Gabby curbed her panicked impulse to reach for the nearest heavy object, smack the man with it, and bolt for the police station. Instead, she took a few rattling steps toward him. Black hair, feathered lashes, teasing lips, his hands resting peacefully on his chest as it rose up and down. She'd fantasized about this face, imagined every aspect she could summon. And when she couldn't remember those, she'd stared at the selfie he'd taken of them, for longer than was probably mentally healthy. Lightness puffed in her chest, and her senses climbed sky high. Oh, goodness! Adrian Bear was here, asleep on her couch. She watched him for a few moments, inching closer just to be sure. The past 6 weeks couldn't have erased the memory of his features. Lips parted slightly, scruff itching along his jawline. The freckles she'd noticed near his left ear. It really was him. Adrian? She crouched before him and shook his shoulder, thrilling at touching him. Disbelief still clamored through her. What was he doing here? He stirred and lifted his lids. "Gabby?" he said groggily. She sank back on her heels. "You were sleeping on my couch?" "Just returning the favor," he said, stretching his arm outward. "Nothing like finding a beautiful woman sleeping in my bed." She couldn't seem to close her mouth. Her insides were squealing. "What are you doing here?" He pushed himself up. It wasn't the eyes so much as the directness of the gaze, the shape of him, his arm resting on the cushion, the way he tilted slightly in her direction. The air hummed. Something invisible drew her to him. "I needed to see you," he said, his fingers finding hers. The touch was a shockwave that made her brain babble. She was hyper-aware of his fingertips, of his skin, of the flecks of intensity in his hazel eyes. Throughout their entire brief relationship, she'd constantly questioned the reality of him. She couldn't have dreamed this moment up, though, not with the way her blood was racing or the way his gaze penetrated her. He was here. He was real. She wanted to return his adorable comment. She'd needed to see him, too. It was the whole reason she'd searched out job openings in Chicago. But she'd found one, and no amount of weak knees or love-struck realization could change the fact that she had a flight to catch. She had to go. She rose on her knees, kneeling higher to press her forehead against his. She closed her eyes, wishing she could bask in the moment. "This is rotten timing," she said. His voice was just as she remembered it, low and resonant.
Why?
"Because you're here and I'm leaving. I have a job interview." He pulled back just enough for her to see his confused expression and brought his feet to the carpet.
You're heading to Montana?
"Chicago, actually. I booked my flight. I was just coming home from my bag before heading out." She gestured to the duffel bag and rose to her feet. The clock was ticking. She had to go. His brows leaped.
Chicago?
She hesitated to tell him the real reason she'd chosen that particular city. But he was here, sitting on her couch, which meant he cared about her. She decided to take the risk of honesty. "It's where your business is, your life. I wanted to see you where you fit." He stared at her like she was a mystery.
You are something, aren't you?
Gabby fidgeted. She wasn't entirely sure what to say to that. "Is that good or bad?" Adrian stood, keeping her hand in his and helping her to her feet as well.
Good. Too good. I've tried many places, but I think it doesn't matter where I go. The thing that was missing in each of those scenarios is you. You're my best fit, Gabby Bybanks. You're sunlight,
he said. She could hardly speak. He'd said something similar as she'd been leaving town, but she hadn't been able to process it. "Sunlight?" He nodded his chin toward the window.
See that sunshine? It completely changes this room. It adds color. It brightens everything. Like gold. Like you.
His gaze was powerful, filled with revelation and fire, and focused directly on her. He reached past her shoulders and slid his fingers through her long blonde hair, letting them run its complete length like water.
It's not your hair alone that's enlightening. You are sunshine, Gabby. You have that effect everywhere you go. I saw it when we went to Stano's and you clapped for that guitarist when no one else would and livened up the audience. When we looked across the ranch and you noticed everything I didn't. You're that way for me, too.
"Adrian," she said, not knowing what else to say. Was this really happening?
You don't believe me? I know you have a hard time with trust.
She dipped her chin to her chest. His mother wasn't around. This was no fake scenario. He was here, in her living room. He had come to see her, and he was baring himself to her. "I can't believe you're saying all of this. I thought I'd have to explain myself."
What is it you need to explain?
She twisted her hair over one shoulder. "I ignored your calls, Adrian. I'm sorry. I didn't know what to say to you, how to tell you why I left Two Pines the way I did."
Why did you?
He asked. She drew in a gradual breath that did nothing to slow her heart. "I was scared," she said. "Scared that deep down you didn't really care for me the way you seemed to, since it all started as a ploy to convince your mom you didn't want to be with Danica. At times I wondered if you really did like me. But then, when I realized you found out about my birth mom before me, it made me even more scared. I couldn't believe you didn't say anything."
I'm sorry,
he said.
I was going to tell you, but then you got that email and left. I never meant to deceive you. It's why I've been calling every day. I hoped maybe the next time you'd pick up, or the next. I know you think people can't be trusted, but I wanted you to know you could trust me.
Why? She asked.
You were the first good memory I have of my family's cabin, he said. The minute I saw you there.
He nuzzled in, dipping to press his nose to hers.
You've shed light into my life. You've helped me see things in a completely different way. I was never satisfied with any of it before. I could never see it for what it was. It took seeing things through your eyes to appreciate just how good I had it.
She rested a hand on his arm, basking in his words.
I told my mom the truth. Then I went to Danica's and I told her the truth once and for all. That she deserves to find someone else because my heart is already long gone. It followed you the minute you left.
Gabby's insides whirred and ticked like a wind-up toy. He was being serious. He really had come to care for her as much as she had for him. "Got any cabins in Chicago?" she asked with a grin.
His lips quirked. No, but I have a guest house I can offer to you.
A guest house? Seriously, how many guys have guest houses? Adrian Bear, what aren't you telling me? He full-on grinned, stunning her with the image of it.
So much,
he said. His hands slid from her hair to her jaw, and he pulled her gently to him to place a kiss on her mouth. It was budding and cautious, and so filled with promise the heat of it tingled all the way to her toes.
Can you cancel your flight?
He said against her lips. It's non-refundable. She ached at just how much she'd spent on that ticket. You're not telling me not to come, are you? Job interview, remember?
Interview all you want. It's just that I might have a faster way to get us back.
Magic? She suggested. What was faster than an airplane? He grinned, kissing her again.
A private jet?
She curled her fingers into his hair as he pulled her closer. Let me guess. Courtesy of Bear Financial Investments? Don't tell me you're some kind of closet billionaire.
Billionaire, yes. Closet, no.
Adrian, she chided.
What?
Her eyes thinned to slits. She couldn't tell if he was teasing her or not. He slid his arms around her again, giving her another kiss.
Come on,
he said, releasing her long enough to bend for her bag. He offered her his free hand.
Let's go.
Gabby watched him, stupefied. Billionaire? Seriously? No wonder $100 had seemed like pocket change to him. A shrug. Smirking with flurries of disbelief, she took his offered hand. Whether he was serious or not, she supposed she had some time to figure it out. Chapter 25. The cabin nestled in the trees was exactly as she'd remembered it. Beams of light sprayed between branches, adding a glow around the place, making it that much more picturesque. Adrian got Gabby's car door, and they strode hand in hand down the path. She waited for him to unlock the door, and together they entered the place where they'd first met. It was perfectly staged and secluded in a way that invited them to settle in, to get cozy and stay that way for a while. Well, Gabby said, circling. We're here. Are you going to tell me why now? Adrian set his bag on the floor.
Remember the day I found you here?
Like I could forget it, she said with a grin. He lifted the flap on his leather bag and removed a square lockbox.
This is what I was looking for that day. It's what my father left me in the family trust.
Ah, so you did lie to me. He froze, his eyes widening. You said it was lottery tickets.
She folded her arms, swimming in the delight of making him squirm. He released a relieved chuckle. "Ha ha," he said, tapping her nose. "Where did you find it?" she asked, stepping closer to inspect his lockbox. "Danica had it." Gabby touched her throat. "Do I want to know?" "Probably not." He padded to the sitting area, set it on the coffee table, and then glanced at her expectantly. Adrian offered her a hand. "I wanted to share this moment with you. I think that's why I could never open it before now." Gabby joined his side. Her body temperature ticked up a few notches, the way it always did when this close to him. He placed a hand on her low back, as though comforted by her place at his side. "Are you sure about this?" "What do you mean?" "Are you sure you want me here?" His eye registered the question. He tilted closer. "I wouldn't be doing this now if I wasn't." She found herself seeking his hand and weaving her own with it. "Okay." Clearing his throat, Adrian retrieved the small key from his pocket, inserted it into the lock, and turned. It responded with a click. He exhaled and lifted the lid. Inside were several wads of paper, along with what looked like a letter. Adrian rifled through, confused. "May I?" Adrian nodded. Gabby opened the topmost folded paper to reveal a stained red border surrounding large calligraphy below an eagle with open wings. A name dubbed it Deer Lodge Railroad Company. Another similarly designed certificate was labeled Montana Land Trust. "Are these—" "Old stock certificates," Adrian said, perusing another. "Are they worth anything?" "Most stock is tracked online these days," he said. "The least I can do is see if any of these companies exist anymore, but the chance is unlikely. Look at some of these dates." He pointed to several corners where dates ranged from the late 1800s to early 1900s, even 1950. Gabby watched his expression for several moments. His forehead was furrowed, his lips downturned. "This isn't what you were expecting, is it?" she asked softly, resting a comforting hand on his arm. His breathing was escalating. He spoke without looking at her. "I don't know what I was expecting. He left my brothers usable things, like places in the company, like the ownership of horses and land. And he gave me a bunch of expired stock." "Maybe he thought they still had value," she suggested, trying to comfort him. Adrian sniffed and glanced upward to the ceiling. "I feel like he's still mocking my career choice, showing me how quickly something valuable can expire." He pushed the lockbox to the center of the coffee table, disturbing the certificates scattered across the white fabric, and ran his hands through his hair. "I was never good enough for him. I was only ever focused on money, and this is his way of shoving that in my face, to show me it doesn't last." Gabby couldn't see how this was any different than the inheritance his brothers had received. Each of their gifts had monetary value as well. Though she hadn't even known the man, she suspected their father had the best intentions when he'd given these to his oldest son. She placed herself in front of him and took his face in her hands. His body was trembling, his face pained. She waited to speak until his eyes rested on hers. "I don't care what your father thought of you," she said, "because the Adrian I know is kind and good. He's driven and ambitious and dead sexy. All traits any father should be proud of, and all things money can't buy." A glint of amusement softened his pain. He stroked her cheek. "Especially the sexy one." "I know. I mean, it's first on my list of most important attributes." "Then why didn't you say it before?" A shrug. "I was going for suspense here. I like to keep you guessing." Adrian stroked her jaw with his thumb and leaned in, searing her with his closeness. "Always keep me guessing." He smoldered at her beneath long lashes, before sinking in and pressing a promise kind of kiss to her lips. Though his lips met hers, the kiss itself was more widespread, reaching down her spine and into her low belly. It stoked a fire in her chest, urging her to grip his shoulders that much tighter, to pull him that much closer. His breath was racing when he pulled away and rested his forehead against hers. Man, my memories of this place just keep getting better and better.
Adrian?
Hmm?
I know your father hurt you. I don't understand all of it because I never saw your relationship. But from what you've told me, I think it was because you're the oldest.
I was the guinea pig, you mean?
It's just how things sometimes are, especially with more than one child in the family. The oldest always seems to get the largest load of responsibility. And where your choices led you away from his expectations, he didn't have any of your other brothers to practice on. She added a smile to the words, hoping he would read them as she meant them to be. He considered this.
You think he did it because he cared about me?
She stroked his cheek. Yeah, I do.
He sniffed. That's what my mom insists, too. I just have a hard time seeing it.
I'm sorry he didn't give you something more valuable. Adrian turned away from her.
I don't want something valuable from him. Not money-wise, anyway. I was hoping for...
He rubbed a finger under his nose. He was more fidgety than usual. She suspected it was his way of fighting off emotion. She voiced what she thought he was trying to say. You wanted to know that he loved you. His jaw ticked. It's okay, you know, Gabby said, to admit it. I won't think any less of you. Haven't you heard? Emotions make a man more appealing, not less.
You're saying you'll make out with me if I cry?
She laughed, though it was short-lived. Gabby stroked his back in soft circles. I'm saying your dad died. You've just found something of value, something he left for you. I know it's affecting you, and if you need to, I won't mind if you cry. It was why she'd wondered whether he'd really wanted her there or not. His brow snapped.
What's this?
He pulled an envelope from within the box. It was tucked in the top of the lid. Looks like a letter, Gabby said. He slid a finger beneath the seal and opened it.
Contrary to our many arguments, I had great pride in you. I hope you can see I invested in stocks also. Some belonged to Grandpa before me, but I hope this shows I didn't think any less of you for your chosen business venture. I only wanted you to have a family because I knew it was where you would find the most joy life could offer. I'm sorry it never came across that way.
Adrian's gaze lifted to hers.
Why would he write this all in a letter? Why not just tell me?
Maybe he tried to, she suggested.
Maybe.
He cleared his throat.
I wasn't exactly a terrific teenager who would sit and listen to his every word. Every time he started in on my life goals, I shut down.
It's not your fault, Adrian, she said, resting a hand on his shoulder. He read on.
Within this letter, you'll find the deed to your own plot of land, something I know you once wanted, and that I hope you will again. I've been saving it for you, for the right time. Maybe whenever you read this, it will be the right time. I love you, Adrian. You know I don't say that lightly. Dad.
Adrian folded the letter and pulled out the other slip of paper. It was a written deed for a plot of land, not on Rustic Ridge, but not far from it either.
He left me land? Why would he do that?
Gabby took his face in her hands. He's giving you an opportunity, she said, to decide what you really want.
You got the job, he said. Your life is in Chicago. My life is in Chicago.
It doesn't have to be. School doesn't start for another month. They have time to find someone else. I have time to apply in Two Pines. I'll stay with you in Chicago if that's what you want.
What about you? He asked. What do you want?
You, she said. I want to be wherever you are.
This plot of land, he said, swallowing. We could build a house. Not 2 doors down from my mom and Chase, but a drive away. This is what I always told him I wanted. My own land. My own space.
Our own space, Gabby corrected. Assuming you ever ask me.
Ask you?
Our lives are together, Adrian. Shouldn't we make it official? I don't want to live in a guest house on your land, she added with a laugh. Not that she was complaining about his guest house in Chicago. It was nicer than any hotel she'd ever stayed at, including his family's bed and breakfast.
You're saying you want to get married?
You're the one who said I had to initiate everything, she said with a shrug. Adrian set the letter down and scooped her into his arms.
Gabrielle Bybanks, are you asking me to marry you?
What if I am? What's your answer? He kissed her long and hard.
Yes, he said. My answer is yes, as long as you let me do the official asking.
She folded her arms. What are you waiting for?
A ring? And maybe to ask your father for your hand?
You can do all of that later. I like princess cut, by the way.
You are something,
he mumbled, in that way she was becoming accustomed to when she said something that amused him. Adrian knelt in front of her.
Gabrielle Goldie Bybanks, will you be my wife? Share my life in Chicago and Two Pines and wherever else life will lead us?
She knelt in front of him in response. Yes. You going to cry anytime soon? I'm ready for that make-out session you promised me. He laughed, cradled her face in his hands, and kissed her. Newlyweds were so easy to point out. This couple didn't need the clang of cans tied to a back bumper or a sprayed announcement on a car window to pronounce that they were just married. The glow on each of their faces was evidence enough. If Aaliyah Alear had to describe it in one word, it would be bliss. Pure bliss. The way they couldn't stop ogling at each other with gooey doe eyes, despite the fact they'd just stepped into a world-renowned Alear hotel, a sight which made most people gape upon first entrance. The way the handsome man with dark hair and a 5 o'clock shadow tilted in to whisper in the woman's ear, eliciting a giggle. With the addition of the rock glistening on the blonde woman's left hand as she kept it tucked tightly in his arm, their love was entrancingly obvious. Aaliyah found herself drawn to them. The improvement plans she intended to present to her father needed to appeal to newlyweds too, didn't they? She hadn't yet interviewed newlyweds. If she was going to aim for CEO, she needed to cover all her bases. The couple hardly noticed her approach as they stood before the lobby's trickling fountain, eyes locked on one another. Aaliyah cleared her throat. "Hello," she began. "Welcome to the Alear Maui Resort." The blonde woman pried her eyes away from the man and beamed at Aaliyah. "Thank you. We're on our honeymoon." Her grin was all teeth. Aaliyah couldn't fight a grin of her own. She was so right. Newlyweds. Clipboard in hand, she tossed her hair. "Congratulations. My name is Aaliyah, and my father owns these hotels. I'm doing a bit of research for an upcoming line, and I wonder if I could ask you a few questions." The couple shared confused but willing glances, and the man offered her a hand.
Adrian Bear, he said, and this is my new wife, Gabby.
A becoming blush on Gabby's cheeks put the red hibiscus outside the main entrance to shame. Gabby nestled into Adrian's side, as if close to him was never close enough. An unexpected twang of envy struck Aaliyah's heart as she released Adrian's jaunty handshake. In the most fleeting way, a desire besides hotel management and impressing her father planted in Aaliyah's mind. Love had never been a part of her business plan, and marriage? Maybe something far, and she meant far, in the future, assuming her father ever let her date anyone, that is. But she found herself wanting what this couple had. How would it be to have someone adore her like Adrian obviously worshipped Gabby? Someone to lean into when times were hard, as well as when times were amazing. Someone to share secrets with in a single glance. Someone who would know everything there was to know about her and still want to be with her. She shook the fantasy from the shingles of her mind and asked Adrian and Gabby the question she'd been lobbing at everyone who'd been willing to share their thoughts at the last few hotels she'd visited. While the Bears' answers confirmed her suspicions that these two loved each other with everything they were, Aaliyah pushed her envy of them aside. She didn't have time for dating, let alone love and marriage. She was an entrepreneur, out to add her mark to the Aaliyah name. Love would only get in the way. Epilogue. Gabby had never traveled so much in her life, but with Adrian at the wheel, and with his ring on her finger, she couldn't say she minded. As far as honeymoons went, this was bliss. Every day together, no more nighttime goodbyes. Every morning in his arms. They'd married in a little chapel in Baldwin. Bethany had made the trek from Montana to Wisconsin to celebrate. Tension had been high when Bethany had first arrived, but eventually she and Gabby's mom hugged it out. Things between the sisters still hadn't healed completely, but they were on the road to it. And if Gabby knew anything about being on the road, it was that, one way or another, you eventually got to where you wanted to go. Gabby clutched her copy of Pride and Prejudice, chuckling to herself. Their honeymoon reminded her of Regency weddings in books like this. Weddings followed by long trips from London to the continent, where the couple would whisk away for months to travel and sightsee. Since she hadn't traveled much before now, Adrian claimed he wanted to give her the world, starting with United States landmarks. They'd visited Mount Rushmore, ventured to Philadelphia for some historical sites, and had spent more than a few romantic nights touring Times Square and seeing several Broadway plays. Bucket list checked off. Who knew where Adrian was taking her next? He intended this trip to be a surprise. She wouldn't mind if they made their way down to the Florida Keys, or even the Grand Canyon, though they were both clear across the country, in opposite directions. But Vermont? What in the world were they doing in Vermont? "You still haven't told me what we're doing here," Gabby said, lowering her book just in time to spot the sign off the freeway exit. Westville. What was in Westville?
"We were close by,"
Adrian said, turning toward the little town.
"I thought you might like to see something quirky and off the map."
Her mind raced. Quirky and off the map? Granted, Westville's gorgeous landscape was bursting with trees, like much of the East Coast. The little colonial homes, the wrought iron fenced yards, the tree-lined streets. It was like a hug, welcoming her to town, making her never want to leave. This place is adorable.
"Just wait till you see where we're going."
He slid her a smirk. Oh, but he was a fox in his sunglasses. With one hand on the wheel, his casual posture, his free hand resting on her knee, and his dark hair swirled, she was a goner. Her heart literally throbbed. Was she really his wife? Sometimes Gabby couldn't believe the turns her life had taken. Pinching herself seemed cliché, but she pressed a hand to her heart to make sure it was truly beating now, this moment. Adrian was hers. She was here, with him, with his hand on her lap. How could she ever get used to that view? The lines of his face, the gleam in his eyes, the sound of his voice, every day. As Adrian turned the corner, a theme park sprouted as if from nowhere. Still blocks away, the amusement park had to be huge if she could see it from here. "What is that?" she asked. "Is that where we're going?"
"Wonderland Theme Park," Adrian said with a laugh, pausing at the stoplight. Gabby straightened in her seat and clutched her book in one hand. Wonderland theme park? As in Alice in Wonderland? Yep. Rumor has it every single ride is based off something Alice encounters in the book. Everyone experiences their own journey down the rabbit hole. That sounds amazing. Why here, though? I never pegged you as an Alice in Wonderland fan. I read it once, he admitted, accelerating again when the light turned green. We were close enough to it, I thought you would like it. Quirky, she said, repeating his earlier word. She had to admit it was intriguing. She beamed at her new husband. I can't wait to check it out. Adrian's phone pinged from the dashboard. New message from Hawk Danielson, the aloof female voice from Adrian's Hummer announced. Who's Hawk Danielson? Gabby asked. An associate of mine, Adrian said. He owns a chain of candy stores and has done impressively well with them. His corporate office is based not far from here. He tapped the screen, and the computerized voice read the message aloud. Since you're in town, why don't you stop by and we can meet to discuss the investment in person? Had Adrian told Hawk where they were? Was that the real reason he'd brought her to Westville? She dismissed the suspicion. As Adrian turned the corner, Wonderland Theme Park came into view once more, closer this time. Staggering wrought iron gates and fencing created a perimeter around a massive amusement park, with token roller coasters and a Ferris wheel spearing into the sky. At the end of the expansive parking lot, ticket booths wearing top hats set off the park's entry point. Gabby was immediately transfixed. The park had its own enticing charm, like a siren call to allure people to neglect whatever else they had planned and just go play for a little while. It called to her as well, but her excitement wavered. Business? On their honeymoon? Granted, Adrian hadn't done much since they'd left Baldwin, though he had been in communication with a few of his clients and associates. She knew it was pouty and childish, but she wanted to explore Wonderland. She'd been to the Mall of America a few times, but never a theme park like this. He wants to meet up now? Gabby asked, trying to mask her disappointment. Adrian pulled off to the side of the road. For hosting a theme park, Westville was a relatively small town. Might as well stop by Hawk's candy store on the way to our hotel. It's not far. We can check in and then hit the park tomorrow. What do you think? Do you want some candy? He waggled his eyebrows. Gabby smirked. You mean besides you? Adrian leaned in. The feel of his mouth on hers fizzled all the way into her stomach. He lingered, resting his cheek to hers long enough to add in her ear. Indulge in me all you want, Mrs. Bear. Stomach still burning, she nibbled her bottom lip. I suppose a candy store sounds like fun. Adrian grinned at her, planted another kiss on her mouth, and then texted a reply to Hawk. You won't be sorry, he said to Gabby as he did so. The drive to Ever After Sweet Shop on 17th Street didn't take long. The shop was cutesy, marked by a black and white striped awning above the doors. The windows were painted with fall decals, hailing the upcoming change in the colors of the leaves. A tasteful display of brightly colored candy in fat glass jars, staggered on shelves and set off with florals, made Gabby's mouth water. When you said candy store, you meant candy store, she said with amazement. This is stunning. Adrian smiled and opened the door for her to enter. My associate, Hawk, is the proprietor. He owns a chain of these stores all along the East Coast. And you're here to do what, exactly? She asked. Cool air washed over her, masked with a hint of chocolate and sugar. A 50s-style bar featured padded stools, while an associate in a pink apron served Italian sodas to several women seated there. Shelves offered candy in every assortment imaginable.
each labeled with the vintage, swirled, ever-after sweet shop label. There were apples dipped in caramel and tied with decorative bows, cake pops, brownies in pretty packaging. Everything anyone with a sweet tooth could ever want. Gabby stared at the wall offering dispensable candy in all kinds of varieties, the kind sold by the pound. If the candy tasted anything like it looked, her mouth was already watering. Before Adrian could answer her question, a handsome blonde man in a dark business suit approached with his hand outstretched.
Adrian?
He said. Adrian responded with a hearty shake.
Hawk, good to meet you in person. This is my wife, Gabby.
Hawk turned his attention to her.
Hey there. Thanks for letting me interrupt your trip. Would you like a milkshake or anything? It's on the house.
I'd love one, Gabby said. Hawk waved to one of the associates in her pink apron, and after placing their orders, the three sat at one of the metal tables near the window.
So your team wants to commercialize,
Adrian began.
They think we need to expand ever after,
Hawk said, going on. The associate handed Gabby a cookies and cream milkshake, and she sipped the delicious, velvety blend of chocolate and vanilla, while Adrian and Hawk prattled on. They discussed business, yes, but soon the conversation turned to Gabby and Adrian's recent nuptials.
Sounds like congratulations are in order, if you're that recently married,
Hawk said, turning his attention to Gabby. She was the definition of a blushing bride. Thank you, she said, stealing a glance at Adrian. He winked at her, squeezing her knee beneath the table and making her blush all over again.
What about you? Adrian asked. You married?
Hawk loosened his tie and leaned back.
That I'm not. Someday I'll find the right girl. Who knows? She might be right under my nose and I don't even know it.
The three of them laughed, though from the way he spoke, it sounded as though he already had someone in mind. She didn't know him well enough to pry, though she found she wanted to. Gabby gripped Adrian's hand. Everyone deserved to have what she and Adrian did.
You know,
Hawk went on,
speaking of romance, you two should head up here in December for my annual Christmas ball. My assistant goes all out for this event. It's pure magic. And nowhere is more romantic than Vermont at Christmas time. Just watch White Christmas.
He chuckled again. Adrian turned to Gabby.
We could probably make that happen. What do you think? A Christmas ball?
I'd love that. Gabby remembered the dance Adrian had taken her to when she'd pretended to be his girlfriend. Any excuse to dress up and have Adrian's arms around her all night was fine by her. Dancing all night with him without having to worry about his mother or ex-girlfriend breathing down their backs? Even better. Too bad they couldn't make it a double date. She gestured to Hawk. That's a few months from now. Maybe by then you'll have a special someone to introduce us to. Hawk shrugged and took a sip of his strawberry milkshake.
Who knows,
he said.
I can't say I'd mind.
Gabby sipped her own shake and basked in the sunlight pooling through the window. Who knew indeed? Hawk was handsome enough, with his striking blue eyes, strong jaw, and confident demeanor. Any girl would melt just being next to him. Adrian squeezed Gabby's hand again, and she rested her head on his shoulder. In that moment, she resolved to come back. They had to, if for nothing else than to see if Hawk found a girl after all. Though a ball at Christmas time wouldn't be so bad either.
Hey there, it's Catelyn here. Thanks so much for listening to Goldie and the Billionaire Bear, narrated by Jennifer Jill Araya. If you like this, please hit the like button and be sure to subscribe to my channel and stay tuned for more billionaire fairy tales, including my next one, which is Ella and the Billionaire's Ball.
Thank you for listening. This has been Goldie and the Billionaire Bear, a clean billionaire fairy tale romance. Once Upon a Billionaire, Book 1. Written by Catelyn Meadows, narrated by Jennifer Jill Araya. Copyright 2019 by Courtney Pearson. Production copyright 2019 by Courtney Pearson.